쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿔도 너와 나 그대들의 승리 완벽해 The weight of both the worlds is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 한도 믿어 날 때까지 세계 오면
You won't be needing that. A small fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
Hellfire!
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? I don't know. Ask Cozy or Moxie or any of the various co-streamers that are watching this tournament. Ask them what's the meta, because in all honesty, I don't really know. It's been a few weeks since pre-season ended, and we've had two new characters added in, Black Cat and Devil Dinosaur, that are going to shake up the meta, as well as various balance changes over the last season. So I want to use this episode almost this week to use it as a chance to recap what happened in pre-season, counting down the most impactful heroes across the draft phase, the bans and protects that we've seen in the esports scene across all 4 major regions and all 504 maps that were played for pre-season in Ignite. Let's just go over the top 5, and 4 out of 5 of them are strategists, which is kind of crazy, but one of them is Loki. Understandable he's up here, right? Regeneration Domain is still one of the best abilities in the game, bar none, and no matter what, he always has to be respected in a pick ban phase, even if you don't intend on playing him, because of the fact that he can copy ultimates. Certainly looking at stuff like Gambit, some of the NA teams in Americas, going for triple Vanguard to just farm up a Gambit Loki combination and just get those Raging Royal Flushes going over and over again. It really is a case of like if Gambit or Invisible Woman manage to make it through the draft, getting rid of Loki or protecting him if you want to play around him is good. Invisible Woman actually makes the 4th spot. For like EMEA in America, she wasn't as popular when it came to like pick or bans, but it was like the Pacific and Chinese teams that wanted to make sure that they got a hold of her. But Invisible Woman in her own right, strong healing output, force physics to punish diving targets, to be able to pull them back as they're trying to get away, the barrier that she can give to her duelists to give some healing, mitigation, and basically just set them up to succeed. And then obviously you've got the invisible boundary to play in these tricky fights, put it on your team to protect them, but also as a way to catch enemies trying to disengage, because you can slow them as they go through the radius of the invisible boundary. You can use it offensively, and some teams did try to do that. Third place is Mantis. It took a while for Mantis to get going, but her popularity definitely started to surge towards playoffs across all of the regions, most certainly again in Pacific and China, where she was the 2nd most rated character over for those teams. Making sure that you have Mantis or the enemy team doesn't have Mantis basically limits your impact of triple strategist, whether you can play around it as well or not. Damage boost helps. Her ultimate is good in all sorts of situations. You have the team up again with Groot and Loki. It'll be interesting to see how she does now that her damage boost has been nerfed and now she adds like movement speed. I still think she's going to find impact, but is she going to be the linchpin of triple strategists going forward, or is somebody like Ultron going to potentially take that slot away from her? Hard to get a gauge, but Mantis is definitely up here as a strong choice. The 2nd spot goes to Elsa. The queen of the preseason finishes in 2nd place from how much she was picked and also banned. She was like the leading woman. In EMEA and America, she was the most potent character. It's just that Pacific and China, again, would have preferred to put Mantis and another character in that sort of first ban, first protect phase. The percentage damage that she was doing was strong. The fact that Instinct put Helix Advance down to a 2-second cooldown is really strong, and the great CC from her ultimate. Lots of these elements have been toned down. I would be shocked though if she doesn't stay in the top 10 for like the impact here when it comes to stage 1. Definitely expect her to drop, but I think some other duelists might contest her a little bit more. But yeah, here it was just put your best duelist on this character, feed resources into her, and she is going to absolutely feast for you. But there is one character that was a lot more impactful, and that was Gambit. To really highlight how impactful Gambit was, there was basically 1,008 chances to be involved in a draft, and Gambit missed out on 8 of those. There are 8 opportunities that he could have been picked in, and he wasn't. And almost 800 of those were bans. Teams did not want to play him, certainly in Pacific and China, where he was almost consistently in every single game the first ban. Raging Royal Flush providing ultimate charge boost, explosive damage, movement speed means that it was synergy with various ultimates, was incredibly strong. And a key thing here is, unlike a lot of the other characters that I mentioned, he wasn't nerfed in Season 7.5 or Season 8. So Gambit still could very much be the top dog when it comes to stage 1 rolling around. It really is just a case of whether the likes of Devil Dinosaur could really start to push for like that first ban slot. I expect him pretty much immediately, but also like Black Cat could have those moments if teams can actually get used to playing her. We'll see how things are going to look for stage 1, but thanks for watching. Ignite the battle, and let's get back into the action. Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? Stage 1 has officially begun across all of the major regions, so let's see just how that meta is looking across the 108 maps of action that we've seen in Ignite so far on this patch. From this first week of action, we've got 4 major winners and 1 big loser, and the biggest winner is the king of the meta in pre-season, Gambit, who has actually climbed up in popularity. He was the sort of most impactful character in the game at the end of pre-season. Not only is he still at the top, he's actually climbed in popularity. He is constantly the first man, first protect at this stage, and everybody's agreeing on it for the most part. He's been involved in every single draft across all of the 4 major regions, but there are a small group of teams that are trying to splinter away to go for different bans that aren't Gambit, some of these other names on this list as we're about to highlight. And the reason for that is these teams, because nobody's had the chance to practice Gambit because he's constantly banned out, if they leave it open, teams are going to be like, well, we're really rusty on Gambit. I don't really want to pick him, do you guys? And so they're trying to see if they can actually put them on compositions that they're just not well versed on, certainly when people are trying to get the reps in on stuff like Devil Dinosaur. And speaking of Devil Dinosaur, he is the second winner. It's been a roaring success for Devil Dinosaur with him being introduced into the game in Season 8. And he has been contesting Gambit a little bit as a first ban, but really not that often. Like I said, team splintering away. Dino's been the first ban and trying to one-side it in some cases, because teams just have been prepping a lot on Dino because of how much he has really thrown the meta into a curve. He kind of fits into all sorts of compositions, even though he's just naturally brawly. It seems that you can sort of throw him in and play around him no matter what the map or the stage. So some teams have really started to just build on that as much as possible. It's maybe an over focus or an over correction, and some teams have certainly been okay to let the Dino through, play up against it, and actually have good counters for him, such as Emma Frost. But really, it has been like a good standing for Dino. But I do think that that hype is going to drop and taper off over time. I would imagine so, but of course, we'll see exactly how these teams want to play it. The third winner actually is Luna Snow, which is more of a surprise. She's jumped up massively in popularity, and specifically as like a ban option. Teams do not want the other team to be playing it, so they want to get it off the table. In previous patches, her healing and damage output was improved. Stuff like Ice Arts' cooldown reducing when your player that you've put the snowflake on gets an elimination means that you can really just snowball the way that you can keep and contest these fights and keep them going on. And of course, like a team up with White Fox, who's gone up in popularity, not to the same level, but the fact that you can allow like healing cleave and charm cleave and orb enemies off of that with Luna is really handy. It basically means if teams want to go for White Fox, they can. You just want to make sure that that team up isn't available. And the fourth and final winner, is worth saying that a lot of characters have benefited from this patch, but the major winner, the final one I wanted to highlight, was Black Cat, who is another big addition now that we start to see her actually being played in Ignite. Similar to Dino, she's one of the top protect options for various teams. They really want to play around it. The skill floor is massively high. It's hard to be good on Black Cat, especially in coordinated play. So it's hard to see teams get the most effectiveness out of it, unless you're like Tanuki with some of the gameplay that's on screen. But teams are starting to get a lot better with it, and they have some good plans, and they really want to incorporate Black Cat into their compositions as much as they possibly can, especially because she's pretty decent against Devil Dinosaur, whereas Daredevil can get run down by him a little bit. So Black Cat and Devil Dinosaur having really good debuts in Ignite, but there's one character that is certainly fallen off the list, and that is Elsa Bloodstone. Not only has she fallen down the rankings from being the second most impactful character in the game, she's dropped off the face of the earth when it comes to how popular she is. In Stage 1, she has not been banned nor protected once in any of the regions. Instead, the likes of Phoenix and Star-Lord have found leaps in popularity after their own individual buffs, but I still think that Elsa is underrated. We have seen some moments like Chupiel actually having a lot of success with Elsa and some of the other EMEA teams, just when it's appropriate, right? She's still good. She's obviously been nerfed pretty hard over the last couple of patches, but I still think that she's going to be contesting a little bit more. I'm just shocked that she has fallen off massively, but I would like to see that improve just a little bit, just not too much, a little bit. Like I said, there's a lot of characters that have either been benefited or are struggling on this new patch, and we're going to see how the action unfolds as we get more data, but that's it for this time. Thanks for watching, and back to the action.
쓰러지지만 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 불빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 잡을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모든 날널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어진 운명 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리 완명해 The fate of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명
fire!
한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러난 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면
with it, not having any follow-up, and now they're just staggering him as well.
And the butterflies comes through from Saffron, instantly homing onto stage 0. Ultimate to overcome it as the legend gets grabbed out, just manages to get the invisible.
Used early, actually, from KitKat. Heaven's Retribution trying to go in for the dive. There's not really that much time to work with.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to EMEA for Marvel Rivals Ignite. I am your host for today, Tetra. I am joined by the magnificent Ryan Central and the wonderful Got Moxie. We are at the halfway point of EMEA Ignite group stages now. We still have our playoffs yet to come, but our groups starting to shape on up. But for starters, I've been a little bit away. I've been busy in London for a little bit. You two have still been... Ryan, you've been covering it. Moxie just got back from Japan. We've been all over the place. So I'll start with you, Moxie. You've had the chance to catch up on some of the games. What's really stood out to you?
I mean, the fact that we're seeing the meta just move in real time, I think looking at the bans from last week, they're going to be vastly different when we look into this week. Rocket Raccoon is probably going to be catching a lot of bans coming through, and if he's not banned, he will be played just off of the frequency of building up Cosmic Count Amplifier and the pain of the BRB, that Battle Recall Beacon. You work so hard to get one elimination on something like a Vanguard, and boom, you just trade all of that hard work for one base cooldown.
And Ryan, in a second, I'm going to be asking you a little bit about the newer heroes we've had in here, but someone who is technically a newer hero, but is also still getting a little bit of love in the game right now, is Rogue. Just by watching this broadcast, you will be being celebrating, for starters, the incredible Marvel Rivals esports stuff we have going on, but also you can get your hands on the Rogue Will of Galacta costume and the Child's Play emote, as well as the nameplate and the spray. Just by watching, you're getting some cool cosmetics, and there's more coming up in just a moment. We'll get to that. But Ryan, I want to ask you about the new characters in the game. Black Cat and Devil Dinosaur. They've been having a pretty big impact on the pro play.
Yeah, and I think for two good reasons, right? With Devil Dinosaur coming into the game, it's the meta is very focused around him. Some teams were we're going to put all of our eggs in that basket because we could just insert him into any comp. You just throw him in. You just throw a big dinosaur into dive, into brawl, whatever you want to do, just put him in and you'll be fine. But Black Cat as well, we're seeing the skill ceiling really be pushed on this character, and it's only going to get better from here.
But we talk about what's being played in the meta. We're talking about Rocket. We're talking about Black Cat. We're talking about the Devil Dinosaur. But what should be brought up here is, in terms of bans, it is still all in on strategists. And Ryan, you've obviously seen the majority of these games. Gambit in particular, we've basically not seen him.
Yeah, out of the 50 opportunities in EMEA last week, Gambit was banned out 49 times out of those 50. And you can blame Rad for the fact that it wasn't 50 out of 50. They tried to go for a strategy to leave the Gambit open. We saw Na'Vi really punish that. It hasn't happened again since. But I think it's Luna's climbed up the rankings by a lot. White Fox is better, so that team up's good. But also Mantis, despite the changes to her damage boost on her allied inspiration, it's the speed boost that's actually still keeping it in place. So it's not really a rework, it's just an alteration. But no matter what, Mantis is still incredibly strong in this game.
Yeah, Moxie, we've even seen some revival of some of the older compositors like Mantis Punisher, because a fast Punisher is scary.
I mean, not just that, Mantis Adam as well, but I feel more of these teams are going to be okay with letting the Mantis through in place of that Rocket ban, because Mantis Ultron, as we've seen, is something that you can punish quite easily with things like Dino and Star-Lord in play. Ultron's just losing a lot of the value.
Well, let's talk about value here, and that is going to be our group standings. Who's managed to find value from these newer picks and, of course, our older picks? Group A, looking at how, in theory, a lot of people would have suspected up at the top, with Virtus Pro and Na'Vi both going 2-0. Ultra and Pulsar, though, seeming to struggle yet to find their footing, whereas Rad and the Lions have been able to find a win each. Whereas in Group B, again, sort of how people would expect up at the top, with Team Heretic sitting at 2-0. Shikigami did stumble, but seemed to be recovering very well as time's gone on. Moxie, looking at this, are there any surprises for you in these groups?
I mean, Shiki going down 1 is, I think, surprising, especially from the performance that we saw in preseason, but even when we talked to them yesterday, they confessed themselves that it's not really a great meta for them. They really had to try and work out how exactly to make it work for their team composition. And I think out of all of the teams so far, we've got 2 front runners, and those are Na'Vi and Heretics, because even though Virtus.pro is sitting at a 2-0 undefeated, they've dropped maps, and even the maps that they have won, they look pretty uncomfortable on at times.
And that's going to be very important to bring that up, as we'll be talking about the matches we have in just a moment. But Moxie's right, Ryan. VP did stumble, not just in the preseason, but also in their matches earlier where they lost a map versus Pulsar. But when we talk about those stumbles in the preseason, there's a pretty interesting match happening first.
Yeah, it's whether we're seeing if Bears have post-traumatic stress disorder. I think PTSD with how they have to play up against Rad again, the team that eliminated them from preseason. But it's also like for VP and Na'Vi, pretty sure if they win their games today, they are confirmed for playoffs, at least for stage 1, which for Na'Vi is expected. They have basically been mogging people in and out of the server if you're level 1 Crook. But also for like Virtus.pro, it just hasn't looked that good. The eye test has not been beneficial for them, despite the fact that they haven't dropped a series at all. They've dropped a map against a good-looking Pulsar, but this test against Rad is a really good way to see if it's a pattern that's forming, or if it was just a one-off for Virtus.pro losing.
There's also be a chance for Cramfall to try and get themselves on the board in their match versus Heretics. Same with the Chosen. The Chosen ones are actually 1-1, so they can try and boost themselves up here. Same with Reason, so that will decide who takes the lead in that group. Alta looking to try and get themselves a little bit higher on the board. Alta trying to just get themselves back into this. But also, we talked earlier, if you're watching these games, you can get that Rogue skin, but also you can get the Portal Pool Oopsie Spray inspired by our wonderful friends over in NA with Dogman. And yeah, unfortunately, sometimes you don't know exactly what's on the other side of a portal, and it can be a little bit punishing. But you can get that just by watching 4 hours of Marvel Rivals Ignite. So just sit down and watch this broadcast, and you will already have it. So let's get ready, and we'll start with our first series of the day. We're going to have Virtus.pro versus Rad, and I'm going to start with you, Ryan. Tell me a little bit about Rad. This team has gone from strength to strength since qualifying.
Yeah, it's a team that really wants to prove that it's in amongst that conversation alongside Team Heretics, Na'Vi, and of course Virtus.pro. This is a team that has made no changes since they qualified through the MRC to actually get into the preseason, but their main testament is a reverse sweep best-of-5 win to not only beat Virtus.pro, but to eliminate them out in 6th place, their worst ever finish in a tournament that we've seen so far in Marvel Rivals back in preseason. So here, it's just a test of whether they are actually built up to the name to actually be one of the tier 1 organizations, tier 1 teams in the region, or whether like the meta has shifted enough that they might not be able to capitalize on it. This is also a team that's changed their coach since preseason into stage 1. So other than that, you would expect them to have a solid performance going into the series.
But Moxie, looking at the other side, we've seen a situation in the past where Virtus.pro have lost a tournament, in this case the preseason, and then come back even stronger. Are we looking at that? Are we looking at the sleeping bear being awoken for this season?
Well, we have to see if Virtus.pro have been able to work out where they find that comfort within this meta, because that's a big difference, right? As Ryan said, they went out very early in the preseason playoffs. They said themselves on social media that they didn't really have a good read on the meta, and it feels like even coming into stage 1 in their early matches, they still don't have a great read on the meta. They're trying so many different things. Like we had solo duelist Daredevil coming out from Central Park, which did not do well, into the swap up of solo duelist Elsa, which very much did do well. So I think for Virtus.pro, like, they're still trying to work out where exactly they want to be able to lean in on, because in the past they've been a very strong anchored dive team. They were able to win the World Championship all the way back in Atlanta, with Phi being able to come on through on that Daredevil, but it just feels like dive is not having as much value as it has previously, with things like Rocket BRB or Triple Strategist lines being able to sustain through it. Meanwhile, you've got a Devil Dino brawling all the way in the front line who does not require the full team behind him. He can just play survival and make sure that you can't get anything done both in the front line and the back.
We're going to be heading into that match very soon. But Ryan, looking at some of the statistics here, this is the teams when they played each other previously, with Virtus.pro taking them out in the preseason group stage. But in the playoffs, Rad brought it back, a 3-2 versus the current world champions.
Yeah, and it was one of the only reverse sweeps I think we've seen against Virtus.pro, as they were pretty much on match point to eliminate Rad, who got eliminated later that day against Shikigami, so they had a bit of a grueling matchup to say the very least. It just sort of felt like, even back in preseason, that the meta was a little bit slow, and I think that's the only complaint that you could have against Virtus.pro, is that they can be a little bit stubborn in their approaches. It worked for the grand finals, the major of last year, right? Because the meta was very well suited for what Virtus.pro wanted to do consistently. But now things have shifted around, whether it's the Gambit focus or Elsa way back when, or even like the Devil Dinosaur Black Cat stuff now. It's like, is it actually suited to them? And can they show a little bit more flexibility in how they play? Triple strategist in them.
How have they adjusted? That is the question. But now, let's get into our series. And starting off with that, we have to work out where we're going. Of course, we always start with domination, and that is always predetermined. And we're going to be going to Hell's Heaven. These teams would have known this in advance. I mean, they would have had some time to practice on it. Moxie, looking at Hell's Heaven, looking at these teams, who do you think this favors either of them, or is this going to come down to the draft?
I mean, I think it favors both of them. Rad have been really putting stock into having Crazy Kitty run the Black Cat. Virtus.pro, as we've said, have always liked to anchor their compositions around the Daredevil. If those aren't targeted in the ban draft, those are going to be the crutches that these teams truly rely on. And Rad have even shown on Hell's Heaven such dominance with the Black Cat previously.
We're heading into the draft. I will leave you with Ryan and Got Moxie as we head in to map number 1.
Thank you, Tetra. Yeah, this is a real test of really the mettle of Rad Esports, whether they are sort of built up to being in that sort of contested spot. But this is a map that was involved in that real shock loss for Virtus.pro to be eliminated from preseason. It was the first map, and Virtus.pro kind of dealt with Rad pretty easily. In fact, I think Rad have really struggled on this map, losing to VP and Shikigami in preseason. Haven't played it much otherwise.
Well, we're getting to look at our first drafts coming on through. No surprises that Gambit is removed instantly. What is a surprise, though, is that Rad decided to follow up with a ban onto the Phoenix. Virtus.pro is still letting the Black Cat slide through as well. Gives Rad an opportunity to potentially get a save onto it, or they might lean into a Vanguard save after already being able to secure the Dino Mirror as, yeah, no, we said it. Rocket Raccoon, week 2. He's going to be the true on the up in terms of this ban draft. You're going to see him much more.
Yeah, I'm wondering here, because there has been a lot more like focus on actually protecting Black Cat on the side of Rad, to the point that they were happy to let one-sided Devil Dinosaur go against them. But here they want to go for a one-sided Jean Grey, which is sort of well suited. If they want to go for like triple strategist, have the Mantis to sort of damage boost the Phoenix and allow them to put out a boatload of damage. Makes sense why Virtus.pro wanted to get the rocket out as well. So I imagine here, like, Mantis is probably something that you're looking at to just make sure that there's not too much focus. And yeah, Virtus.pro sort of spot it ahead of time. Now they have that final protect. Might be something for the front line. They have been protecting a little bit of Captain America as well to make sure that Finzi and Nevix are pretty much on the stronger front line here. But they're going to protect the Black Cat naturally, because yeah, Daredevil worked for them. Black Cat will do the same, surely.
Yeah, I mean, going for the Phoenix save from Rad, now that you have a Hypercarry Duelist and you're worried about the Mantis damage boost in neutral off of that, does actually get basically a 2-for-1 in terms of that save slot, right? Because it locks the Phoenix, but it also means that if Virtus.pro go for the ban on the Mantis, what else slips on through? Black Cat. So Crazy Kitty will be very happy about that one, as we get a late ban coming on through onto the Star-Lord on the side of Rad, since Virtus.pro had banned out the Rocket, but Rad had not had the opportunity to ban out the Rocket against Virtus.pro, and you don't want to have the Cosmic Ion Amplifier or the teleport network coming on out, which supplies the Star-Lord with an additional iframe, and also means you can go much more aggressive, push very greedily towards the enemy team's backline, safe in the awareness that you have a teleport to be able to snap yourself out of that position after you've been able to force out those resources.
So it really does feel like they're going after Sparkus Pool a little bit in this approach, but it takes a lot to out Apex Predator a bear, especially when that beast is Virtus.pro. But Rad Esports have picked VP out preseason, beaten and bruised. I guess today we see if they've left a mark at all. I think this is a battle of the front lines. Ducky and Lugia have been playing together for some time, but on the other side, Finzi and Nevix have history. They are the experienced players, and it could be worth its weight in gold here, Mox.
I mean, they did go for Sparker's hero pool, but he does still have things like the Elsa to fall back onto. And while she's not as much of a monster as she was in previous metas, she's still a very strong component in the composition, especially when it comes to melting through those Vanguard health pools. So we're going to really be seeing a lot of reliance on both the Phoenix and the Elsa to try and chunk down the Devil Dino. As Virtus.pro denied the Star-Lord, still going to be keeping the Rocket, though, with that BRB uptime. Despite actually going for this is a very strange composition from Virtus.pro. Rocket Adam, double strategist look, so a lot of aggression. Cosmic Ion Amplifier, very strong uptime in terms of generating very quickly, especially when you're not having a triple strategist lineup cannibalizing the charge.
To see how much the charge goes in, as Fi is going to be the first one to sort of leap in to just get some of these charges set up, build up a bit of that pocket money and see if they can get a little bit more information. But right now, Rad with this lineup, a bit more traditional in the sense, able to actually sort of group up and put more pressure on the objective. Fi is watching, just trying to sort of sneak in, find a pick here or there and reset Rad, make things a little bit more precarious. But right now, they haven't really seemed to do much damage. Crazy Kitty finding the Be Right Back means that that trade is actually going to be a little bit more costly as Fi's gone down.
Oh, Virtus.pro though, they get the better pick. They get Mash on the Invis woman in Rad's backline. So even though you lose the BRB, which means Fight doesn't get brought back, you still found such a huge open to be able to start winning that fight and brute force it on through. Like the fact that they're running this Rocket Atom, it's so strange because it means that you don't have a lot of just like really good continuous heals, which is why so much pressure from Fi has to be output onto the side of Smashness. As Crazy Kitty actually opts for the Daredevil. They've spotted out that this backline will be vulnerable, especially when it comes to double pressure with that dive from the Venom follow-up now, and Virtus.pro are going to have to really look at shoring up that backline strength, otherwise they could very quickly find themselves out of resources for support.
Crazy Kitty leaping into the action. The fray is good enough, but like you mentioned, Sparker and the rest of Virtus.pro are sat comfortably on this objective. There is an Apex Predator in hand, and it's seen whether Virtus.pro can continue to be that in the EMEA region. But right now, that pressure isn't really enough to actually force out some of these bigger elements of expenditure, these ultimates, and now you have the Camera Revival in hand. Virtus.pro seeming like themselves a little bit more, as Rad have really struggled to find any meaningful eliminations, going for the more offensive option of the Venom as he tries to leap in. It's not really enough of appeal, and Sparker already having his ultimate isn't afraid to keep farming out this damage, and the Kamijo's going to be forced on the other side. The Apex Predator, the Glortrox winning out against the Fox, as it's a bit of catching the prey. The lead up is nice, and Virtus.pro finally forced to use these big ultimates and easily deal with Rad on the offensive.
Mash has Invis boundary forced on point, and Nevix goes down for it, but Dritro still has the BRB up, so you actually trade the Invis woman ultimate for a base level cooldown, then you get to come back in with Rampage, which means that even though Rad invested such a chunky strategist ultimate, they don't get the point flip, and then they don't have it to punish the investment of the Apex Predator coming on through from Sparker. Virtus.pro very much in full control. Freedom Charge is going to signal and just running towards Rad's entire team, breaking apart the backline, so there is no strength of stability to keep this Phoenix up. Smashness forced to use the End Song Inferno just for the health reset, but you're out of line of sight of anyone on the side of Virtus.pro, and this is just looking like cleanup right now, Ryan.
Yeah,
Virtus.pro very much bouncing back after there have been a lot of questions on their strength in this meta.
It's pretty much been done. Calling card is going to be used up, and Camera Revival is actually going to just bring Sparker back into the fight a little bit more. Not afraid to use it. There's not going to be a touch at all from Rad. And 100% to 0 is Virtus.pro making an unorthodox strategy with the just double strategist with an Adam work pretty well on a point that is very front to back.
Adam Rocket, wow, that is truly one for the books. That's so unexpected. I mean, there's no way Rad were ready to expect that. If they were thinking that that was a composition, they would have ran out on the Daredevil Venom in the first fight so that you would have been able to jump on them. It becomes so much harder displacing the Rocket and the Atom when you lose that first fight because they can just play so far back. Like, you have no one to be able to go break down the BRB. The Atom has a lot more mobility now than he did in the past. Now that he has flight attached to that soul bond, and because Virtus.pro were in control of the space already, they still had Anchor on point with both the Cap and the Dino, but the moment they spotted that the Venom was trying to hit the backline, well, Nevix would simply turn around and try to chow down, making sure that the Venom was not the one feasting for once.
Yeah, Virtus.pro might have lit the fuse of what the meta could looked like in Season 1. You've got Sparker actually sort of running it back on Elsa. Not many options to be running, but showing that even despite the nerfs, Elsa is still a fiend. Not quite queen of the meta, but certainly not a bad option in his hands. But I think you could put him on Rocket Raccoon damage only, and he would still make it look threatening. So now Sparker's going to try to leap in more into the action. There is only the Amplifier for Virtus Pro to be using in this engagement. Crazy Kitty wanted to go in with Let the Devil Out to see if he could actually find these like singular eliminations that Rad have struggled to put together, and Virtus Pro say no, back to spawn you go. We're controlling this best of 3.
Yeah, great opener coming on through from Dridro. One-sided Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, like Mash has swapped onto the Loki so that you could try and rely on Regeneration Domain to give you a chance to react to that ultimate, since it was a one-sided strat play and VP would just go first, go fast, safe in the knowledge of having to pick potential power off of the back of it, and now they're set up in a brilliant position. You can mark out Crazy Kitty's rotation, your backline can rotate when you know that the Daredevil's getting close, so you shouldn't be losing your rocket early, which means high uptime for that BRB, and Sparker's just waiting for Rad to stack on up and group forward so that he can get the most amount of value with this Elsa ult the moment they have to step up to the plate and contest the point.
So much that they could just keep it comfortable. The backline is very much unimpeachable. I think Rad really struggling to just go for a Route 1 approach, fighting on this objective, invisible boundary, seeing if it can catch out these players in the in-between. Ensong Inferno has been good for Smash to get these few eliminations, and he finds a key pick onto Saipe, but because of how little pressure he's been under, Life Cocoon means that it's going to be a very fast reset, and the elimination feed is just filling with the Reds again, 60% and counting, but Rad finally taking control of the objective. The problem is, however, there's not many of them still alive, and Counter Revival is going to bring everybody from Virtus Pro back in for a quick riposte.
Yeah, Karmic comes back into play. Lugia tries to slow Virtus Pro's approach back down, using Psionic Seduction to interfere with the members being brought back and wanting to run towards Rad, and that allows Rad to get the flip and hold on to it long enough. Ducky with the Rampage intrudes into Virtus Pro's whole team, but so far no picks up at the back of it until now. But that's the first one, which means that, hey, Sparker's back with the Battle Recall Beacon, and the fight will continue. Mash still holding on to the God of Mischief, looking for a copy likely onto the invisible boundary. Has to use it now, but it's mostly off of the point, and Virtus Pro will absolutely punish that one. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier with the damage boost means they can punch through the damage, and they'll just be able to find the flip as long as they can just take out the stall from the Vanguard line.
It's always easy to watch it from Sparker's perspective. It looks like a typical Sunday drive of playing, and even with the threat of that Let the Devil Out from Crazy Kitty, he hasn't really got anything out of it. Sparker finds himself a very quick 3K as the point is flipped back into their favor, and a little bit more sustained to work with. Be Right Back's being used up and Counter Revival on the way. Lindsay on the Captain America has got that freedom charge to actually sustain some of these fights if it gets a little bit messy. Problem is, however, there's not much that Rad is going to expend so far.
Sparker's getting so much poke as well on Rad's walk up off of the Dino. You're already 60% to your next Elsa ult. Finzi has the freedom charge. We've seen this one before. Run at Rad when they don't have a Stratus ultimate to answer this. Force out the Ensong Inferno so it doesn't catch onto your backline. Crazy Kitty at least has been able to find VP's backline, managing to take down the Atom before the Cocoon can bring Saipe back. So Dridro only heals at the moment, which means that Virtus Pro decides the best defense is a strong offense. Into the backline of Rad they jump, and the strategists just fold.
It's all falling to pieces for Rad on a map that really made them struggle so far, not only against Virtus Pro last time, but just in the league so far. Crazy Kitty hoping to find some picks, but again, it's onto a character that's going to be instantly brought back. Nevik stomping his way around as the Beast Rampage is going to confirm and push everybody off of the point for Rad. A very quick, succinct 2-0 feels that it's more revenge for Virtus Pro than validation for Rad.
I mean, I actually kind of love the Atom Rocket composition, because it's like, if one person falls because you don't have enough healing off of the double strategist line, you've got Battle Recall Beacon. If the Atom falls, you have the self-rest of Cocoon. So the amount of players you can actually bring back, it's not just like fighting a 6 versus 6, you're actually sort of fighting a 6 versus 8.
Yeah, we're going to see a little bit more of like who's going to be MVP and then the stats of what Virtus Pro were able to put together after a quick break.
small fortune. You crossed my path! Gotcha!
We are back, and you can be rocking with some high-octane action. Black Cat arrives in her wildcard Formula R gear, and you can witness Wolverine fully unleashed in the Alchemex X2099 suit. Whether you're racing through the chaos or tearing through the front lines, these looks are engineered to dominate the battlefield, just as Virtus Pro just did in an incredible first series. And Moxie, you brought up Rocket, but who could have seen the Adam rocket coming?
Not us. Probably not Rad as well, because like as I said, right, if they'd seen it coming, they would have come out on the Daredevil, the Venom, had a much harder hit on the backline trying to look for those picks, taking out the Atom before Comic Revival can come through. And there's some moments where they do really come close, especially on Frozen Airfield. Like, oh, they get him so low. It literally goes, I have not seen that health ball go as low where you can't actually see a health bar. But we were seeing a lot of Sparker coming on through with the frags because he's the MVP, and when you look at the amount of damage he was doing as well as the accuracy, you can see why.
Even when Crazy Kitty was trying to just chase Sparker down, was swapped over to Daredevil to try and make sure that they could chase that backline, Sparker was still kiting and still putting on the pressure. Looking at the end screen here, Ryan, with these final stats, and no surprise, the healing output from the Atom is a little bit lower than you'd see from the other side, from the healers from Brad, or even from the Rocket Hydro. But it didn't matter, did it?
Yeah, the damage alone sort of like adds up to it. And any eliminations that came through, I wonder how many of them against Virtus Pro were either just be right back or the life cocoon from Saipe leading into a Comet Revival, which happened on a couple of occasions. And Rad, like, this is something that I wanted to talk about, like, when we get into the next series, like Alta and like Na'Vi, like these teams that are like so good at putting out damage, but making sure that this final hit's behind it in eliminations. Because putting out too much damage, certainly when there's a lot of teams running triple strategist, is just funneling upcharge into them. Rad have been very clinical, especially the likes of Crazy Kitty. Like, he's been like not putting out the most damage for everybody in EMEA, but he's at the top when it comes to like final hits for 10 minutes. That was missing, really. Like, we saw him dive in multiple times, and he couldn't find much because of the sustain that Virtus Pro had, and just how well placed they were all positioned. And the peel was amazing on the side of VP, so Rad got nothing for it.
So we're going to be heading into our map number 2 very shortly. And Moxie and Ryan, I heard you both talking in the break about the potential next map we're going to be heading into, and there were some predictions. Where are you potentially thinking we could be going here?
I think we're both in agreement. Yeah, Djalia. It's a really strong map for Rad. They've been able to very quickly in the past for the stage 1 take first point, and it's a pain point for Virtus Pro. Like, it's actually a valid strategy, taking teams to maps where they've suffered really bad defeats before, because you sort of get into your own head remembering, like, this is where we weren't able to clutch it up in the loss. Now we have to try and really like pull through, and you can try and do too much, which actually makes it a lot easier for teams to be able to punish those mistakes.
Oh no, we're on Hold of T'Challa against a team called Rad again. This is very familiar, but we'll have to see if that's where we want to go. We've also seen a lot of other, in particular other regions. We're still seeing a lot of lead on towards the Museum of Contemplation as a second map in a lot of cases, and in some cases we're still seeing Central Park. So there are a lot of options. All we know is it can't be domination, but like you guys said, Brian, sending it over to you, Hall of Jalia, is there something you'd like to see Rad do differently if that's the direction we choose to go?
I think just try to like play the dive a lot more. Like, it seemed that this was a team that like has adjusted its draft to not be as focused on like getting Black Cat early. And so looking to see exactly what it's going to be as a choice, it is going to be Jalia. And this is like, we've not really seen Virtus Pro play it. Like, they've played it once so far this year, including preseason. And it was a loss against Na'Vi. Whereas like the history, of course, is that Rad, this was the map that they actually beat Virtus Pro in their first ever best of 3 loss on, but their win record is like they've only beaten Alter Esports last week on this map, losing to Na'Vi and Shikigami in the previous day of groups and then also in the playoffs of preseason. So, like, this isn't like the home ground that Rad are hoping it would be, but it's a map that they feel that they've got Virtus Pro pinned down.
The draft has started. I leave you with Ryan Central and Co-op Moxie as we head into map number 2.
I think the biggest question for me, Moxie, to you is, do we see this strategy keep going on the side of Rad? If they want to ban out a lot more duelists, that's a pretty early protect actually going on to the Rocket Raccoon as the Gambit ban's going to be going in. So Rad have moved away from protecting Black Cat first, moved away from the Dino. They just want to get that Rocket.
Yeah, I mean, Rocket is a brilliant play here, right? Virtus Pro in the past, when they've been playing convergence maps, have been liking to lean the Ultron. So having the Rocket being able to empower the Star-Lord, really good options. Plus, if Virtus Pro have a Rocket of your own, you've at least got the BRB to be able to match the player trades. And indeed, Rad won't allow Virtus Pro to have that Rocket. There goes the expected ban onto it. So BRB removed, Adam Warlock still in play, but you can't really justify going for a ban on Adam when you can weigh it versus a Rocket instead. But the trade-off is that VP are able to secure the one-sided Dino, and seeing that Rad have been able to secure the Rocket in the lock, they're not going to be able to ban it out, so they go for the next best thing, that being the Star-Lord, which screams to me that we're going to be seeing Virtus Pro try to go for this Ultron yet again.
Which is like, okay, so the protect onto the Lunar Snow as well, which has been climbing up there. So you've got a really good strategist backline to basically pin it all together, right? Like, you're going to look for some of those elements. And Rad's choice of bans has been a lot more like eclectic, picking out various roles at this point. One last protect to go before we sort of end this drafting phase. You don't have access to the Dino anymore. Like, do you want to go for the Black Cat? Do you want to go for like your own like Phoenix option so it doesn't get banned out in the end? You have that working. Unfortunately, the non-mirrored Jean Grey didn't work in any sense. They want to make sure that the mirrored Lunar Snow is the option. So it's different strategies that these teams are focusing on this time.
Yeah, making sure that you have access to both the Snowflake as well as just the damage potential of the strategist, right? Hall of Dejalia, you know that there's going to be dive elements coming on through, so potentially you force Virtus Pro into looking at a White Fox ban. They instead go for the Phoenix, taking away some of Rad's duelist options, because just as we see Hela gaining a lot of value in Hall of Dejalia with the amount of like length to these line of sights and verticality, Phoenix is able to gain just as much value from the same parts of the map while also having a much stronger ultimate. Plus, when you combine Ensong Inferno with Cosmic Yawn Amplify, it actually has the means of dealing enough damage in one fell swoop, quite literally, to be able to punch through a strategist ultimate and still secure the one shot. So anything that can take away the value of something like Invisible Boundary has to go. You cannot afford your strategist ultimate to not be the thing that allows you to live a fight.
Yeah, a bit more pressure on Rad this time, and it seems to be different focuses on animals in the Marvel universe, as it's going to be the one-sided Devil Dinosaur versus the one-sided Rocket Raccoon, and then some elements of like Captain America also being banned out on the side. Similar to what we've been seeing a little bit with that case from Rad. They're going to be attacking first. They want to draw the line in the sand, have the strategy for their defense when it comes in. The Virtus Pro hoping to put on a bit of a better defense because these first point takes from Rad have been blistering.
Well, Finzi will be playing the Vanguard Deadpool due to the Captain America ban coming on through. Taking a little bit of damage, scouting out what exactly Rad will be playing, as Rad have opted for a very dive-orientated composition. We've got the Cap, we have the Psylocke, and we have the Black Cat, which means that Virtus Pro are going to have to be very concerned about how they play this back line. Are they going to be able to keep the Luna and the Jeff safe and alive? Because Saipei might well end up swapping to the Invisible Woman with how vulnerable the Luna actually is if the dive comes through.
They have information scouted out from Crazy Kitty as Finzy's going to make sure that the Black Cat loses one of those lives. Baka took a lot of damage and almost went down in the process, but has managed to retreat into safety. Whilst Rad now starting to put a bit more pressure on the objective itself. Lugia on that one-sided Captain America, trying to find a target to dive in on, and Sparker's not really the focus right now, but he is finding the timings and picks. Crazy Kitty leaping in alongside the Groot is going to be taken down. The reset for the BR back means that this could be another offensive stroke if they wanted to,
But the problem is, Banhammer's come out, Spark has found another pick, Rad have to reset.
Yeah, Rad are just trying to overwhelm Virtus.pro with so many different angles, right? They go for the backline, they go for the vanguards, they go for the point itself, but Virtus.pro just very easily able to flow between all of the different spaces. Sparker on that Star-Lord, absolutely unstoppable, almost has the ultimate within the first fight because you're just getting to farm off of things like this Groot. And Ducky is just Torchwood, essentially, beneath the Star-Lord's primary, allowing that Galactic Legend to come out much sooner than Rad are ready to deal with it. Crazy Kitty even off of the Black Cat onto the Daredevil just to have the information of where Virtus.pro will position so you can tell your dive team where best to hit.
It's got more divey smash. There's on the Psylocke. It's been a few times that we've seen that in play this year, and with Spark now having the Galactic Legend, probably doesn't feel the need to use it at this point. We're seeing these like drabs of Rad trying to leap in, but now that he's got the aerial threat, there's very little to deal with him as these players finding any semblance of cover. It's not going to be good enough. Sparker absolutely blasts Rad into an inferno. Reset required. Half that time on attack allocated used up.
Yeah, great positioning from the Galactic Legend, waiting for Rad to be deep enough so that they can't simply disengage around corner cover, then coming on through the Galactic Legend to catch them when they simply can't kite out of it, and just before Strategist ultimates come through as well. So you have to get a feel that Virtus.pro will likely saying, hey, don't do too much poke damage to allow Mash or Vertigo to hit the ultimates and be able to heal through the Star-Lord ult when we use it. As Nevix now with that Rampage does have to be careful, as Rad do have down to the butterflies. As Virtus.pro play too split by having to occupy the attention of too many different players from Rad, and not going to be there to soak up the Psylocke. Strikes as Mash falls. Nevix decides to go first with the Rampage, runs right at the backline, gets hit by the Grid Ultimate of Strangling Prison, but speaking about hit, Saipe is hit by the whole force of Dance of the Butterflies when no one is there to occupy any of the absorption, and this should signal Rad picking up first.
Better late than never, but it took 3 minutes in order to do so. Spark is going to be reset a little bit later, and I do know that there is a fight lurking in the backlines on that Black Cat. But it was the string of ultimates together. Jan Amplifier just sort of meeting the beginning of the Groot ultimate, entangling Prison to group everybody up and find the picks, and then the Dance of the Butterflies to just trim the edges, making sure that Virtus.pro wouldn't be able to try and contest this one. But ultimates now very much in favor on the side of Virtus.pro, but it's already been used up with the Freedom Charge. Rad wants to see if they can build some more momentum that Virtus.pro are trying to reset in this pace. We're seeing the Peel try to come in from Smash Des, but it means that his attention's not focused on that big ultimate battery that is the Devil Dinosaur in front of him. Means that Finzi and Sparker can absolutely carve up everybody else in the favor, and Rad trying to make something work off the Freedom Charge, find very little.
Oh, that's key picks from Virtus.pro. Like the fact that they're getting one pick to activate the Battle Recall Beacon, but then they get a second when that player is still traveling between the beacon's location back into the fight, and that second pick being Mash means that Rad just can't afford to actually commit into this fight. Crazy Kitty does have Let the Devil out. Saipe was forced into using Fate of Both Worlds previously, so you do have to worry about the damage that this Daredevil can do. Finzi wants to shut it down instantly with the Banhammer plus the Galactic Legend, but that is 3 ultimates in response to the one that Rad decide to use here. The trade-off for Virtus.pro is that they continue holding this space. They're going to be able to mark out where the Daredevil tries to make a play from and rotate away before he can hit the back line, and that's one of the crucial things, right? Taking the tempo away from these attacking teams in Hall of Jalia, slowing things up so that you can pick them apart before they can even walk the point.
I mean, the fact that this fight has been stalled in for so long is a testament for Virtus.pro, because usually it is just before the second checkpoint that things get dialed back. So Virtus.pro almost have a safety net of engagements to be taking. So the ultimates used up in that fight could be costly, but at least they have that to rely on. Calling card now for Vi, seeing if you can get the dashes in between characters, and it has forced out the Fate of Both Worlds. Rad looking to try and fight this in the end. A leap of faith for Lugia. He wants to be that legendary player to find an opening, but Virtus.pro are so well positioned. It's easy support and healing coming in from Drijo with this like cleave heal from his left click, and the freeze actually goes up to smash this. That's the Butterflies sent back into the freezer, as Saipe shows exactly why teams are prioritizing the Lunar Snow right now.
Oh, Saipe with the ult cancel buys the time for him to actually build his ultimate to heal through Smashnez when he gets a second chance at it. 49 seconds left with Smashnez being able to just farm off of the Dino health pool. You'll be able to get your ultimate back up, but you're relying on Duckies to open up the fight for you first. So much seduction has to be used just to be able to get past the bouncer line that Virtus.pro have put right up outside Rad's spawn. They're not going to make it easy for this team to be able to walk into that backline or indeed onto the objective before overtime starts to come into play.
Yeah, you've got Sinus Seduction, which could be the thing that starts off the fight for Ducky. It's a good time to be using it, but you've got a Galactic Legend. You know when he's up here, what he's about to bring down on you. Yan Amplifier trying to fight back. Sinus Seduction being blocked by some of the mise en scène of Jalia, but the pick comes in massively. Rad using whatever they have with overtime about to loom means that this has to be a full push forward, but the Stomping has come in on the other side as the Itzjev and Beast Rampage used in tandem to see if they can cause this stampede across Rad Esports as the offense starts to reach its conclusion. Nice pick up to smash this though off the back of his ultimate. Freedom Charge is going to let the rest of the team spring into this fight to find a little bit more. Virtus.pro switching over towards the Strange now. It's going to be a bit tight for time to see if they can actually fight the engagement with the portal, but the stall for Nevix might have been perfect to allow Finzi to go and engage on this one. The portal not going to be there in time. 90 seconds added for Rad to finish the map.
Ooh, that's second checkpoint picked up for Rad. Skin of their teeth. Really, the fact that they forced Saipe into using that Luna ult so early is absolutely massive. Means that VP have to be so cautious about down to the butterflies coming on through from Smashnez, and Rad can hold on to Freedom Charge for when the fight goes long to have one-sided sustainability and beat the close proximity of defense spawns. Finzi now actually swapping onto the Angela. Wants to be able to try and stop Rad's engagement off of this dive. Crazy Kitty coming on through with the Let the Devil Out, gets shut down by Sparker before you can find any opening space for Rad to be able to work with. And yet again, Virtus.pro have been able to drain all of the momentum away from the attack. With how much time they lost on second, they do not have a lot of time here on third.
Well, so many ultimates were used last time on the side of Virtus.pro with Crazy Kitties like Let the Devil Out. This time, they didn't have anything, but nothing really came of it. It just seemed to be ushered away. Shootout escorted off the premises was Crazy Kitty over on the Daredevil. But now Virtus.pro, having some time on the bank allocated, they're able to sort of set up a bit more offensively in this approach. Vi might have his own Let the Devil Out, and finding the pick onto Lugia just in the neutral could spell disaster as time is starting to run out. You have got the Fate of Both Worlds used to make sure that Sparker doesn't keep farming his highlight reel on this map alone. He's pulled into the fight, into this engagement by Crazy Kitty, but not much is going to go off the back of it. Let the Devil Out, sending Virtus.pro down onto their opponents. This attacking side is looking done and out as Rad Esports dropping players one at a time. The dashes look like Fi's playing Black Cat, but the Daredevil shows that he is the choice of melee. He's shut the door on Rad's attacking side. Nobody else is able to touch, and Rad Esports unable to finish on Jalia.
It's just a perfect cycling of ultimates coming on through from Virtus.pro. Like, early pressure comes out with the Angela and the Daredevil both dropping onto Mash to force Fate of Both Worlds in response to the Galactic Legend damage, then heaped on top, and then you still have the Heaven's Retribution coming on through from your Angela, the Let the Devil Out from Fire. You wait for the Luna ultimate to fall silent, and you come on through with your Daredevil ult to be able to pick up the eliminations, force out the Battle Recall Beacon usage, have the Angela ultimate even thrown on top of its placement so that you can instantly catch onto the player brought back, and from there you just have full player advantage to sweep away the Rad's players before they can try and stall out for a Strange Portal to come through.
I want to see the stats to see just how much Rad is able to get these eliminations, because this is, there we go.
Oh.
Perfect. Thank you, production. It's
do
a little bit
Rad.
better than the first map, but I don't think it's hard to be that better. When you go Sparker getting 15 final
Yeah.
hits, it shows that he is completely uncontested aerially, and of course the style of not available for Rad to play. What kind of counters would you even go?
18.7k damage, 15 final hits, like all of that damage. It's not just inflated off of the Vanguards, right? Like Smashness, you can see 15.7k, but only 7 final hits, because the whole duty of the Psylocke in that round was shoot Vanguards, farm up ultimate, use ultimate, hit backline, get eliminations off of the back of it.
Win off it, yeah.
Yeah, like that's the idea behind it, but I'm concerned about Crazy Kitty opting for the Ultron. He was a really good Ultron. last year for the side of Team Chopped, but Sparker having this performance on Star-Lord, going for Ultron, who we actively talk about not having a fun matchup into the Star-Lord, is a very risky play on the side of Rad.
He's hoping that Smashnez is going to play a little bit of duck hunt to see if he can take Sparker out, but this is a fully fledged Albatross, pretty much traveling across the ether to try and take these fights in now for Rad. You also have like the one-sided pressure from Rad. They wanted to make sure that they get Ultron and the other team don't, but Smashnez has his work cut out for him. Sparker having more final hits, or just as many final hits as the entirety of Rad combined alone. Not flying and soaring in the skies just yet, as it seems to be just a case of build up the ultimates, certainly when you've got these big tanks to farm up off.
Yeah, Sparker's spotted that he can't get on top of Crazy Kitty, so he's farming off of Ducky, so that you've got Galactic Legend to match Rage of Ultron. Plus, you have Vanguard Deadpool in the lobby. Of course you're going to get the first ultimate, and it will be Banhammer. That's what Virtus.pro were truly waiting for. They're not going to allow Rad to hit the first Rage of Ultron. They just use the Vanguard Deadpool ultimate, open up the space entirely, walk onto point. Now just have to worry about the Glartrox coming on through. A lot of players do get picked up by it, but there's just no follow-up damage to lead into eliminations.
Yeah, Black Cat is able to scrape out of those fights with ease with the amount of iframes that she has, but the Beer back expended means that Smashnez's eliminations are feeling a lot more final. It's Jeff is going to be used, but it seems more like a retreat as Virtus.pro looking to see if they could reset. It's a spit-off from the Captain America. He's not going anywhere. He doesn't want to do it all day, but he can do if required. I think that's how the quote goes, but Virtus.pro now, they're pretty much sat ready to go with that Galactic Legend, and Rad don't know where he is.
And Crazy Kitty got exit traded as well by Virtus.pro, so you're waiting for your Ultron to come back in. Like, you're relying on Lugia, on this Captain America, just going into Virtus.pro's side of the map, scouting out where exactly the Star-Lord will make a play from, which buys a time for Crazy Kitty to come back, but you can't use Rage of Ultron in response to Galactic Legend, which is exactly why Spark is going to use it to open up, forces Mash to have to use Fate of Both Worlds instead and hold on to the Ultron ult. Strangling Prison comes on through, catches onto players from Virtus.pro, but Cypher has Fate of Both Worlds and there's no line of sight break, so the healing is enough to keep the team in play.
Oh, that's a big pick though. Fi actually getting the elimination over onto Crazy Kitty, but the Yarn Amplifier mixed up with Elsa is doing the work required to stop this. It was Virtus.pro struggling on the first point against Rad historically. It could be more of the same. They're very close to being able to take this first objective, but it seems to be that Rad have won out this engagement. Virtus.pro have to reset. Wondering if there's going to be any changes to the composition. Probably not when you have got the Black Cat in hand with a calling card.
Yeah, you've got a calling card ready to make a play. Finzi will be able to build up a Banhammer within the 1 minute that you have remaining. But Rad, they can decide to go aggressive if they want. Like, they have options here. If they want to make a play with Freedom Charge early on, they can. Or they can afford to just sit back and run the time down. 1 point remaining for Virtus.pro to be able to start going into second. Fi trying to go into the back line, gets scouted on out by Lugia Goat, but that means that he's not in a position to run aggressively at Virtus.pro with the Freedom Charge. So Fi more than happy to just occupy the Vanguard, force the Captain America's position away from his backline, and then double back.
It must be so tilted for Lugia, just like, come back here this instant, like, please stop leaving me, I just want to talk. But there's the calling card for 5, finds that first elimination on Crazy Kitty, who has just been an easy target for all of Virtus.pro in the sky. Even the Bira back means that he might be going down very quickly again, as Fi is not letting up, but has to. Getting some more information with these obs in the backline, it's just not going to be a priority for Rad. They don't have the chance to try to reset or do anything when they have the world champions in your face taking these engagements head on. There goes Ducky, and it seems that Virtus.pro are finally going to be able to flip first, unless Rad can pull something back. You've got the Apex Predator used, hasn't amounted to much. It's Jeff gobbled up for Crazy Kitty as he gets eliminated, and Virtus.pro finally get things going. It's not going to be a loss on this map on first.
Oh, that's so rough for Rad. They were so close to full holding, but Crazy Kitty going down early means that when Mash drops, BRB has already been burnt. And you only have the Ultron rocket heal, so your Vanguard line very quickly crumbles. Even going for the Jeff from Dridro, carrying onto Smashness, so the Elsa can't stall at the point long enough for the Strange TP to come through. And Virtus.pro, they're already pushing all the way up into Rad's space. They have to be careful they don't stack up too closely, as Ducky does have that Strangling Prison ready to go, but you can't use it at the start of these fights. You have to wait for Nevix's bubble to be removed, so you don't have to worry about Strangling Prison being blocked. There's the ultimate, but in the time that you had to wait for the Dino cooldown, Cyclic being able to build up Fate of Both Worlds, so what should have been an opening for Rad turns into opportunity for VP.
Sparker now Q in hand as things are leisurely strolling along. Finzi and Nevix, that Vanguard line, still holding on to their ultimates for a big engagement. It's moving now in the way that they want to, and Rad looking a little bit lost in transit. Rampage stomping through, seeing if the focus could come in as the ultimate is going to be used on the side of Angela too. And Sparker, he's happy to wait. Yarn Amplify was used. Any other strategist supportive ultimates to keep this fight going for the defenders? He wants them all used up because he's about to pull out this Galactic Legend to maybe send this map to its foregone conclusion. Crazy Kitty eliminated again over on this Ultron. He's been a flying punching bag from this attacking side of Virtus Pro, and it seems that this is going to be a much faster fight on second than it was on first as we move into the final 2 minutes and the final 69 meters.
Yeah, this Ultron is just a puppet with its strings cut in the face of Sparker on this Star-Lord. Crazy Kitty has not been finding any form of value. He's too close, though, to this Rage of Ultron to try and, like, justify a swap, especially when you know that Spark could just use Galactic Legend. If you're Rad, you're relying on one of these ultimates. You know that Virtus Pro don't have to be able to take it for his turn. They're just going to be looking to scout out this dive. So Lugia goes forward, stalls out Virtus Pro's approach, has the freedom to charge in case he gets double-checked by 2 players as opposed to the one that they're sending on out. So that Rad just can use these ultimates and stall Virtus Pro's players. Nevix falls, thanks to the Elephant Gun coming on through from Smashnares on the Elsa. And this should be enough for Virtus Pro to be forced back. Cheap fight win as well for Rad. No ultimates expended, just very good damage. And really good split pressure coming on through from Lugia to force 2 players to look at him.
Just in the neutral. That's exactly what you want for Rad. Nothing used up, and the ultimates that you're sitting on, you're banking up and have a bit of a loot. Rage of Ultron, you don't mind using up because it's relatively cheap in order to get in for the reset, and you still have over a minute to try and hold on this defensive side. But it hasn't forced anything out from Virtus Pro. In fact, Finzi has just leaped straight into you to send you back to the graveyard again for the umpteenth time, and Rad losing out numbers have used the fate of both worlds at the same time. This means that Virtus Pro are licking their lips, and certainly with the calling card being used, it's the absolute carve through for Virtus Pro. They found an opportunity. Freedom Charge being used as Rad had everything banked up for this final defensive fight. It has all been used one at a time, one after the other, and not being used to draw a line in this sand. Virtus Pro push into this final fight. 30 seconds left for Rad to get things together.
No one's going to be able to touch. Galactic Legend from Sparker is just going to seal Rad's fate. Surely you're not letting anyone manage to help Lugia on this character. Ducky tries desperately to come forward with the Sonic Seduction, but you're held in place by Heaven's Retribution, and it's paired up with the Rampage coming on through from Finzi, and Rad just fold in the face of Virtus Pro pushing on forward with the solid strategies.
We expected Rad to be making this a little bit more of an interesting one considering the history of preseason, but also the fact that Virtus Pro have been dropping a couple of maps. This was one that you're thinking as a Virtus Pro fan, oh no, I think I have issues there. Bringing Tetra back into the fray, I feel like this was a little bit more anticlimactic, but for Virtus Pro to pretty much confirm their place in playoffs, this is the kind of result that you want.
Yeah, people have been like looking at Virtus Pro in like the first week of preseason and be like, are they good? Is everything fine? And the answer seems to be a resounding yes. Much better. Beautiful performance. Like, they obviously had their usual struggles a little bit when Rad were able to push that far. Rad did have to fight for it, though. But the second Virtus Pro got any kind of momentum on that second point, it felt like there was no riposte from Rad at all. There was just so much momentum, so much power. As you both mentioned in the cast earlier, no one was contesting Sparker. There was the counterplay from these freeze onto Smashnares when they try to dance at the butterfly when they're on defense. It just felt like on-point Virtus Pro, and it's delightful to see them. Like you say, that's a great secure for the playoffs going over to VP. You know, overall, I think this is a fantastic start to the year for them after the little bit of a rough preseason we had. But, Brad, they're not out yet, are they, Ryan?
No, not at all. Like, they still have like good chances, and you know they're losing to the teams that if you were to do your like basic predictions over in game, you would go rather as sort of expected to be losing against Na'Vi and Virtus Pro. But I guess the thing for like me, Moxie, in this case is like I want to see Rad take a map. I want them to be a little bit more upset. Same with Shikigami in the other group. I want to see them actually put these like top tier 1 teams in this region under a little bit more stress.
I mean, I just wanted to see the Ultron swap off for the whole duration.
Eat it up so
Oh,
bad.
Paul, like, look at these stats. When you have a Star-Lord, 51, 6 and 1, 32,000 damage is absolutely wild. Sparker was on fire. This is like classic OG Season 0 Sparker, best duelist in the game. And you're trying to play Ultron into this without even something like Invisible Woman having the shield stagger, so you can try and fend the Star-Lord off. It just made it so tricky for Rad to be able to play around the Rage of Ultrons, because you couldn't use them if you knew that Sparker was close to the ultimate. And when he's doing as much as he is and getting that high uptime in terms of damage, he's going to have that ultimate like every 2 fights.
He was building it so fast. He was able to use that mobility to stay away from Luki and Crazy Kitty, who were trying to just mark them as much as possible. I also want to give a shout out to Sidebay and Gridro, who are obviously keeping them alive throughout that entire fight, and Fincy, who actually took some really solid tools on their own, 5 into distraction. Devix was dominating those frontline fights, but Sparker, so many of these highlight clips are just him, just playing every angle and keeping control. Ryan, this is world champion MVP Sparker.
Yeah, I feel like Sparker just naturally, when you're like, we're same with anybody for Virtus Pro, when you're at the top, it's easy to be critical. Like, it's easy to be critical of all of the top teams, to be fair, like, just from various degrees. But it's like Virtus Pro not only just looking very dominant in this one, but clever as well. Like, thinking back to, like, the Adam Rocket, like, the drafts have looked a lot more succinct. Yeah. Whether that's a testament to them having like their read of the game and how they want to be playing, or whether that's Rad in a bit of free fall on what they want to be their core identity to build around. Like 19 eliminations against Crazy Kitty. It's hard to not like point out a singular people out, but usually you look at like double-digit eliminations against you and you go, that's way too many. Almost 20 goes to show how Crazy Kitty was trying to play around the strategy that Rad wanted, but VP were just not letting it.
I also just want to give a shout out to the fact that Devix managed to get 67k damage block, showing why Devil Dinosaur is so good. And luckily, we have an interview with Devix right now, so we can ask them about it. Devix, once again, congratulations on yet another win and a continued run. We believe that you are now fully qualified for the playoffs, so congratulations on that. The question I want to ask is, now that you are 2 weeks in here, how are you starting to find the Devil Dinosaur yourself?
Thank you very much. And yeah, I think Devil Dinosaur is like a really broken hero that is just the best frontline right now. I feel like it's a must pick on most maps and most situations, so I'm really liking him.
How are you feeling like now when it comes to like after preseason? A couple of you tweeted out like, yeah, we're not really sure. Like we thought we knew what the meta was and we were a little bit off of it. How are you feeling now? Because some other teams are just flat out said like, we don't know. We're just taking it a step at a time. So like from your perspective, especially after like the criticism that you received from preseason, are you feeling a lot more like comfortable with where the game is currently? Or are you also one of those like, we're just playing it by ear, it changes week on week?
I do think it changes week by week, but I also feel a bit more confident in a draft in today's match and recently. We're seeing like Raccoon, Star-Lord, Phoenix being like pretty high prio together with Luna, and then you have Captain and Dino, I think is the strongest frontline, and sometimes Venom. So we're getting it organized, but it's still like very chaotic. It can change like very quickly as soon as one team like finds something that's very strong. It changes everything pretty fast. So yeah.
So talk to us a little bit about the Hell's Heaven composition, because we saw the Atom, we saw the Rocket. You as a Vanguard, obviously, if there's not a lot of support coming on through from your strategists, you're going to be feeling it on the front line. How did it feel to you being able to manage your life when you know that you're relying on only Atom Rocket heals? Like, why did it work so well?
So it's like a playstyle thing. So in our comp, we're playing a dive, right, with the Dino. So the Dino's job is to bait the enemy team in, and like they play Dino and Emma, right? So they want to get that front line battle going, like where they double grab me. But I'm just baiting them in further to make them disconnect with their backline, and then my divers will go in, and then I can also go on their front line and we'll have a good trade. And also Adam is pretty interesting because Res is really strong, and also he can fight back against a lot of the divers in this meta. Also fly around like Iron Man, which is interesting.
And while Americans have been going Iron Man, we instead get our Golden Man in the Adam Warlock coming in. Nevix, we'll let you go celebrate with your team and prepare for the rest of the games for this group stage. Once again, congratulations on your win.
Thank you, guys.
Another win in the books for Virtus Pro as they have now secured their spot in the playoffs. They still have a couple more games to play to work out the seeding there, and of course, in the last week we will have that World Championship Finals rematch of them versus Na'Vi. That's still to come. We've got plenty of time before that comes around. We're all extremely excited for it. Coming up next, though, we will see Na'Vi, see how they're doing. It's going to be them versus Alter Esports. I am so excited for that one, so I'm going to take us straight to a break. When we come back, Na'Vi versus Alter Esports. Don't go anywhere. It should be
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising distance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
더 높이 날아올라 눈부어진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah 필요할 때 내가 널
I think I'm seeing red, but that might just be Cyclops' I-beams, which are currently protecting the new Alchemex headquarters. Available already in-game, a new Doom match is available. The time has come to save the heroes and stop the sins of Alchemex. But enough about the sins, time for our lovely reward, because we have another World Champion game, as Na'Vi are going to be jumping on in with their game versus Alter, who have had some roster changes potentially, according to the rumblings on the internet. We'll get into that when we talk about them. But Na'Vi, they're in a similar situation to Virtus Pro earlier, where they could be qualifying for the playoffs if they can just take this series. And we'll be starting by talking about Na'Vi. Moxie, this team is strong. World champions, runners-up world champions, and of course, preseason winners. Na'Vi are so good.
Yeah, and with the acquisition of Terra as well, they've only added more strength to their roster. Like, when we looked at preseason, Na'Vi, I think, had the best read out of a lot of teams. Like, especially in EMEA, they had for sure the best read. When we compare them to other regions as well, I still feel like they were coming out ahead of it, at least until we went into, you know, Oceania, and we got to see some of the Gen G shenanigans coming on through. They've always been able to just work out the meta really, really quickly ahead of the rest of the teams, and headed into stage 1, it's feeling like more of the same. Na'Vi have looked the most comfortable on the new meta, and they've even been finding some very unorthodox answers, shall we say, to things like the problem that Dino poses, because we had Penny Parker yesterday on Museum of Contemplation, and it worked out surprisingly well to be able to complete those holds.
That's right, sports fans. Na'Vi have a 100% win rate on Penny Parker, meaning Penny Parker now has a 100% win rate in the Stage 1 group stage of Ignite EMEA for 2026. But Moxie, who jumps out to you on this team?
We have to talk about him, right? Terra's been looking insanely strong. Jerky being able to pick up the Black Cat as well. Very much a problem for a lot of teams that you run into. But my opinion, it's the backline. Fate, level 1 quirk, some of the best strategists in the whole game. Fate, known for being able to pioneer things like the Jeff composition, very quickly flexed on to the White Fox and was looking absolutely unstoppable on it in the preseason, and only continues to add strength to Na'Vi's composition because you have one of the best White Foxes in the world paired up with one of the best Lunas. So if you let that strategist line up through the draft system, you have 3 CC cooldowns up and available to deal with anyone who tries to duel out that backline.
Na'Vi went to World Championships, saw the damage stats for who the top 3 duelists were, saw it was Jerky, Terra, and Sparker, and realized they could get 2 of them. And they've actually managed to get away with that, and it's been showing in their games. But the team they're up against, coming in from the Marvel Rivals Championship, it is Alter Esports. Ryan, tell me about them.
Yeah, I think the big thing so far is that Alter Esports struggling in groups but losing out on a player. The player team captain who was maybe just like in spirit the team captain, like he helped Alter Esports qualify through MRC alongside Rad, but it's been a very different story in comparison to the other team in that space. So with Korea, the substitute, coming in alongside the squad, it's going to be a bit of a mix-up, but this is just a team that is just scrambling to get something together, especially now that like tournament life is on the line with relegation. Very much a real thing that's looming for them.
Monarch, who seems to be the sort of third Vanguard, back when we had Deadpool Vanguard being very popular, moving over to main Vanguard here. But talking about the actual difference between these teams, Ryan, you've got something that you've noticed between these two teams.
So there's a lot of like damage being thrown out naturally in this meta because of stuff like Devil Dinosaur, but Alter Esports are the worst at turning the damage that they're dealing into final hits. Out of all of the teams in Ignite in EMEA, they're going up against the squad that isn't putting out the most damage as such. It's only 2k difference across the team every 10 minutes. But it's the fact that there's more eliminations, more final hits coming in from Na'Vi, who are leading the line on both. They are so clinical with the damage that they put out that the likes of Celestial Husk and any domination map is going to be better suited to them. Alter Esports are doing the damage, but they're just not clinical enough. They're not finding those lethal picks.
And Moxie bringing up that we now have a team that's not as good at transitioning their damage into KOs versus the team with one of the best sustaining backlines in the game. We're heading into map number 1. I leave you. We've got Moxie, Ryan Central.
Feels like a car crash waiting to happen when Tencha puts it like that, right, Moxie? It's an insurmountable task potentially for Alter Esports, but in these kind of moments, like, weird things can happen.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at stat lines like that, right, and problems that you pointed out, it basically says that the target focus is off in terms of Alter Esports. As we get ready to head into the ban draft, Gambit being the instant ban go-to yet again, Dino on the save, followed by the Rocket ban coming on through from Na'Vi, because as we talk about, like, Rocket just continues climbing up in terms of priority to look at. Cosmic Yawn Amplify giving you the damage potential to break through Strategist Ultimate Uptime, BRB being such a pain to deal with in terms of player trades, especially on domination, where if you start winning a fight and then BRB brings a player back, that's another player you have to take out to be able to stop the stall and have that point percentage battle go the wrong way.
Yeah, Phoenix being protected for Alter Esports, this has been naturally a very different shift because of Team Captain being out of the roster. Monarch, who was just the flex player, if he's on that main Vanguard frontline, would make sense why Alter Esports have put as much priority on the likes of Mantis, because they did want to go for that triple strategist backline, put Whoops on something like a Jean Grey, Elsa in some of these cases to just funnel damage output into them, so they could basically be the server admin. So the Mantis is going to be taken out right at the end. For Na'Vi, for like protects and stuff, it has been like prioritizing Daimo as per usual, but then it's like Star-Lord, for Terra, like Luna, they could get it one-sided, but they want to go for the one-sided Rocket Raccoon, which again makes sense with their backline.
Yeah, means as well that, like, if Alter go for the Star-Lord ban here, Loki Mantis slips through. For Navi's backline, something that Alter just simply can't allow, taking out the Loki as well. We've seen teams like Reason actually do really, really well with the Loki rocket, just off of how quickly you can build up those ultimate cycles and have 2 casts of Cosmic Ion Amplifier, not just that, 2 casts of BRB, which is absolutely wild, not a fun time to have to fight into. So not surprised that the Loki is looked at, but that means that Star-Lord for Terra gets a pass yet again. So Alter Esports not going to want to play Flyers, going to have to worry about Star-Lord having the additional iframes with the TP, so that even if we have the Star-Lord coming on through on the side of Whoops, it's not a fair 1 versus 1. One Star-Lord has so much more resources to be able to get the victory in that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, when it comes to resources, Terra is happy to ask for them. Even able to stream some of the games to hear his comms. He's like looking for those final picks. And Na'Vi have been straight up cooking right now. And Alter Esports have struggled to finish their dinners with getting eliminations. Unfortunately for them, relegation might be the next thing on the menu if they don't get some wins together in groups and at least reach playoffs. So a very tough task for them today, and changes aplenty. But we'll see exactly if Alter can actually scare Na'Vi on a game and a day where it's just been fairly straightforward for them in groups.
Well, strange TP to open things up. Exo already in cloak form looking for that Terror Cape. This means that you actually bypass the Daredevil passive, since you can't actually see the portal coming on through, which means that Alter will be able to potentially jump on someone from Navi's end. They use it to secure up the high ground, but that does mean, even though Terra is falling pretty low, Star still has all of the iframes as well as the BRB set up from Fate if he truly does go down. Level 1 Crook might be the one actually burning out that BRB as he goes up onto the high ground to stop Alter from being able to coordinate a drop on the team, allowing Rajard to close up the distance onto the point, and Na'Vi take a brawl 6 versus 6 now that the BLE is gone.
Yeah, it's interesting to be seeing level 1 Crook on the Daredevil. We saw some hijinks from Na'Vi yesterday as their group game went fairly standard. And there seems to be more of the case. You've got Jerky that's over on the White Fox, which doesn't seem too out of the ordinary with how they've been trying to play it. But it's not maybe Na'Vi sandbagging, but it's definitely them keeping their cards close to their chest with what they want to be playing.
Hiding strats, I think, is the best way to say it. They even said, they confessed in their interviews in preseason playoffs that they hid strategies. They didn't want to reveal their true power in group stages. They were even okay dropping maps and matches so that they were able to hold on to said strategies, especially when you're leading in the region. A lot of teams are going to be looking to see how you play these new metas. Hatro yet again picks level 1 Crook, this time no BRB to bring the Daredevil back, and trust me, might be falling shortly afterwards. So Alter trying to get through these chokes, but losing the Loki before they can walk forward is going to cost them, with Terra going in deep, getting the pick off onto the Phoenix, and then teleporting out of the fight so he doesn't get punished, can reset, stabilize, and go back for more.
Yeah, Whoops has found a pick on to Trust Me that really wanted to leap in and make this a lot more painful for Alter Esports, but the beer back means that it's not really going to be that scary for them in the end. A window potentially for Alter Esports to take a fight and engagement, and a Banham a bit later than usual to be used in this first engagement from Monarch, who's making a debut as a main Vanguard frontliner. He's able to find another pick onto level 1 Crook, who isn't quite mogging in the server as he has been outside of it, but Whoops not getting too much out there. It's Terra actually that was using a Galactic Legend. Whoops sitting back, waiting on his. But again, you only have that short window to be working with. The offense now trying to come out from Alter Esports as there's the Galactic Legend. In comparison, Demijo's going to keep everybody on the ground stocked up and ready to go whilst this fight against the Devil Dinosaur, Frankie Bobson. He can throw haymakers, but he's not landed enough knockouts.
Someone has to tell level 1 Crook he's not on Vanguard at the moment. With the amount of face tanking he's doing, trying to run towards Whoops there through the Galactic Legend. And Song Inferno coming on through from Kureha. Na'Vi going to be able to break it before it can break that team, and Hatro falls early yet again to Trust Me, just hitting the back line, separating off of the fight happening on main, coming on through the Freedom Charge, splitting up Alta's resources for stability so they can pick apart the Vanguards once the strats are gone, and that should close things out in this first round. 100-0 on Na'Vi's side, despite the role swaps coming on through.
Okay, production, scoreboard. I want to see just how well, or not well, level 1 Crook is doing in this capacity. So we reach Celestial Hand for Alter Esports. Some good moments, but let's see exactly how this is going. 5 and 4. Not bad, but he has more eliminations against him than the rest of his team.
Hey, look, distraction measures coming up from the Daredevil.
Fate might actually out-damage him.
You know what probably actually hurts more as well? The fact that you're doing mental damage, not just literal damage, because every time you get a pick off onto one of Alta's players, they have to go back to spawn with the shameful knowledge that they lost to a duelist who's normally on a strategist role.
Who is streaming his perspective, probably shirtless like he was yesterday, as if it was just him queuing in ranked at this rate. But it's Na'Vi just...
Spider-Man real? Are we really to that point, Na'Vi, where we're playing with our food this
No
much?
strategists. No strategists. Oh my god. We're back in silver, ladies and gentlemen, for Alter Esports. This is mental warfare to the nth degree, but Fate thankfully does switch off. He was just seeing if he could get a hook and pull somebody out into a threatening situation before Alter Esports really clocked what was going on.
Oh, that would have been insane if they got a pick up that way. Hatcher has God of Mischief. You're likely going to have to use it in response to the Let the Devil Out, but they actually go very early with it for the aggressive copy onto Rocket's Cosmic Ion Amplifier. Won't be able to pick up picks on the side of Na'Vi, but it does zone them mostly off of this point, though Trust Me on the Captain America can still stick around it and stall out that cap so that Alter can't yet pick it up, but he falls, brought back by the BRB, but it does allow Alter to finally be able to pick up that point and start pushing up the point percent.
It feels like the Be Right Back so far for Rocket have just been worth their weight in gold so far today, and it seems to be more of the same. Level 1 Crook bringing out the ultimate, gets eliminated. Whoops says, "What are you doing, son? Get off my character." But Terra clears up everybody else whilst that altercation is going on. Seems to be just taking a lot of attention at the very least, but now Whoops is going to be the final one to be eliminated. Maybe there's going to be a few more added to the list as Alter Esports struggling to get anything together, has to reset, but just dropping one at a time.
They have no space to be able to work with, right? Your front line's being ran upon by the Dino and the White Fox. Your back line is being just constantly flanked by both the Star-Lord and the Captain America. Terra's going to be sitting on Galactic Legend. Hatcher at least is going to have the regeneration domain Exo, the Kumeho Unleashed, to be able to try and heal through it, but it's going to give so much duel percentage onto the side of Na'Vi, who can just play to stall out Alter before this fight even properly kicks off. Take a little bit of damage, channel it into poke so that you're closer to the Freedom Charge coming through from Trust Me, and all the while they're getting all of this point percent with Alter just not making any forward moves. There's the first stage, Frankie Boxing coming through with the Rampage, but Terra just teleports out of that. Fate falling at least, but he gets the Cosmic Ion Amplifier through, so Na'Vi still have all of the damage amplified coming on out, forcing the end song to break it.
And finally, there's some semblance of a push happening here. Alter was able to switch the point for a short time, and now the fight was looking to go in their favor. But Na'Vi have been consistently the top dogs when it comes to fighting as the underdog. With players down now, there's ultimate starting to ring out all together as the Kumeho can only watch as the threat from the sky is actually shot down. Korea means it takes out as the Galactic Legend. Terra is going to be reset with a Be Right Back. And Alter Esports winning a good portion of this fight, but they haven't flipped the point. It's still ticking up for Na'Vi. They're now starting to regroup, having to actually give up some of that space, but still, trust me, able to stall a little bit longer means it's 93%. Pretty much this final fight could be match point.
Yeah, Hatro holding on to the God of Mischief, knowing that Na'Vi has so much point percent lead. You can't go into this next fight with no ultimates to be able to play with. So that Loki ultimate can be the difference maker to hold Na'Vi off at the pass. Crook's getting real close to the Let the Devil Out, so Hatcher has to make a big decision. Do you use the copy aggressively, in which case Na'Vi will just disengage it, or do you risk holding onto it and using it to deal with the Daredevil's ultimate? In case you lose a player early though, your decision might be made for you as Na'Vi just try and force the issue. Onto point they rotate, level 1 Crook trying to get the ultimate online as quickly as possible, but Face got the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier and Na'Vi are good to go.
The head-to-heads are going on for level 1 Crook, and he's eliminated as I started speaking about him again. Korea sends him straight back to spawn with the Ensong Inferno, but back means that he's not going back to spawn. He's back into the fray, but there's more players dipping. It seems to be even on numbers as Alter still holding on by the skin of their teeth onto this objective as it's building up towards the latter end of it. Na'Vi, however, they're still pretty comfortable. They're building up these ults, and they might not even need them as Hatro gets picked off again from Terra, who is so good at selecting these engagements. It doesn't matter if he has an ultimate or not. Korea has done well to try to keep honors even, and even the Banhammer is going to be used to keep Na'Vi down a couple of players, but Terra is still finding these picks one after the other. He's shaking the foundations of Alter Esports. He's ripping a hole straight through them, and most importantly, Moxie, he's flipped the point back into their favor. The portal has to be used from Hatro in order to touch it, and even these big dinosaurs are looking like they're on the extinction line as Terra is just sat up like the asteroid above them. Galactic Legend, he might just have the aura to win the match without needing it, but the Kuriho is going to be used. He's threatening all of this attention, all of that focus. Bit by bit, Alter Esports run out of ground, and Na'Vi win out 2-0 on Celestial Husk.
It's Hatro who's forced to go for the swap onto the Strange to set the portal up in time. So you lose the Loki, you lose the regeneration domain to stabilize the portal re-push, which means that you're relying on the Kumeho to be able to heal through Galactic Legend, but that just gets absolutely shredded, and Na'Vi walk away with a clean sweep on Celestial Husk, looking like the dominant team that we continue to see both in preseason and Stage 1 so far.
It's just from bad to worse for Alter. We'll see what map they choose after this.
여기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 아득도 흘러낸 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 숨들 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 한도 믿어 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 이 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지는
keeping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way.
Do your thing, Double D. Lone Bro's got your back. You're safe, pal.
Maximum!
Kill them there. Stay damn up. Yeah, that's my boy.
Na'Vi continuing their domination for this year after a preseason victory and a great set of runs throughout the preseason. They continue their earlier setup with yet another win, taking a 2-0 on Celestial Husk, including a couple role swaps there, Moxie.
Yeah, some psychic damage being able to come through, inflicted with the side of the roll swaps. But as we said, like Na'Vi, they like to hide their strategies. A lot of these teams are looking at everyone at the top to try and work out where exactly the meta is headed, especially trying to work out it very quickly before we head into week 3. And you have some really quite tough matchups like Na'Vi versus Virtus.pro. I think that's the one that everyone's going to be looking at. Virtus.pro likely going to be looking to see what exactly Na'Vi are up to so they can try and get the best ban draft headed into it possible. So if you can throw them off of the scent of what you're actually wanting to play with those roll swaps coming on through, it's honestly a really good min-max draft.
Look at the MVP here. This was honestly a little bit tight. We were struggling to work out who we wanted to give it to here, but it's going to go over to Rajaro. They were just the stalwart front line. They stayed on their role in this case, and it was just insane. They had full area control. They had an incredible setup of going 20-1 here while still being able to tank 40k damage. That's basically double his own damage. Once again, showing a very strong Devil Dinosaur.
It's what you'd want, right? When a character is just that like omnipresent meta-wise. I don't think they're like the thing that changes too much of like having it non-mirrored and such, but it's more like Rajaro able to just sort of make this character his own. I think statistically he's one of the better performances. Like, yeah, it would have been a meme to put level 1 Crook as the MVP for this one, but it's like you have to look at Terra, right? 27-2, 18 final hits. The amount of damage that he was able to put out was not as high as the likes of Rajaro, but that's what I was mentioning before the game. Na'Vi can turn damage into eliminations very quickly. Meanwhile, on the other side for Alter Esports, it just wasn't looking the same. They were struggling to get anything going, despite the fact that Frankie Boxing was also outputting a lot of damage on his own Devil Dinosaur.
They did their best, but it's not over yet. They can still try to bring it back, but right now, it's going to be all about the map. Alter, Na'Vi are one of those teams that have yet to show very many map weaknesses, so being able to choose somewhere to take them, it's not going to be like Virtus.pro, where there's, of course, the meme choice of, all of Jalia, that's going to be the trauma map. But in this case, is there anything like that for Na'Vi, Box?
Not Museum of Contemplation, please. Please, not Museum of Contemplation.
We don't need to put through it.
It's Navi's best map, in my opinion. Although we see it played so often in all of the regions. Like, okay, there we go. It's Hollow to Jalia.
There it is.
Not Museum of Contemplation.
Yeah, it's also the map that like the times that Alter have lost is what they've chosen, and it's like one win that they were able to get together, one loss, and that's pretty much all that they've had going for them so far. The likes of like losing to Lions in that first day, rough one.
We keep our momentum going, but can Na'Vi keep theirs going, or will Alter be able to even up the score? We're heading into map number 2, Hall of Jalia, Pride Central, and Goldbox.
one of those ones where it's like you have got Ulta losing to Rad on this map in groups last week, and then you've also got like Rad beating, like losing to Navi on it. So it's kind of like it's a tricky go around. But then again, I'd say for like Rad, they did go for the whole like not banning out Gambit first, which, you know, adds a little bit of an asterisk to that one. Here in this case, Gambit definitely not getting through for either team.
Yeah, not just not going for the Gambit, but also letting the Star-Lord Gambit and Rocket through as well, which is like, ooh, okay, just assembling the Infinity Stones when it comes to that lineup as Na'Vi continue. Is this one-sided Rocket that they go for? No, Dino, save. Coming on through. I'd really like Alta to address the Rocket now that Na'Vi have not opted to save it in the first slot, because Terra, we talked about it, he was getting so much work done on the Star-Lord and he just was not being punished because every time Alta tried to turn their attention to deal with him, he just blipped out of the fight with the teleport coming on through from the network team up as Black Cat is going to be cut from Navi's duelist pool. So Alter Esports still not going for the Rocket just yet, removing the Phoenix instead so that they lose a hypercarry duelist potential.
Maybe we can see the one-sided Rocket be protected on the side of Na'Vi. I mean, Fate will be happy for it for sure. Like, we've one of the early adopters, and it seems to be the perfect meta for him. And there it is. Like, Rocket Raccoon is going to be available for Na'Vi. They're defending first. Fearabacks have been worth a ton. Rocket must be making a lot of money off just the stocks of building those and putting them out. Because on maps like this, we already saw it with Virtus Pro, it could be insurmountable.
I mean, yeah, the Rocket stocks rise as the Ultron stocks decline. Lunar Snow is actually going to be banned on out, so Rocket Star-Lord makes it through a draft. Yet again, Ulta might go for one-sided Phoenix if they want to, but they opt for the Mantis instead. So Na'Vi now potentially thinking about banning out a Phoenix themselves, so you don't have to worry about the 8% damage boost coming on through from that in neutral. And they do, yeah, no team gets the Gene. Alter Esports do get the Mantis, but as we've already seen, Mantis Ultron not having a fun time in current meta, so I don't imagine they would opt for the Ultron here. It's likely going to be something like the Mantis Loki, since we do have both the Mantis, the Loki, and the Groot fully in play for Alta, so relying on that team up instead.
Yeah, Alter Esports, they sort of tried to make their whole strategy, whether it was working or not, they really dedicated to having like the Mantis one-sided, go for triple strategist, funnel those resources into Whoops. But because of the shift around and you've got Monarch sort of playing in that front line now, Breha might be able to do it, but certainly not to the same level of Monarch, who I think has actually been like decent at that role. And you've got to respect like Alter Esports, they found what they want to build around, and that's their kind of like whole strategy to go towards it. It's just that this week is obviously going to be a bit of a curveball because you've had to make roster moves.
Well, I mean, Monarch in preseason was impressing, not just in terms of flexibility of being able to play things like the Mantis, but also really impressing with the Vanguard Deadpool, to the point that a lot of teams actually banned it out against them fairly early on, and if it wasn't banned, it was actually a point that Alter Esports tried to use to be able to save on to, but we'll have to see how exactly they decide to employ this Mantis. Won't be the Mantis Loki, it looks like. It will actually be the Mantis Adam with the Star-Lord. Thankfully, no revives on the side of the Mantis Star-Lord. We're not back in 2025 old school resurrection meta, but Na'Vi yet again playing something that I'm sure a lot of people will be very happy for. Terra's breaking out the Iron Fist to be able to melt down the Flyers and the backline from Alta's side.
Tanuki's watching from Team Heretics, and he's doing the Leonardo DiCaprio pointing at the TV screen because Jerky has pulled out the Black Panther and not quite the Black Cat, but it's close enough name-wise. We can at least make it work, because Alter Esports do have that access to the newest duelist, just intending not to use it on this attacking side so far. Whoops has been pulled out of the sky to the ground from Trust Me as he's anchored his squad very heavily onto this defensive line. And yeah, I don't even need to mention what we're seeing on screen.
Jerky falls to Kureha at least, and Monarch's able to keep himself alive through the fight, which does manage to preserve the ban hammer structure as Jerky decides, okay, well, I went down, at least I'm back fast, swaps onto Spider-Man, gets such a good scout onto the backline, looks for the grab off map with the get over here onto Hatro, doesn't quite land it, so the Mantis survives into this fight, and he has to try and close up the distance, gets hit by a lot of damage, and instantly goes down, but he's got a second chance at this one because BRB brings him right back.
and everybody else has started to group up a little bit, making sure that this window that the Be Right Back is out of commission isn't going to land in any more eliminations, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. I think Jerky is honestly just spitting his dummy out a little bit. He was on strategist the majority of preseason. He's like, I want to play duelist, the real duelist. The Iron Fist absolutely punches a hole straight through Alter alongside that entangling prison. Alter sent back to spawn, probably grumbling under their breath or just complete silence in the comms.
Alter will have the Galactic Legend to be able to open this fight, but I mean, the problem for them is that outside of the Mantis damage boost, that's really all there is to enable the Star-Lord. So Cosmic Yawn Amplifier from Fate, more than enough to be able to heal on first, so you can hold on to the invisible boundary when the fight goes long and you have to contest with the full revive strategy being up and available for the Karmic Revival. Terra is going to hit onto Hatchari, trying to put the pressure onto the Mantis early, potentially force out that Soul Resurgence as Whoops comes on through with the Galactic Legend, and Level and Crook actually reacts with Invisible Boundary. Alter using the Mantis ultimate to run right into it, and they with Cosmic Yawn Amplifier and some spectacular spin, which means the Jerky screenshot the moment walks away with 2 eliminations off the ult.
That's going on the top 5 plays of the week, whether it deserves to or not, because Jerky is making a fan favorite and a player-hating character frustrating for Alter Esports. It's pretty much not mathematically out, but he's pulled them off the map. It seems that they managed to survive by the skin of their teeth, but it's still just aura losing on the side of Alter. Good grief.
It's always Na'Vi Spider-Man strats to pull someone off map. Normally, it's trust me. Jerky decides to take a page from his Vanguard's book. Frankie trying to open up the space for Alter to walk forward. Rampage is enough, sets up the pick onto both Rajaro and Navi's backline, so they've finally got the chance to get onto the front line. But I mean, the fact that Kuriha off of the Adam onto the Namor gives up the full charge of Karmic Revival speaks volumes to how frustrating it's been having to play against both the Iron Fist and the Spider-Man.
Ooh, Jerky.
Just in time for Navi to be able to get on through, and Alter Esports not cleaned up this fight just yet. They might be held yet.
They might be held because of Jerky holding on like low HP, manages to stall for the portal to come through, but Frankie Boxing has sent the Doctor Strange all the way back. Terra now, see him considering switching, maybe not. He just wants to see if he can keep going and fighting on this. It's seeming like a lost fight in the end for Na'Vi, but you've used up all 4 minutes as Terra's going to take a moment, a bit of respite, as finally things get going. Exo finds himself 2 nice picks in order to actually get this point going, because that could have been, frankly, embarrassing.
Trust me, has face of the abyss. Terra's getting scouted out at the moment. We'll be able to rotate to a health pack, grab that one up, stabilize before Alter can chase him down. So there's a lot of stall-out potential on this card. Alter, Exo can try and shut the speed of the abyss down with the Spectral Surge coming on through, but Trust me is able to connect to the ground in time before the charm comes on through, gets the anti-heal applied onto Monarch, and allows Na'Vi to be able to come on through with the eliminations. You trade one, but you've got the battle recall beacon still in place, so that trade's instantly erased. And Alter have to invest big, but they're losing some of these plays. Losing the Invis Woman early is not going to be a fun time to try and get this Dino into a position to start shredding down Na'Vi's front line.
It's just not really a situation that you're used to actually scrimming in, never mind playing against officials, but Alter are doing their best to prioritize the right targets, and it's like Na'Vi are starting to flounder a little bit. It's not looking like the complete difference in how they're strategizing. Alter Esports have got stuff moving, they have ultimates backed up, and most importantly, that objective is moving along closer to the second checkpoint. Banhammer is going to be used on one side as Galactic Legend flies in from the other, and whoops, there he is. He's up in the sky, able to at least force up some of that utility on the side of Na'Vi defensively. The spectacular spin finds nothing. He goes in, straight sent back down, and there's no portal this time for Na'Vi to contest. It's going on to second.
Yeah, second checkpoint picked up on the side of Alter Esports. Very fast fashion too, making up for a lot of the stall potential that they had on first. Level 1 Crook's about to come on through with the invisible boundary, but Kuriha can instantly erase any of its value, just sending out the Horn of Proteus directly on top of it. Uses it now, cuts out Crook, forcing him away from his team, but invisible boundary comes up in response. So even though you get stunned out, you still have the heal. You don't get hit by the one-shot potential of the inside ring. So Na'Vi will be able to hold. Jerky with the swap off of the Spider-Man onto the Star-Lord starts just shredding down Alter on the off angle, and they're pushed all the way back into their spawn, which means that Hatro's invisible boundary is not going to have a fun time of finding any form of value if you can't rotate onto the objective and use it there.
It was those two big ultimates of Banhammer and the Galactic Legend that got things pretty much over the line for Ultra on the second checkpoint, but things have pretty much stopped where it ended. They haven't been able to make any form of progress now, and Navi looking a little bit more locked in than previous. They're going to use the Feast of the Abyss to take a chunk out of the dinosaur to see if that rump steak is tasty enough for Navi to actually start to put the offensive back on the attacking side. But Ultra found a bit of a counter pressure initiative themselves. The picks are good. It's Terra that gets eliminated, but the Vera back means that there's not really the numbers problem that Ultra are hoping for.
Well, there's a time problem, which is unfortunate for Ultra. That's why Navi are taking so many of these fights. They've got the BRB up, so they can actually afford to just bleed players. Stalling out the point push, coming on through with their own ultimates. Jerky gets the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier, has cover behind the pillar, but gets taken down by a Monstro coming on through from Kureha after he's brought low by Whoops with the Galactic Legend duel. Terra not able to use the Living Chi, gets taken down by the Star-Lord, and Navi having to pull back. 30 seconds left. They will have Invisible Boundary. Try to structure their defense around as Ultra are going to lose a little bit of the opportunity to push deep into their side now that the defense gets a little bit more cover to play around.
There's too many barriers for Jerky to take this fight, and there's the Horn of Proteus. Haven't seen too many of the whales show up on this map. It's usually other animals that are taking the focus, but Living Chi, as Terra is striking the ground, and any member of Ultra Esports in his way, it's exactly what he wants when it comes to performance. He's found all of the eliminations. Ultra Esports have been sent back to Kunlun. The portal is going to try to bring them in for one last go around, but this is looking like the team knockout performance that Navi want to try and finish this off. However, there's plenty more stomps happening. Not only the Kamiho, but Frankie Boxing taking a stampede all the way through with that Raging Beast ultimate. You've got a lot of players actually pulling themselves off of the objective for Ultra Esports. It was looking like there could be a moment of Cloud9 potentially appearing, but now it's very much a case of nobody from Ultra Esports touching onto the point. Navi win out the scrap, and Ultra Esports at least have done well on the attacking side to not be held on first.
Yeah, I mean, if we pull open the stats, like, Navi will probably be down in terms of casualties in comparison to Ultra, but the trade-off is that they just take so much time off of Ultra's bank. When they head into Fur, they have so little opportunity to be able to build up ultimates and start sweeping Navi's players. It's really tough when you get to those later pushes of both Convoy and Convergence with how close the defense spawns are, especially when you factor in the mobility of all of the heroes that Navi play, plus the BRB. When you bring a player down, there's still potential from the rest of the team. BRB being up, potentially just bringing them straight back into the mix. Like, it's very hard for Ultra to actually be able to fully sweep out this team. So you can see, like, Trust Me goes down 4 times, Jerky 7, Rajaro 6, Terry even 4. But the thing is that Navi just constantly put those players back onto the objective to constantly stall out Ultra's pushes. So they just lose all traction and tempo play to be able to just snowball through the map.
I'm doing the quick maths, and it seems to be more of the same for Ultra Esports. More damage done total against Navi than vice versa. And elimination's looking better than usual, but it's still the same thing. Navi are the leaders, the gods almost, of unfortunate fights.
Oh, it's min-max time. Navi playing the Penny Parker mines onto the door. Frankie Boxing deliberately walks over them, and then you have to wait for the actual map to start before you can heal that Vanguard so that it translates into ult charge. If you do it before the doors open, you don't actually get any of the strategist ult time. So very good play from Ultra to just hold off on that one.
Yeah, like an extra 5% for Exo, I think it was. And you know that Navi's going to try and pull out the Penny Parker whenever they can. Jerky is still over on the Star-Lord. Terra's like, the Iron Fist is suiting me just fine. And it's whether Jerky can be that decisive moment. He's not quite got the sort of killer instinct, I suppose, that you would see from Terra usually, but he finds the elimination. Banhammer is going to be used on him, down to 22 HP, eventually eliminated, but you would imagine that the Vera back is going to bring him straight back in, and Navi already have the numbers on point to make this a very fast flip on first.
Do they go for the strange TP play? Because it looked like they were trying to go for the strange TP plus Exo swapping onto the Atom to have Soul Bond, but because he's the player that goes down first, he's actually got to be the one that swaps onto the strange, but the body block. This is the min-max play that you can do. Like, Dino's hitbox is so big, you can straight up just block that portal and not allow anyone through. So a very fast sweep on the first point as Alta changing up this composition yet again. Kuriha thinking about what possibly to go for. Opts for the Ultron and Deja Vu, Ryan. We've been on this map on this exact composition before. Ultron into Star-Lord Rocket. Kuriha is going to be so vulnerable if Jerky's able to close up the distance and start looking for the one clip off of the now expanded mag coming on through from that Star-Lord.
Whoops isn't on Elsa, he's on the Namor, which I think has been a pretty good answer to the Star-Lord in some cases. Korea looked good on it, but this is a baptism of fire for your debut playing on this team to sort of fill some of the roster changes. Rajaro found the pick onto the other dinosaur. It's a bit of a rock, paper, scissors match with these small hands, but Rajaro has pretty big ones to land us hits. Now, Na'Vi still moving things forward. It's just a case of building around that entangling prison, but you've also got Jerky using up the Galactic Legend, forcing things back. You might not need it with how this fight is going, but the strangling and the intoxications of these roots are going to pull everybody in. Nobody can fight the Horde of Proteus. Isn't going to do all that much to Na'Vi. They swat it away, and it just seems to be Monarch's eventual stall on the objective is not going to stop enough. 4 minutes on the clock. Is about to be like 6 potentially with Na'Vi actually building this up so fast. The Ultra Esports in complete freefall.
Oh, Kuriha could potentially use the Rage of Ultron here if Ultron wants to try and fight this out. Whoops actually swaps onto the Punisher. Start trying to shred down some of these brutals as quickly as possible. Rage of Ultron and Rampage used at the same time, but Ultron's just too low against the Star-Lord. And Exo has to double down. Double strategist all invested in the fight, and Ulta still on the losing side of things. This is not good for overall ultimate economy as Na'Vi continue to roll things forward. Ultra in absolute free fall state at the moment. Losing players late. Whoops falls Exo onto the Adam with the panic swap. Having that soul bond to try to survive Terra's living chi in this next fight as Na'Vi just flood Ulta's side of Spawn so that no one can get past and touch.
We gotta be looking at Terra because I feel like the panache is about to come out in full force with Living Chi. It's about to be used, and he's sending himself straight into Ultra Esports, into the front line. He's happy to fight whatever beasts of burden are in front of him, whether it's the giant fox of White Fox or the Devil Dinosaur. Those two new characters are gonna do nothing to this OG of the melee hitters. The Galactic Legend is gonna be pretty much cementing Na'Vi's map as a legendary choice to look back on, unless you're an Ultra Esports fan. You've just lost out to the one previous world champions of Na'Vi, and Terra making the Iron Fist look salvageable, honestly. A 2-0 series.
Na'Vi, it all spirals really off of the Galactic Legend Cosmic Yawn Amplifier fight on second, where they totally stall out Ulta's opportunity to actually take a fight. It's so one-sided, they can't look for poke, they can't charge up strategist ult, so when Strangling Prison comes through, there's no answer for it. And then Ulta, they start panicking, they try and invest the Rage of Ultron, they lose the Ultron halfway through the ult, they panic more and invest the Invisible Boundary because now you're in a sunk cost fallacy mindset, right? You're like, okay, we've already used 2 ultimates in this fight. We have to try and win it out. So why not invest a third? But then they just lose all ultimate economy to stop Na'Vi from pushing for yet more.
And Na'Vi just got so much momentum. Every time they got a yet more. Ulta's best moments were when they actually had the lockdown. Like when Na'Vi had the Spider-Man Iron Fist together, that one swap to the more, they basically had the position locked down. They were able to slowly whittle away the front line while the duelists did their own thing. And unfortunately, we did not get a very spectacular spin, more a quick heel turn immediately into Star-Lord from Gurky in there. But
Hey, look, he got us 2.
He
got
bore
his
the
2
bait up
of the
for it.
ultimate. That's being clipped. That's being screenshotted. He's gonna be like, look, guys, Spider-Man's viable, I swear.
But the
gonna let
Iron
out the
Fist
cage.
in particular, though, obviously Iron Fist can have its problems into stuff like a Devil Dinosaur because he can just get picked up and thrown around. It's the same with any crowd control-based character. But also, he's one of the very few percentage damage characters left in the game against the character with the highest hit point pool in the game. So there's so much work that can be done. It's going to be Jerky who gets the MVP here because, like we said, they did very much make up for it. Incredible play on that Star-Lord, really had the positioning under their control. more than enough to actually help them push on through to victory. And also, just a shout out to them in the last round, playing a really solid White Fox.
It's glimmers of what this team can do, and I don't even think it's like that BM for them to be pulling out stuff like the Iron Fist, because there's like moments and right positionings, and Na'Vi have always looked the best because in comparison to the likes of Virtus Pro, who are just pound for pound very good players, Na'Vi is not afraid to go unorthodox, because those unorthodox characters could very become the new meta. We've seen that countless times, so I don't even think it's that bad for Na'Vi to go, we're just going to sort of freeball it here, pick up some of these other characters and get some good time on them, because not many people are audacious enough to attempt this and then win on it.
Yeah, no, not many people are audacious enough to attempt this, and also to actually stick with it. Like, yeah, we saw Jerky adjust onto the Star-Lord because it did make the composition work out a little bit better, but Moxie, they did stick with the Iron Fist, and it was getting the value, the pressure they were giving onto the backline, and then immediately able to swap onto the front line for that percentage damage worked out.
I mean, Iron Fist just has really high levels of mobility plus self-sustain. So you don't really have to worry as much about Fate and Crook keeping one of your duelists up. They can be much more focused on being able to keep the Vanguard line up when we see that Brawl play break on out. And it means that Na'Vi just got to continue to apply pressure onto Alter Esports, so that if they pick up one fight win, they're already moving forward, taking more space, eating into the resources that Alter Esports can use, both in terms of heroes forcing out really crucial cooldowns before ultimates get invested, but also in terms of positioning setup. Like, there's defender advantage when it comes to maps like Convergence. Winning one fight means that you can slow the attackers totally down to a standstill, but Alter Esports did not get the opportunity to take advantage of any of that, because they're constantly having to worry about where the Iron Fist and Star-Lord will pop up to have to deal with.
There was so much healing output as well. You already mentioned the self-sustain that the Iron Fist does, meaning that so much of that healing could be focused onto the Star-Lord, who did unfortunately teleport himself quite away from the fight, but made it back for the last Galactic Legend. And we get to talk to him right now. It's going to be Jerky joining us here from Na'Vi. And as I feel like say to you fairly often when we get to talk to each other, congratulations on yet another win. The Spider-Man Iron Fist, I should ask. We're going to start with that. And also the role swaps in general. Is this experimentation, or is this a little bit of strategy hide?
I think it's mostly experimentation. I think I actually did put quite a lot of time into Spider-Man, I think 2 seasons ago. Trust me was like, Jerky, I think you should practice some Spider-Man. So I was like, all right, I put like 60, 70 hours maybe into it. And we wanted to try it out. But right now, as the Dino is in the game, right, he requires a lot of damage. So Spider-Man is not really good, but we just wanted to do it.
How does it feel to be playing Duelist again? Because I feel like in pre-season you were mostly on triple strategist, so not only have you been free reign to be back on 222, but to be on the likes of Spider-Man and even a bit of Star-Lord, because did Terra just not want to switch off the Iron Fist? Was he like, you've got it, like I'm having my fun here? Like, it must feel a little bit like liberating that you can show that you're still one of the best duelists in the world, not just a triple strategist merchant, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm probably the most flexible player in the game, right? I play a lot of tank, a lot of support, a lot of duelist. So it's obviously very nice to be on my main role. And yeah, I think Terra and I have like trust in each other. So if he feels like he can do better on Iron Fist, he's going to be like, Jerky, hop on Star-Lord, you know, you got that as well. So yeah, I mean, the whole team dynamic is very good. Like, we all have trust in each other, and if someone wants to try something out, we're always like, go for it. If it doesn't work, we swap. If it does, then nice, we figured out something new. Yeah.
So talk to us a little bit more about that team dynamic, because obviously one of the big changes coming into Stage 1 is that you lost Skyzer, your analyst, but you still continue to be one of the teams that's looking the most ahead in terms of reading the meta. How exactly has the team been coping with the loss of your analyst, and why do you think you're so far ahead in comparison to the rest of the teams at working out what's strong?
Well, I think we are not scared to lose in scrims. I think that's the nicest way to put it. We're not scared to lose in scrims. We like to try out different stuff, even if on paper it might not be good, right? We might figure out something that suddenly feels very good, right? So I think the loss of the analyst definitely makes it harder, but I'm not sure if it's been announced yet, but we do have someone new coming in, taking up kind of the similar slot, not really analyst, but yeah. So we just like experimenting a lot, like we saw just now. Yeah.
Well, we'll let you get back to your team to celebrate. Any final words to the audience?
I mean, keep following Navi, keep seeing what we are going to be capable of doing, and can't wait to face off NA, Team Liquid Citadel, Swamp Gaming, all those guys. Can't wait to show them what's up. EU is obviously better than NA, so yeah.
Thank you very much for joining us, Jerky. We'll see you very soon.
Thank you for having me. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
An absolute GOAT DPS and a man who speaks truth. EMEA definitely the best region. We proved it twice. But honestly, yeah, Swamp and Liquid Citadel have been looking very strong in the Americas. I'm very excited for when we do get these international teams coming up against each other again. It's gonna be so good. There's so much excitement built up for that. But we have more games coming up for you. We've got 2 more series. We're going to say goodbye to Ryan. You actually get to enjoy your lovely, sunny British afternoon. So what was your favourite series of the day?
By staying indoors and watching these other 2 games, sure. Yeah, if you want to put it as that, then sure. I mean, I think for this one, right, it's like Team Heretics have looked good. We've only seen them once, I think, so far in like week 1. So like we get to see a little bit more of how they're playing. Something with like Ken coming in, and I'm a big Reason fan, but the Chosen Ones are impressing. They are similar to what Vision did last stage. There's like potential there for a really good series at the end.
We're going to head into a break, and when we come back, we'll be heading into Heretics versus Crownfall first.
필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 한명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 잡아 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 오면 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 잡아 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 좋아지려면 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래 그래서 내 운명에 The fate of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 잡아 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 오면
We are back with our 3rd series of the day, and this is quite a throwback. We actually haven't been on camera for the same time in a while. Leg Day will be joining us for the next 2 series. For starters, welcome. What did you think of those previous 2 series?
Speedy. I love to see the Iron Fist. I am going to be sending that VOD to Lemon again and again, despite her watching it live when I lock in Iron Fist in our ranked games. Like, see, Terra's playing it. It's real. It's good. I can play the Iron Fist, man.
Like they hit us with the, I can do that. But
yeah,
we have we have our next series coming up. It is going to be Heretics versus Crownfall. Heretics had an incredible run through the preseason and are now looking to try and continue that, as they did get what a lot of people are looking at as potentially a softer group. They've still got Shikigami, which is terrifying, but they've managed to avoid Na'Vi and Virtus Pro. They've got Rad to thank for that. But Legday, tell me about Heretics.
I mean, where do you start with Team Heretics? We've got to probably look towards Ken being the only one without a picture because he is a newer addition to the roster, but also an old addition to the roster. The core of Team Heretics obviously were previously Citadel, and Ken was a big part of that squad in the backline, has great synergy with Alex, and has been taking up some of the Jeff gameplay we used to see from Oasis. But the real star of this team for me has got to be Tanuki, who's just such an explosive duelist on so many of these different melee characters. And it does create this ban tax that Team Heretics get to pull from you in the ban lock phase, where you need to get rid of a Black Cat and probably the Daredevil too.
Yeah, quite frankly, Tanuki has been unleashed this season. The Black Cat in particular, they've got the highest stats out of basically everybody on that. But Crownfall on the other side, Boxy, they are really yet to get on the board, but that does not mean that they've not been able to take some maps.
Yeah, they've been looking really competitive. Basically going for this default lineup with FHDC playing a lot of this Phoenix, also going for the lean onto that Star-Lord with the Rocket. Low has been impressing when we've been seeing him come into play, being able to pick up things like the Captain America. So Crownfall definitely making it look pretty tough against some very harsh opponents, but headed up against Heretics, as Harry mentioned, the fact that they're going to have to burn a lot of these bans onto both the Black Cat and the Daredevil, when previously their default instant line for those bans has been the Gambit Luna, means that a lot of those options that they'd like to remove previously are going to be left on the table thanks to having to target out Tanuki.
Speaking of Tanuki, 31-6 versus Shikigami, one of the best teams in this region. Whereas Crownfall, 34-4, they were able to put up. We talked about it. They took maps. They've been showing up pretty well. But the difference is here, only going down 2 more times on a potentially quite risky melee hero versus a Phoenix here. There's so much that Tanuki's been able to show us with Black Panther, Black Cat, just any melee you can give them. Whereas Crownfall, they've got so much to prove here, Legday.
Yeah, Crownfall have got a lot to prove, but I think in that match, particularly versus Shikigami from Crownfall, they proved that they are some serious competitors. Fahad had an absolute Thanos-tier performance the entirety of that matchup, and that was also the one where we saw Legend come in and play Vanguard. We were like, oh, wait, we had to double check with production, like, is that graphic right? This is Legend on Vanguard. And we know Legend to be like an Invisible Woman player, but it turns out they did manage to transfer very successfully over to the other role. They haven't been in the lineup graphic yet today. We've got Abuhu and Lohei, so we'll see if Legend is waiting in the wings instead.
I mean, Invisible Woman, she's got shield. She's halfway to a Vanguard. And CC. Might as well be a Vanguard player.
We love to see it. And we also love to see our maps. As usual, we always start on Domination. That is predetermined, so these teams will know going into the series which map they are starting on. And we're going to be starting off on Bearded T'Challa as our first match of the series. Reminder, these are best of 3s as we are in our group stage. What are we thinking?
Forbidden T'Challa, like, there are so many different geographies here. And it can be fairly dive-friendly as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see, once again, the Devil Dinosaur really take precedence in the bans. But at the moment, the real ban phase, Je ne sais quoi, seems to be where Rocket Raccoon slots in as the current, like, support of the month, you know?
Well, the band Je ne sais quoi, we will see exactly what that is as we head into map number 1 with Leg Day and Got Moxie.
Feeling excited for this one, Mox, as we head on in. Crownfall looked very strong against Shikigami, but so too did Heretic. Shikigami are having trouble finding their feet thus far in the meta, but they looked a little bit stronger yesterday.
Yeah, Heretic's going to be picking up the first save onto the Dino, which means that Crownfall still going to have the opportunity to ban out the Black Cat, likely going for the Devil Dino mirror save themselves, so you don't have to go up against one-sided displacement, one-sided very good levels of sustain in that frontline fight. So that will be a full mirror matchup, but Heretic still have Tanuki's options of Daredevil left open. Luna Snow going to be banned out next on the side of Heretics, also probably a Rocket Raccoon as well at some point in this lineup, given the fact that, as we've talked about, yep, there we go. Both of these teams like playing a lot of that Star-Lord. The VRV uptime has been proving to be really annoying and frustrating for these teams to have to deal with on domination of all map types as well.
Yeah, Crownfall going to protect Fahad's Phoenix as well. Of course, Majed can move over onto that. Majed, one of a few players at the moment that is very consistently swapping over onto the Winter Soldier, which is starting to, like, you know, nibble at the edges of the meta occasionally, as Rotterstone got a little bit of a direct damage buff, and of course, easy to hit headshots against Devil Dinosaur as well, which can up your output. Daredevil's going to be protected here for Team Heretics, which is probably going to indicate a faster tempo on its way.
Yeah, Tanuki will be very happy about that one. Also potentially forces Crownfall to have to mirror the Daredevil so that you can have the two of them basically cancel each other out, marking one another, going for the lane fights as opposed to letting one freely into your backline, as the Captain America will be banned on out. So Heretics losing some of the teeth to that dive, but still having things like the Venom left open does mean that the Daredevil can still find a lot of value, especially when it comes to being able to swing in and out of those fights. But both White Fox is still going to be available, though sans the Luna, since Heretics already targeted that one out. So Crownfall, plenty of options open for them. They can go for a Dino Captain America look themselves, or potentially they can go for the Dino Emma in terms of that Vanguard lineup, as we know FHDC will be playing that Phoenix, but without the Mantis for the damage boost potential.
All right, as we head into map here, see Majed hovering over on the Star-Lord for now. And maybe we see like a Loki alongside an Invisible Woman for Crownfall. It's a little bit slower, but it is going to allow for quite a bit of sustainability when it comes to those dual strategist ultimates. The God of Mischief being able to steal away the Invisible Barrier.
Yeah, good use as well for the Invisible Woman to pair alongside the Phoenix, right? If you're going to be playing the Phoenix a little bit on an off angle, having the Guardian Shield barrier to be able to keep FHDC up, as we've got a little bit of spawn room shenanigans coming on from instead of Crownfall, just having fun with a strange TP. Is Heretics actually going to be starting on off with the Adam and the Jeff, so similar shades to what we saw coming on through from Virtus Pro earlier. They can't have the Rocket, but they're still playing this double strategist look with both the Adam and the Jeff for really good uptime and really good damage potential into that very chunky hitbox of the Devil Dino that Abuhu will play.
Yeah, obviously the easy cooldown reduction of the live stream when you can just farm headshots off of a Boohoo on the Devil Dino here does mean that Adam becomes a lot more viable as a healer, even having lost that team up bonus. Big kidnap here onto a Boohoo, can't quite get out. Ken's stream goes through, and we've heard in the interviews as well how highly these teams rate the Jeff in the Dinosaur versus Dinosaur, because even when you get kidnapped by that lunge, you're not only able to damage the opposing Devil Dinosaur, but heal your own victim.
It's such a good grab coming on through from Enzo as well. Like, Heretics Foresight regeneration domain from Protoss very early on. Enzo can just bubble the line of sight of it fully off so that Abuhu falls even if the greens are still up and available. Just grabs Abuhu out of position of them so the rest of his team can melt through the Vanguard, and off of the back of that pick, Heretics will be able to pick up the first cap. Beetle already having the ban hammer up as well for when Crownfall try and approach into this next fight. Will force the regeneration domain out early yet again, but he falls. A huge pickup from FHDC. Soul one from Alex, not in time to be able to save the Vanguard. Deadpool and Crownfall get a fighting chance in the fight.
Yeah, good timing there from Majed. Push multiple strategists back to make sure there was no healing to be delivered over onto Beetle. Nice play here from Crownfall. They have lost out on two, though. The four players who remain have to decide how aggressive they want to be, and for Majed, it's all about the aggressivity here, trying to keep Naga away from her health pack, and indeed will be successful in doing so. A chase over onto Ken, Righteous Cross up onto the high ground of a Devil's Throw as well to continue trying to slow the wayward Jeff. However, as it is going to be some pressure on the point for Team Heretics, Majed is caught on back, and you know, he's taking 5, he's chilling over there.
Koji has invisible boundary, but Heretics with its Jeff can just use the Jeff ultimate to fully sink away any of the momentum, taking players outside of it off of the map if they so choose, or they can play for the long con with the Karmic Revival to outlast their opponent. Banhammer starts things off with the Ensong Inferno follow-up. There's the invisible boundary, but you've already lost Protoss, so the moment that drops, Crownfall will be vulnerable without the Loki second cast of it to follow up.
Alex so low, question is too bigger for Cocoon Revival here. So long cooldown to expend is going to invest it here, and Enzo is emboldened by the return of Adam Warlock, beginning the rampage, and here comes the Freedom Charge for Crownfall, but it's only Abuku and Lohe who are going to be behind to try and get that additional HP, and now it will just be Lohe standing around. Protoss has arrived just in time, brings up the regeneration domain, but is unable to use it to save Lohe from the perilous spot, and Crownfall lose control.
Great bubble coming on through from Beetle with the Unicorn Shield too, blocking Protoss' line of sight fully onto a strategist coming on through from Heretics. Like, Crownfall tried to use the Freedom Charge to be able to stall for Protoss to walk back into the fight with the God of Mischief, so they could stall it for yet more point percentage, but they're denied the opportunity of getting a good copy, and they're denied the opportunity to hold on to the point longer. Heretics now occupying that high ground, potentially getting a pickup here onto Abuhu after he gets grabbed out of position, but let the devil out from Majed comes on out, allowing Crownfall to push on forward. It's Jeff taking one potentially off of the map, means that Abuhu might be out of this fight, but Crownfall still losing players, having to invest the invisible boundary because Protoss used God of Mischief. He'd lose the ultimate regardless.
Protoss got the good melee weaving there to make sure they can out DPS Beetle on the point. Enzo will remain and will have a reasonable amount of survivability. Never mind. All of those mystical missiles are far too much for the prehistoric terror to try and deal with. Tanuki spins for his life for now, keeping this point contested. But as they see the Warrior of Democracy round upon them, Crownfall grab control.
They don't have full point percent though for the last fight territory, so if FHGC can just find an early pickoff onto Heretics before they're in distance to use this Let the Devil Out, Crownfall will be a little bit more comfortable in terms of the overall ultimate economy. Like, Koji needs to build up this invisible boundary, but Heretics doing a very good job of just not poking into Crownfall to allow the Invisible Woman to actually build up charge to have the ultimate before they can commit to the fight.
Okay, for Hardman's headshot arc right now, but Tanuki's demanding all this attention. A righteous cross into 3 up against the regeneration debate. Ken can't escape for Hard's gaze for now, but Naga came in from the other side, and in Song Inferno ends the songs of Crownfall, and there's no celebration to be had here. We are the champions, denied as Beetle continues to move away with those dual Desert Eagles coming in from the top. For Hard already found themselves a final blow, but not anything more than that. Protoss gets ready to emerge from the portal, coming through on your left. They say to Lohe, as Lohe's already fallen on down. Team Heretics in control for overtime.
Karmic Revival though from Alex. Crownfall through the portal, but not going to be able to collapse on top of the Adam's position to stop the Karmic Revival.
Inside of the invisible boundary now, Crownfall have a little bit of additional survivability. Koji has been focused down inside. Perfect target focus from Naga, and Beetle wants to finish this one. A Banhammer already sent on out Majid, who's fallen in their own right, so the heals from Crownfall are gone. Abuhu still sends in the rampage, believing this to be a victory waiting to happen. However, it's only Lohe who stands alone and off point. Team Heretics scare away Captain America and force a victory on the first round.
Crownfall will struggle into this first fight on Stellar Spaceport too. They use ultimates, they try to stabilize through the portal with invisible boundary, but they're just not able to find trades onto Heretics' team to force out the Karmic Revival, so Alex will have it up for this first fight. That's going to be really rough for Crownfall, especially because they won't have the Strange Portal back up in time. They used it in the last fight, trying to go for that re-push. So you can't use it aggressively here in the first fight to get the drop onto Alex to force out the self-res from the Adam early, so he's vulnerable when he goes for the res cast.
Bro, stat mog right here. Alex out-healing a Loki on Adam Warlock. Legitimate stat mog.
It's live stream. Like,
yeah, I mean,
you're
you
not
get so
going
many.
to miss off of the dino. There's no way that you're missing your shots. So, like you said, the replenish on live stream is a plenty, which means that Adam's uptime is absolutely massive. As Lohe close to the Freedom Charge, but Heretics will just be able to survive it with Soul Bond and then hold on long enough, even if they get picked apart in terms of some of their players. Karmic Revival's just waiting in the wings to bring everyone back, so Heretics on paper should take first fight quite handily.
How much can Crownfall force out here, though, is the question. Abuhu's already taken so much damage. Peter just able to send him a dinks from across across the map thus far, has access to the ban hammer. Just needs to find a good target upon which to place it. Enzo scaring players off, as it is going to be the White Fox, the first afflicted here by the ultimate. Perhaps not the ideal, but Majed inside of those bubbles is finding it hard to receive healing. Abubu first to go down. Naga's finding final hit after final hit. He's been released from Strategist Jail and now is ready to rain terror upon EMEA. Team Heretics looks strong in first fight.
No players fallen on the side of Heretics too to force Alex into burning Karmic Revival within that fight. So now you can actually afford to be aggressive into Crownfall spaces. Like, even if you're trying to fight closed up against a Phoenix's end song, and that low ceiling basically meaning that FHTC all but guaranteed to be able to connect with the ground and get the hit off. Alex just brings everyone back, so you're really eating into the space that Crownfall has to be able to play with. Ayana Koji goes down too, and Crownfall don't have the means of bringing one of their players back, so that is first fight now done. Heretics will be able to hold on, and Crownfall pushed back to spawn yet again.
Double off the Devil's Throw. It seems like Tanuki has excellent timing. Gets one over onto Majed. Look at the aggressive positioning of Team Heretics right here. They feel no fear as Ayana Koji's taken down by Naga. Tanuki grabbed in, held to the spawn door, rubbing him against the ray shields. Like, destroy this Daredevil team! Destroy him!
Heretics, they can afford to be like this pushy too, because if Crownfall use ultimates, the rest of the team just can disengage it, or you bring them back. Oh no! What a stun off of the Phoenix Mouse.
Naga? At what moment? Yeah, this checks out. Sending the end song Inferno, and Enzo gonna get the finisher here. And yes, Naga's recovered the aim gene. Just a little bit of, you know, just staggering them.
Oh, Crownfall are just bleeding players one by one, so they can't actually organize their team. If the Captain America gets past Heretics' front line hold and towards the back line, the rest of the players just can't get through choke because of how aggressive Heretics are being, holding on to main. Ayana Koji has invisible boundary, but you're off point before you can walk forward to actually get a good use for it. Tanuki holding close can potentially force it early on the rotation with the Daredevil ultimate, but Beetle goes through first, forcing invisible boundary now.
Oh no, Majed. The Devil was put back in there by Tanuki, who's ready to release it in his own right. It's Jeff already channeled, but who will it be going after? It's been bombed from afar by Fahad, who comes down with the end song Inferno, but is there much more than this in the back pockets for the side of Crownfall? Team Heretics have already brought back all of their fallen, utilizing the Cocoon Revival. Abu, who has to stand on the point, and Lohe's here as well, but there's no healing coming their way. A quick kidnap, Enzo hops on back through, like, wait a second, I don't recognize that portal. That ain't mine. There's no Dark Energy to be released, and Crownfall are going to have to look towards Dark Energy for map 2 here, surely, as the Regeneration Men is not going to be enough to turn this around once again. A Devil Dinosaur Rampage unleashed within the path of Crownfall, and it's a path well trodden by EMEA as they are burnt into the dust by Team Heretics.
Have we found the answer to letting the Dino mirror come through? Is it simply Adam Warlock, so that you have enough damage to put the Dino under pressure, you translate the damage into more heals for your team, and you can play your composition so split apart that you just have zero space, zero lanes to be able to play those retake angle positions into? And even though we see like so many attempts from Crownfall to walk forward, Heretics just continue seeing them off at the pass.
All right, I'm going to go look for my theory crafting skill cape as we head to a break. We'll see you on the other side.
Hey guys, my name is Ryan Central, and what's the meta? I don't know. Ask Cozy or Moxie or any of the various co-streamers that are watching this tournament. Ask them what's the meta, because in all honesty, I don't really know. It's been a few weeks since preseason ended, and we've had 2 new characters added in, Black Cat and Devil Dinosaur, that are going to shake up the meta, as well as various balance changes over the last season. So I want to use this episode almost this week to use it as a chance to recap what happened in preseason, counting down the most impactful heroes across the draft phase, the bans and protects that we've seen in the esports scene across all 4 major regions and all 504 maps that were played for preseason in Ignite. Let's just go over the top 5, and 4 out of 5 of them as strategists, which is kind of crazy, but one of them is Loki. Understandable he's up here, right? Regeneration Domain is still one of the best abilities in the game, bar none, and no matter what, he always has to be respected in a pick ban phase, even if you don't intend on playing him, because of the fact that he can copy ultimates. Certainly looking at stuff like Gambit, some of the NA teams in Americas going for triple Vanguard to just farm up a Gambit Loki combination and just get those Raging Royal Flushes going over and over again. It really is a case of like, if Gambit or Invisible Woman manage to make it through the draft, getting rid of Loki or protecting him if you want to play around him is good. Invisible Woman actually makes the 4th spot. For like EMEA in America, she wasn't as popular when it came to like pick or bans, but it was like the Pacific and Chinese teams that wanted to make sure that they got a hold of her. But Invisible Woman in her own right, strong healing output, force physics to punish diving targets, to be able to pull them back as they're trying to get away, the barrier that she can give to her duelists to give some healing, mitigation, and basically just set them up to succeed. And then obviously you've got the invisible boundary to play in these tricky fights, put it on your team to protect them, but also as a way to catch enemies trying to disengage, because you can slow them as they go through the radius of the invisible boundary. You can use it offensively, and some teams did try to do that. 3rd place is Mantis. It took a while for Mantis to get going, but her popularity definitely started to surge towards playoffs across all of the regions, most certainly again in Pacific and China, where she was the 2nd most rated character over for those teams. Making sure that you have Mantis or the enemy team doesn't have Mantis basically limits your impact of triple strategist, whether you can play around it as well or not. Damage boost helps. Her ultimate is good in all sorts of situations. You have the team up again with Groot and Loki. It'll be interesting to see how she does now that her damage boost has been nerfed and now she adds like movement speed. I still think she's going to find impact, but is she going to be the linchpin of triple strategists going forward, or is somebody like Ultron going to potentially take that slot away from her? Hard to get a gauge, but Mantis is definitely up here as a strong choice. The 2nd spot goes to Elsa. The queen of the preseason finishes in 2nd place from how much she was picked and also banned. She was like the leading woman. In EMEA and America, she was the most potent character. It's just that Pacific and China, again, would have preferred to put Mantis and another character in that sort of first ban, first protect phase. The percentage damage that she was doing was strong. The fact that Instinct put Helix Advance down to a 2-second cooldown is really strong, and the great CC from her ultimate. Lots of these elements have been toned down. I would be shocked though if she doesn't stay in the top 10 for like the impact here when it comes to stage 1. Definitely expect her to drop, but I think some other duelists might contest her a little bit more. But yeah, here it was just put your best duelist on this character, feed resources into her, and she is going to absolutely feast for you. But there is one character that was a lot more impactful, and that was Gambit. To really highlight how impactful Gambit was, there was basically 1,008 chances to be involved in a draft, and Gambit missed out on 8 of those. There are 8 opportunities that he could have been picked in, and he wasn't. And almost 800 of those were bans. Teams did not want to play him, certainly in Pacific and China, where he was almost consistently in every single game the first ban. Raging Royal Flush providing ultimate charge boost, explosive damage, movement speed means that it was synergy with various ultimates was incredibly strong. And a key thing here is, unlike a lot of the other characters that I mentioned, he wasn't nerfed in Season 7.5 or Season 8. So Gambit still could very much be the top dog when it comes to stage 1 rolling around. It really is just a case of whether the likes of Devil Dinosaur could really start to push for like that first ban slot. I expect him pretty much immediately, but also like Black Cat could have those moments if teams can actually get used to playing her. We'll see how things are going to look for stage 1, but thanks for watching. Ignite the battle, and let's get back into the action.
And we are back. You can pray to your Asgardian gods, but it's the heretics that continue their dominant run. The crown has unfortunately fallen. It's time to pick it up, King, as we'll be preparing to head into map number 2 very shortly. But first, we of course need to talk about that previous game. And Moxie, we were talking about it in the break. Is the solution for dealing with Devil Dinosaur just hitting it really hard with Adam Warlock?
I mean, that's what everyone said, right? When Dino released, just shoot him real good. But like prehistoric plating, that passive, it does pretty much everything beneath the sun. But while it does mean that you're not building ult charge as quickly, it does not stop the recharge replenish aspect of the crit hits coming on through from things like the Mantis and the Adam, and we're seeing like a lot of uptime for that Adam Warlock, and it's reflected in Alex walking away with the overall MVP, like accuracy 51%, as expected, because you're not going to miss the massive hitbox of the Devil Dino, and it means that basically you get to hold on to Karmic Revival the whole round, not being pressured into using it because there's just no space to be able to force the Adam or any pickoff really into the side of Team Heretics for Crownfall to be able to make space to work with.
And it's not just that, it's the fact that every single hit you land is a cooldown on your healing, is building towards that really high ult charge. There was so much work done by Alex here. But Leg Day, looking at these statistics, what do you think you might have changed from Crownfall's side to maybe give them a better chance here?
It's a difficult ask against Team Heretics, but I feel like maybe we could have had some better engagement timings from Majed. I don't know if we're used to, like, we can see from Majed's damage down here that they weren't having the most successful dives. And I think a lot of that came down to the tempo we saw from Team Heretics. The rest of Crownfall just had no means of assisting so many of these dives because they were playing so aggressive with this choke stuffing. And also Team Heretics, they were playing a pair of a pair of strategists who, when they get dueled by the Daredevil, either have a pretty easy time getting away in the case of a Jeff, or I'm just saying, yeah, and just sitting there and fighting you forever.
All in. That's the Adam Warlock mentality against Daredevil. Like, even if he goes after you, because you can do the snap strategy of using livestream to heal yourself, the fact that Daredevil has to go up against the Adam Warlock and he can heal himself pretty much back to full twice in the fight, it's not a fun matchup for the Daredevil to have to take. And like Harry was saying, there wasn't really full dive coming on through on the side of Crownfall. A huge part of that was just Heretics continuing to take space away and pick players off late and early into each stage of the fight, and Crownfall didn't really hit the reset button, especially on Stellar Spaceport. On Falls, we saw a couple of regroups coming on through when they tried to just like brute force walk as a unit onto high ground, but on Stellar Spaceport, like, they just kept losing players early before they could properly stage.
Maybe the swap would be to go to Winter Soldier instead. Like, just get a little bit more of that damage out and have potential resets off the back of a Karmic Revival. We know Majed's fantastic at that hero. Plus, you would have been able to play a little bit tighter to your team and not have such isolated dives.
Majed on the Winter Soldier could be the play right now. Like you said, they were struggling a little bit here. They did get the Moon Girl experience of opening a portal and having a dinosaur jump through it, but that doesn't win your game. That simply just takes the dinosaur off the objective for just a second here. But I also really do like what you brought up earlier, Moxie, of the fact that even with the dive potential, Adam not only has fly, he has his soul bond, which can help protect him from that dive. He has the he has his main attack cancels with the Cosmic Cluster cancels, so he can actually do a lot of burst when people get in his face. He is quite hard to deal with. His biggest weakness up until recently is the fact that, one, he didn't have mobility, that got fixed with fly, and two, he didn't do as much healing. Oh, look, giant hitboxes I can gain healing off of. This kind of is feeling like this might be the genesis of Adam.
I mean, not just that, but the spam pressure that you have to be able to just put pressure onto lanes, because Heretics, they're really good at looking at their opponent's crutches and working out how best to be able to stop, drain any form of... Hey, no hold of Shalia for the first time today. It will be Midtown coming on through, but Crownfall have been relying on this Phoenix coming out from FHDC, and we didn't really get to see the Phoenix really find value within any of those maps on domination, because she has to have angles developed to properly be able to have that play potential, and Heretics were just able to control every angle possible and shut Crownfall down before they can truly get rolling.
And Crownfall pick up their crown and actually get rolling into this. We're heading into map number 2 of Heretics versus Crownfall. We've got Moxie and Legner.
Thank you very much, Tensha. We'll have to see what adjustments Crownfall have managed to make in our break here as we head in towards our bans. I doubt we're going to see Adam pick up a ban, but maybe we might see a little bit more of a precedence towards something like the Black Cat. which does allow for Team Heretics to potentially pull something off here.
Yeah, Crimefall going for a very early ban on Black Cat, as we talked about. That's just paying respect, right, to Heretics' duelist line, going for the back-to-back ban, actually, against Tanuki's hero pool. So taking out the Daredevil alongside it. This is very much targeted towards him, but he's a very flexible player in terms of the duelists that he can actually opt into. Dino saves coming out from both teams, but because you're going for 2 heroes against Tanuki, potentially that Rocket Raccoon will be able to slip on by as Heretics ban it out from Crimefall's side.
Okay, so now Crimefall have to decide, do they want to deal with a Gambit or with a Rocket Raccoon? Surely you get rid of the Gambit here. Maybe you just feel like Team Heretics don't want to play the Gambit, which is not a terrible assumption. Like, don't know how Ken's Gambit is thus far. Of course, hasn't really been seen a huge amount thus far in the game. Okay, the Loki going away here from Team Heretics might imply they want to protect the Gambit and just try and take away the potential to steal away the Raging Royal Flush.
I am concerned because there's 1 ban slot left on the side of Crimefall. Once again, they'll go for the save for FHDC on this Phoenix. That ban has to be Gambit or Star-Lord or Loki. If it's Star-Lord, Gambit, Loki makes it through for Heretics, which is like
with Devil Dinosaur
blaring. We're probably going to be losing a lot of ult fights. Luna Snow is going to be there on the side of Team Heretics ban out, but I mean, like, this last ban slot for Crimefall, whatever they decide to field towards, it's going to be problematic, especially because Heretics got the save on Gambit. So now you have to make the choice. Do you let Gambit Star-Lord through with Raging Royal Flush Galactic Legend combo, or do you let the Loki come through so that you get 2 casts of Gambit ultimate? They opt for the Loki, but Harry, this means that we have Star-Lord Gambit up. This is not going to be a fun time for Crimefall. Even if they have something like Invisible Boundary in that fight, they're still not going to be able to heal through the combo.
Mox, you're thinking so old-fashioned here. Why not have Why not combine Devil Dinosaur's Rampage with the Gambit Ultimate? He'd love to go fast and slow everyone down as well. It'd be so fun.
Oh no.
Maybe not for Crownfall, but for everyone watching at home, the Devil Dinosaur certainly would have a great time.
Okay, the only way that I can see going up against the Gambit Star-Lord working out for Crimefall is if they go to, like, dry fighting and basically have Heretics use Gambit Star-Lord ult, burn 2 ultimates, lose the fight, hold off on Invisible Boundary, come back into the next one with the Strategist ultimate still up. Like, if you try to fight into that combo with Mantis or Ultron ult, for sure you lose the ult trade. If you try to use Invisible Boundary, there's still a very high probability that you get punched through the heal up time. So for Crimefall, we're going to have to see them really hold their cool in terms of the overall ult usage.
Fahad is going to have to put on the carry performance of a lifetime here. Double damage boost going to be heading his way from both Protoss and Majed. And of course, as we noted for the Adam, the same for Mantis, near unlimited spores off the ease of headshots that can be grabbed.
Ken's going to build up this Gambit ult so quickly as well. If Abuhu's too out in the open for that Gambit to start farming up these ultimates with. And in the meantime, like, Heretics are just taking space away from Crimefall, eroding both the high ground, making a play for main, because if they force Crimefall into having to brawl, that just means more targets for Ken to shoot at, and a faster ultimate build up of the Raging Royal Flush.
Oh, a widespread of cards, and Vahad's already been taken down by Naga here, so one might well be chased down by Beetle, who's ever on their happy place as well. Captain America's very much the happy place for Beetle. Abuhu, with most of their backline distracted, just cannot be sustained in the face of all of his damage. Who needs a Gambit ult to begin with when you can just play the neutral? And these anti-heals are so strong against that triple.
Okay, Crimefall off of the Ultron. It was not working out for them at all. Star-Lord can try and apply some pressure on Heretics' front line, but you have to find a way of stopping Ken, shutting down this Gambit. Tanuki will have Galactic Legend even before Ken gets ult. Ayanokoji, at least off of the amount of damage Heretics have been outputting, has the Invisible Boundary, which could potentially be forced hit on the side of the Ensong Inferno. There's the reaction to the Phoenix ultimate. Crimefall holding their ground on the point itself to stop Heretics from taking up the first checkpoint, but they've got so much cart distance and so much time left, Harry. They can simply disengage it and wait for a more opportune moment.
Yeah, they can just sit and wait for Crownfall. Some much needed stability has been gained. This exit from Beetle is going to feed over that last bit of ult charge.
But Heretics, like, that card's so close to checkpoint, they can open this next fight with Gambit Starlord. Crownfall have no good answer to this. They're just going to have to give up ground, and if they give up ground, they give up point.
Alright, maybe we can try and shut down the Gambit instead. That's all the hard ones. Looking over towards Ken Majed, just doing them to avoid the incoming assailants. Tanuki could just gun down all of the back line with the extra damage that's conferred, and while Fahad may have had a good angle for a strike from the back, the remainder of their team has been eviscerated as they try to contest the point, and surely this is going to be first grab for Team Heretics.
Oh, Gambit Starlord combo is going to be something we see a lot here on Midtown as Crownfall try to play survivability against it. They basically split their squishies off into the sidelines, try and have the Captain America be able to stall to outlast the duration of that ultimate. As Crownfall taking a teleport out of Shikigami's playbook, going to actually be dropping onto the point, trying to force Heretics into burning something like that Luna ultimate early, but Lohe goes down first in the fight. Enzo coming on through with a very big pick, and what looked like a tempo push from Crownfall now actually turns massively against them. Heretics just dust themselves off and continue pushing as if there was zero contest previously.
Crownfall at least didn't invest too much in that one in comparison, whereas Enzo's had to give over their rampage.
Alex, though, with Fate of Both Worlds to be able to live against Majed's Galactic Legend, Crownfall going to have to go blow for blow in terms of Freedom Charge, but Heretics having two defensive ultimates can beat the proximity of the defense respawn.
Majed might be chased off the right-hand side here. Nog's already fallen down. Fahad is getting the Thanos performance that we asked of. Out comes the White Fox ultimate. The Kumiho Unleashed, stomping upon multiple members of Team Heretics. And that's actually forced out Alex's ultimate prior to Majed casting their own. Look at how much HP Majed has here as well. Buffed up by the Freedom Charge. Team Heretics go for a disengage. Can Ken try to get away? Enzo momentarily looked for a body block. But already Team Heretics were disengaging, so on Majed will get themselves a final hit as consolation. I think that one might have already been over.
Yeah, a huge Galactic Legend coming on through from Majed, just bullying Heretics, picking up the much-needed elimination, because if Heretics had been able to safely disengage that Freedom Charge, they could just play to re-engage with the Gambit Starlord ult combo. They'll have it good to go now. Like you can see, Can just taking a little bit of time to farm up the ultimate off of the poke provided by FHDC, but Inokoji will have Invisible Boundary to try to stand up to the damage output potential of this, but Heretics can force that early, coming on through with Ensong, and then reset in with the true win condition if indeed they want to just use it first. Ken's getting into position to give Tanuki the cards, and this is the go sign Heretics have been waiting for.
Ayana coaches need nerves of steel here to not break in the face of Naga. It's going to be Ken who comes out first with the Raging Royal Flush. Ensong Inferno versus Ensong Inferno. It's directly on top of Alex, but the damage has already been done here for Team Heretics. They've taken down 4 members of Crownfall. Only Protoss and Fahad remain, but do they even have time to come back and contest?
Heretics baited as well. Ayano Koji uses the Invisible Boundary in reaction to the Royal Flush, but Tanuki holds on to his ultimate. So Crownfall, they'll get a chance potentially to recontest, but it gets body blocked out. Even if they try to funnel their position back onto the point, Tanuki with that ultimate would have been able to fully slow them down, as Protoss actually opts for the Cloak and Dagger, having the burst potential as well as the blind capabilities, try to slow down Heretics' aggression when the frontline tries to move forward off of the vulnerability.
Double defensive ultimate might be necessary as well when you're going up against this many offensive threats. Tanuki just burns through the shield and the flesh of a Boohoo. The scaling not strong against the element guns as pure lead just racks through the dinosaur kingdom. Fahad easily tracked by Tanuki, and Team Heretics continue.
Yeah, Crownfall getting close to the Eternal Bond, so potentially using that one to try and free up some of the space, intrude into Heretics' front line, use the Terror Cape against the whole team. Majed, though, with Galactic Legend, if Crownfall want to invest, they can use that to just fully zone Heretics away, but Beetle with the Freedom Charge can allow the team to hold their ground against the Starlord ultimate so that they don't have to give all of this space up.
Alright, solid tracking thus far from Tanuki. Freedom charge from Beetle gives over so much HP, and Abuhu's will hit 0. An attempt at Eternal Bond here to turn things around for Crownfall. 5 members stand inside of the pathing, but it might be a chase out here onto Protoss. Is the focus fire going to be strong enough? The question. Damage boost coming through from Alex. A quick swap over for Song, and it's Naga whose mixtape has been taken in here. Ken finds himself on a very audacious angle, but the audacity only helps to keep those who are deeper in to stay there as well. Crownfall swap once again.
Oh, Protoss onto the Jeff. Has the heal reach as well as the bubble boost to try to give to that invisible boundary coming in through from Ayano. Heretics falling back, waiting for Freedom Charge to be done, more than happy to give up the ground because they've got Tanuki getting ready to use the Galactic Legend combined with the Raging Royal Flush. So Majed buys Crownfall precious time to push Heretics back. Big Starlord ultimate, picks up Tanuki and forces Heretics to have to wait for the respawn.
Abuhu's disengage. Covered here by Fahad, exchanging that fire. Majed has to be careful as they're sparked up, and you can see both the duelists of Team Heretics trying to control this high ground. Beetle may well be able to join them, but instead is going to try and distract the backline. Lohe gets up close and personal. Beautiful play from the Captain America, and now Ken has to make a decision, and it is a yes. Raging Royal Flush going to be deployed. Ayano ready to answer that one with the invisible boundary, sending in even more damage, potentially healing debuff as well. Enzo needs to be healed, but the Ayano's force is too strong to try and deal with. Lohe frozen on the disengage, but easily able to disengage themselves, and Fahad still has the Enzo Inferno to play with. Tanuki's going to try and clutch this one out. Ayano surely going to be chased on down here by Beetlers, reigning imperiously above it all. What can Fahad do? Just a small amount of damage, no final hits to be found. Tanuki takes to the skies and finds verticality to be their ally. Just an isolation here onto Beetlers. There is going to be a rampage used over by Abuhu, giving them a little bit of additional HP. You can see that it's continuously building on up. Team Heretics need to stay on the cart as overtime is ticking.
Alex so close to the fate of both worlds for Heretics to be able to hold the ground, but they've already lost Tanuki. They might bleed Beetle. They're losing the players even if the Luna ultimate comes up. Can they get players back onto point? No! They lost the Vanguards. No one's in position to trade onto point, and Crownfall stall out Heretics' full push chances.
What a clutch grab early in that fight as well from Lohe. Maybe it was a bit of a bait coming through from Crownfall, positioning one of their duelists up on that high ground. Knowing that Team Heretics, they could send both their duelists up there, but Lohe was lying in wait. And after a couple of well-placed headshots from Fahad, it was easy for the pickup to come through from the Captain America.
Here come the side swaps though, and Heretics, they're going to be feeling very comfortable with this one-sided Gambit. Having the Gambit, having the cap means that the ult frequency, it's so high because you have that ult acceleration for both the two ultimates. Although Heretics, like, they started trying to use this bait where they would use the Royal Flush, not with the Solid Ultimate, but to force Invisible Boundary. And Crownfall wised up to it, being able to hold on to things like the Ensong Inferno, so even though you burn the Boundary against the Gambit Ultimate, you've still got the health reset from FHDC on the Phoenix to keep Heretics at bay once your Strategist Ultimate is gone.
Team Heretics, though, being unable to complete Midtown as what we'd say is probably the favored team. With Gambit and Starlord and Devil Dinosaur. What an impressive defensive feat here from Crownfall, and there is reason to worry on Team Heretics. Maybe there's a world where they would pivot over on something like a Rogue with access to that Gambit team-up, which is so rare for her.
Well, hello.
Oh, here comes the split coming on through from Crownfall. Black Cat, Captain America, trying to take this high ground approach. That Heretics' attention is fully split, and they can start making a little bit more presence on that front line with the Dino and the Phoenix.
Tanuki just being close around these corners, farming up the damage off of Abuhu, and also giving over some healing to make sure that Ken can stay on the level when it comes to building up these strategist ultimates. Majed is playing quite close to the remainder of their team. Like, the core is continuously getting killed for, I guess, by this Black Cat who can just brawl with Beetle and earn a bunch of money off the back of it. Protoss taken down by Ken. Great card play from them. And Enzo is just using their shield defensively. Great grab onto Lohe. The Black Cat team up for Captain America doesn't appear to achieve much in this case.
Oh, that's a big exit trade though. Alex falls on the side of Heretics, so you're only reliant on Gambit heals at the moment. Crownfall with the closer respawns will get an opportunity, but they did lose FHDC late into the fight, so you don't have the Phoenix damage to truly take advantage of the lack of Luna's presence. By the time this fight properly starts, Alex will be back with the fold, and you'll have an Ensong Inferno to match up to FHDC's damage potential too.
Tanuki continuously punishing Abuhu, making sure they can't be too audacious with their maneuvers forward. Speaking of audacity, Lohe actually pulling off maybe more than they could chew. Majid just about manages to get away from the attentions of Tanuki. Picks up a little health pack to get a touch of healing, and now Protoss is in the lane where the Jeff is going to be at his best. Can get away from the attentions of Beetle, continuously sends in those sentinel strikes for Hard towards the back. A big impact onto Alex, who once again gets picked up at an inopportune moment. The disengaged potential of Valuna is limited, and Crownfall have found their moment.
Portal play from Heretics. If they can touch in time, it will be with both the Gambit and the Starred Ultimate ready to go. So Invisible Boundary reliant upon, but unfortunately it's not in time to save FHDC. And Heretics now get a chance at using the Gambit combo, but they won't be able to if the Chef comes on through. It gets melted by Ensong, and Heretics have a chance to hold.
I think the Protoss hit 4 of their own allies right there, but was just too busy trying to flee from the Ensong Inferno to make anything happen. Alex still invests here though, and this means that Tanuki's not going to have too much amplification available for their Galactic Legend, but for Team Heretics, they're just happy to have their stability.
Yeah, Heretics can hold close as well, try and force Lohe into using Freedom Charge before Crownfall have a position onto that point. So big ultimate investment, double strategist fight, but Heretics more than happy to stall Crownfall out fully. You've got to be wary though of calling cards coming on through from Majid now that you're reliant fully on Freedom Charge to keep the team up, and Beetle has to use the ultimate in case Majid starts walking away with the assassinations.
Yeah, calling card easily counted out here, but Tanuki gets grabbed by Abuhu. Follow-up not going to be there. Enzo getting up close and personal. Dark energies begin to rack the prehistoric veins of the Devil Dinosaur. Enzo tries to pop around. Only a singular stun. It's going to be over onto Abuhu, but they do have themselves plenty of shielding thanks to the bubble. Can take it out on one side. Tanuki above them. That means that all of the damage for Crownfall has been taken away, and Ayala coaches surely can't survive this one. You need to look to point. 414 meters in it right now as Tanuki manages to pick themselves up a quick health back. Farewell to Beetle. Tanuki's turn to hop in and keep this one contested. Stellar shifts, keep them sustained for a moment longer, but a nice pull there, make sure that Ken won't be escaping, and Crownfall extend their time bank.
Jeff Invis Woman, it's such a beefy backline to be able to keep your front line intact when you're playing these long linear line of sights, because you get heals and damage off at the same time as Lohe trying to duel out Beetle so that the Captain America can't get past and onto the point to be able to stall, make the lack of time bank Crownfall had to give up pushing first truly hurt as they head into second.
Lohe, of course, doesn't have the team up. Captain America discovering America's greatest superpower of money. Tanuki taken down by Fahad, and Lohe is just going to make sure that Beetle has no access to his backline, knowing that safety for Ayana, Koji, and Protoss gives extra space over to Fahad. Alex taken down. What a phantom pursuit from Majid, and now it's time for Claw Rakes to move through Team Heretics, who have been picked apart from all the angles, and finally the marking here from Crownfall has worked out. Beetle cannot find an in.
Yeah, brilliant pickoff coming on through from Lohe, getting Alex low enough for Majid to come on through with the pickoff. You do have to worry about Fate of Both Worlds with the damage boost potential onto the Ensong Inferno, but I mean, Heretics, they've lost the Captain America. You're relying on now your Dino to be able to hold the space and look for the stall. Ensong Inferno comes on through from FHDC, which should instantly burn out the Kumeho coming on through from Ken. If it doesn't, it's Jeff might be able to carry them out of it, as both the Fox and the Dino might go extinct to the Jeff ultimate. Ken goes off of the map, Enzo taken off of contest, and Crownfall bulldoze through second, headed now into third.
My goodness, actual Chichula Meteor tier of Edge Jeff there from Protoss. What a pickup they were for Crownfall. They're very impressive over on Team Peps, but I think on Crownfall they really are showing their stuff.
We having a swap come through from Majid? Yes, okay, so swap off from the Black Cat, carrying forward 50% ult charge to this Galactic Legend in response to Heretics picking up the Ultron.
Okay, knows that Naga going to be an easy target for that and continuously dragged from the sky as well by the Invisible Woman. Ayana Koji going to be a real pain to try and deal with here. Invisible Boundary in the midst of this fight to try and rescue Abuhu, who's going to recall that by bringing out their Rampage as well. A huge amount of damage done, and Alex has to answer. Majed found elsewhere outside of the ultimate, and Lohei says, I still believe it's winnable. Without Majed, we can make it work. Alex has taken him down, and Beetle on the other side might have been too late to respond. A Freedom Charge goes both ways, and Enzo is going to add to the symphony. Even more calling and crying coming from the Vanguard line, but it won't be enough to save Ken. Fahad taken down, Tanuki too, Ayana Koji's gone. It's a messy fight, yes, as the maneuvers from Enzo is going to get them back to safety, but the cart is still rolling, and there's plenty of time here for Crown4 to play with.
Majed's been able to build up Galactic Legend too, which means that Heretics have to be so wary about how they invest this Rage of Ultron. FHDC with the Ensong Inferno. Heretics, no Strategist ultimate in sight. It is so winnable in this next fight for Crownfall. With the ultimates that they have available, Heretics can't make the first turn with the Ultron ult. They're relying on Tanuki making a play instead.
All in onto Abuhu. The damage from the Starlord with that 50 bullet clip when it's basically 100% headshots. So difficult to try and deal with. Crownfall probably don't want to try and push this one without their Devil Dinosaur, and so Fahad is abandoned to the Wolves.
Big picks coming on through from Heretics. No ultimates required too. This is actually delaying Crownfall being able to invest theirs, which is giving Ken an opportunity to build this Kumeho Unleashed. Crownfall still wanting to find this approach in with that Galactic Legend coming on through from Majed, but you can see Tanuki just waiting for the Vanguards to be passed before he utilizes his first. No one's in position to be able to bubble them off, and Crownfall's backline just have to scarper away from line of sight.
Majed was already super low there, so a couple of bullets from Tanuki was all that it took. Both the Duelists fall on down. Ayana Koji's disengage will be punished, and Crownfall suddenly are finding themselves low on time, and Team Heretics, they're at the gates.
Protoss with its Jeff can carry Ken away, but that's not what you're worried about. It's the time bank or lack thereof it. They're worried about being close held outside Fist building, so Abuhu actually swaps onto the Strange, teleports the team right through, but that means that you've given up Galactic Legend.
And you've given up the Devil Dinosaur as well. A map flip here that Team Heretics might not be overly happy about, but the Rage of Ultron from Naga is going to be such a big thing to try and counter out. The Ensong Inferno coming out already. Majed caught here on the Psylocke. It's a good impact from Fahad, but doesn't appear to hit too much for now. Ken unleashes the Kumeho, and now Protoss is easily able to answer this one, eating up the incoming damage. Needs to try and avoid all of the Rage of Ultron as well, though, and sends Ken elsewhere. Beetle believes that what you can seal this with is going to be the Freedom Charge. Additional HP for so many members of Team Heretics thus far was bloodless until Lohei starts to bleed out on the ground of New York. It's a sad end for Captain America and a sad end for Crownfall. They were so close to once again placing the crowns upon their head, but Team Heretics sweep them away on Midtown.
They have 3 sustained fights in the Portal recontest play. You've got the Cap ult, you have the Fox ult, you have the Ultron ult, and Majed, like, he had Galactic Legend, decides to swap to the Psylocke instead. Psylocke still has a lot of good potential into the Ultron. If you can land your right click into the dash follow through, Ultron absolutely folds below that damage. You also have the means of untangling your position from the main fight, going for the strategists who are trying to play on the sidelines as far away from the fray as possible so they can prioritize their survivability in the overtime, but you just don't have the way of having that high damage to be able to break through all of the sustain that Heretics have on their side. So the trades just continue going the way of the defense, and Crownfall lose any chance of coming back into the fight.
But Crownfall once again seeming to exist in their perpetual state at this stage of almost getting stuff. They've taken a couple maps, they've got super close to taking some games off of some top teams. That one was close, the swap off of the Black Cat, even sacrificing 50% ult charge for the Starlord to help deal with that Ultron. It was a solid plan, but like you said, it just wasn't enough. They got so close again. But with this, Heretics are now sitting 3-0 at the top of their group. They are basically locked in to the playoffs now, whereas Crownfall, even with such a valiant effort, leg day, it's not looking good for them.
Yeah, like, poor Crownfall, I think they've just hit their stride a touch too late after losing out on some of their more winnable games. Here's a quick look at our MVP of Tanuki, 44-9 on the Starlord. Did face some challenges, but I think was very integral to making sure that Abuhu could not dominate on the Devil Dinosaur with those quick clips into the head of a dino.
Moxie, Tanuki showing that they're not just the main. We already knew, those of us who've been around since stage 1, even before that we already knew that he is still also just a ranged goat as well. This has got to be Tanuki's year. They've just been given everything that they're so good at.
I mean, the fact that you have to burn 2 ban slots with how problematic he can be on those melee heroes, and even when you ban out 2 of his heroes, he still has the Star-Lord to be able to fall back onto. Like, there's just too many viable duelists. Even if you try and target some of them out in the ban draft, like, something problematic still slips on through, and that Star-Lord is proving to be a pain point for a lot of those teams. Turns out a character with 2 iframes, 3 if you have Rocket, and an ultimate that auto-tracks onto these players, even if you're trying to hide around cover, he's got the mobility to be able to chase you down, is a little bit strong in professional play.
And the consequence of that threat level that Tanuki is having in the draft, Ken got the Gambit again. It's been so rare since we even see Gambit in EMEA these days because it's almost auto-banned every single time. But it appears, and once again adds to the win rate that we've been seeing from all the Gambit players, with, of course, basically Gambit's best friend at this point, the Star-Lord, due to that Raging Royal Flush Galactic Legend. Or as Legday has put it, I believe the Galactic Flush or something like that? I don't remember what
The Raging Royal Legend. We do not say Galactic Flush. That's me after a Vindaloo.
But the fact is, it works so well for a reason. That attack speed with the Gambit boost just does so much damage.
Well, they didn't even really play it in terms of that, like, coordination. We saw the combo once, and every time afterwards it was used to sort of, like, burn Ayano Koji into having to use Invisible Boundary in response to the Gambit ultimate, and then you just hold off on your Star-Lord ult to be able to have not just, like, pick potential, but zoning capabilities as well. And when you're playing Convoy or any map which is dependent on objective positioning and pushing the cart, as Crownful, like, not being able to hold their position on the point means that you're just getting free push and beating the time bank, which we saw was a problem that Crownful had to deal with.
Down to Naga as well. 21 final hits with 39 and 8, putting on so much pressure. He gave it to Tanuki, but Naga was having just as much impact like that.
Yeah, it was a disgusting game from Naga, and we're happy to see Naga get out of strategist jail now and then to show just
Well,
how
he was
strong.
on the Ultron for a good half of that map, so it's like, yeah, it's still like a hybrid duelist strat.
Maybe the old shot, maybe it was a touch of cope. Like, I definitely in our interview going to ask what forced Team Heretics off of Gambit to make this triple strategist work. On the other side, though, I was very happy to see Majed and Lohe work on what we were kind of critiquing from being into T'Challa, where there were actually dives happening when they were on the dive characters. I think Lohe was doing a great job of facilitating those on the Captain America, and Majed was doing a good job of joining them on that back line and finding these continuous final hits.
Well, you're going to get your chance to ask that question because we have Enzo here from Team Heretics after yet another spectacular performance. Enzo, I want to get, for starters, an update. We asked this question in week 1 right away, but just a quick update. The roster adjustments you've made since preseason and the Ken learning the Jeff to really adjust on in here. How is it feeling coming in with this little bit of something old, little bit of something new roster?
I mean, good question. Yeah, no, it feels great. Like, it feels great. I don't know really what to say. You know, last interview I glazed them a little bit too much. Now I need to shut down a little bit because then they're gonna disrespect me. You know, so I can't really say much. Yeah, it feels great.
Towards the end of Midtown, what do you think stalled out your guys' offensive push that meant that you couldn't complete the map?
Basically, I mean, we're drafting way different against those teams because, like, I think those teams are trying to cheese on us. That's why we're banning characters like Loki, Rocket. We don't really want to get cheesed on. At the same time, they're giving us Gambit Dino, but we don't really want to play what we think is good with Gambit. We want to, like, save it. Because, yeah, it's a bit of hiding. It's a bit of, yeah, let's ban this so we don't get cheesed on, because it's probably, like, the way they want to play. When a team like them just pick Midtown in defense first, you know they're gonna cheese on you. So you have to ban Loki, like, they're gonna spawn all doing something weird. So we ban the Loki. Yeah, we're just drafting different things, which give them a lot of things open. But I think it's better for us. I think we think it's better to play against a good comp than playing against a cheese comp, in our opinion, in a matchup like this.
So if you're still hiding strategies, and also the fact that like you guys now going undefeated pretty much locks your spot in for playoffs when we see the groups thrown together, do you see a rival in the form of Group A? And between all of those teams within Group A, who do you think would actually come the closest to being on your level currently?
I mean, definitely Navi. You know, the way preseason ended, we got kinda rolled. So we obviously want our revenge on it. VP is in a good state right now. They went back to their full dive like in Atlanta. So yeah, they're like good opponent. Rad is showing some good stuff in scrims. They're struggling a bit to like play well on official, but in scrim they're doing well. So I believe at one point they're gonna be good. No, this group A is really stacked. Like there's a lot of good teams. But most likely I wanna beat Navi because what happened in the preseason. Nothing more than that.
Rivalry set for Heretics. I'll let you go back and celebrate with teams. Any last words for the audience out there?
I mean, again, you know, the Czech fan base is crazy. They're always like giving so much love and everything. The CM, like the guy who's tweeting on the Heretics Twitter, is very funny. I'm having a blast every time he's posting like funny things. So yeah, I don't know, it's just so nice. Everyone is just so nice. It's just going so well. Nothing much to say. Just keep supporting us, and I hope we're gonna do well. There's a lot of things that we're hiding, a lot of things that we're ready to show to everyone, but we're waiting for the good matches to do it. Like we learned it from last time, for example, when we played Navi in the group stage and we played that baseball comp. It was really good, but we just show it too early. So now we learned the lesson. You know, we're keeping the save, we're keeping the things safe, and when it matters, we're gonna show up. That's all that matters.
Not much to say, and yet telling us to expect so much more. Thank you for joining us, Enzo. We'll let you get back to your team.
Thank you for having me. See ya.
What a lovely guy as usual, but really setting our expectations high that there's still more to see. But that is not just true for Heretics, that is true for us as well, as we have one more series to bring you all for the rest of today, and that is going to be Reason versus the Chosen Ones. They sit at the exact same place in their groups, so this is going to decide who takes the lead there. So we're going to head to a break, and when we come back, there'll be time for our final match of the day, Reason versus the Chosen Ones.
쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 천천히 쳐봐 어둠 있다 내 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 세계 좋아지는
Welcome back to the best region in the world, and we have one more series for you today. I am, to close us out for today, your host Tetcher, once again joined by Leg Day and Got Moxie. Very available to us here, as we have our final series. A tie in Group B is what is awaiting for us. It's time to decide who takes the lead, as we have Reason Gaming versus the Chosen Ones. And starting us off, what can you tell us about Reason Gaming, Moxie?
I mean, if you look at that performance in the first matchup versus Strays, they were looking really strong. If you look at that performance yesterday versus Heretics, it was a little bit rougher. So I think for a reason, it's all about trying to work out where they find their identity. Now that Heretics have shown all of these teams how to be able to deal with them, primarily banning out the Loki and the Rocket. Not a lot of time has passed, but I guarantee you after that match yesterday, Reason likely went into a voice channel and hard looked at that series to work out, okay, if Loki gets banned out, if Rocket bans out, what is the turn that we have to make? Because they just look so uncomfortable on compositions that weren't it.
And on the other side, we have the Chosen Ones joining us here for this stage. Leg Day, what you got for me?
Well, 21K is kind of that guy on the Chosen Ones, and is in kind of like a pseudo-Tanuki position for this squad, where they do demand a lot of ban attention in our ban lock phase. And admittedly, some teams seem to have managed to kind of figure out how they want to ban against the Chosen Ones, and maybe that's part of the reason why Knuten is in on the other side for a reason, given that Knuten is a very good Iron Man player, and 21K is mostly focused in towards those melee characters. But we finally have JDX back as well, who was missing from a previous Chosen Ones game, and really brings some extra firepower with the availability of a Star-Lord.
When you have characters like the Iron Man, we saw it a little bit earlier yesterday on the Americas side, where we saw Cal and Rymazing bring it out. You remember, it's like Beetlejuice, you got to say Iron Man 3 times to get Knuten to come out. But looking at our two highlights here, we've got Simba and 21K. As like they say, 21K is kind of it.
Playing, yeah. He's that guy on things like the Daredevil and the Black Cat. Like 41 eliminations off of 26,000 damage is kind of wild, because it means that all of that damage is concentrated in actually picking up eliminations, as opposed to being ult charge for the strategists to be able to heal on through. So especially when we head into Burn and T'Challa, a domination map, which is very good for dive compositions, Reason very much going to be looking at what characters 21K will play and trying to take them out of the pool.
A lot for both of these teams to prove. They've both played against Fire Strays, which is one of their more impactful games. It was Reason who came up with a victory, but Chosen One still took a map. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Leg Day and Got Moxie as we head into map number 1.
All right, Mox, where are we going to see the bullying come through in the ban and lock is the question. Both of these teams have been solved in the ban and lock by their opposition a couple of times, but that also means that they've had some time to expand their hero pools to make sure they can't be pinned into a corner quite so easily. Is that a first? Okay, oh wow, we're deep in already.
Okay, so yeah, we are very deep into that draft, as I believe Reason were able to get a save onto the Loki, so at least have that one to be able to rely on. Although yesterday on Museum of Contemplation, we did see the Loki make it through in the ban draft, but they were punished by Heretics multiple times. So going for very early aggressive Loki copies when you get locked into that window of having to use the invisible boundary at the same time, as we can have a little slower look to see how that draft worked on out. There's the Black Cat ban going up against 21K, the Dino mirror save coming on through, the Rocket Raccoon ban that Heretics established as such a good strategy against Reason Gaming. So Chosen One's very much following the line that Heretics already set.
Chosen One's likely to protect the Daredevil here just to make sure that 21K's hero pool doesn't get squeezed too hard, but of course, yep, there it is. The Daredevil making sure. This does mean that Reason, they might want to try and take out like a diving Vanguard, like say a Venom or a Captain America, to make sure that no one can join 21K on those different assailing angles, but might focus more on just squeezing out the remainder of that strategist hero pool as well.
Yeah, they've already targeted out the Luna, but Rocket's still up on the side of Chosen One, so you do have to worry about the Battle Recall Beacon as well as the damage potential of Rocket's primary being able to shred down things like the Dino to have a really high uptime of Cosmic Yarn Amplifier buildup. But you're right, they go for a Vanguard instead. They'd already got banned out of the Luna, so you don't have the White Fox Luna ideal backline to be able to deal with some of those dives. So taking out the Cap, forcing Chosen Ones to have to go for a dive Vanguard being the Venom, a much easier target to be able to hit than the Cap, who has that shield to be able to try and work up against some of the strategist cooldowns. As Reason go for the save onto the Mantis, but it did not work out well for them last time when we saw them play Krakoa against Heretics. In fact, it sort of felt like Heretics baited them onto having to burn his save on the Mantis, force the Ultron, and then play the Starlord up against it. So for Reason, I really want to see like if they're going to roll out with the Ultron or if they've learned their lesson with that last loss and they roll out the White Fox instead.
Yeah, the White Fox I consider mandatory when the big source for Chosen Ones is going to be Daredevil when it comes to these 21k dives as well as we head into Bayonetta T'Challa.
Oh, Reason. That's Ultron coming on through from Knuten. Oh boy, if this is just a repeat performance that we saw from Heretics coming on through, like Starlord gets through, Rocket gets through, and Reason try to go for this Mantis Ultron look, then I will be a little bit worried. But like we've seen, Knuten can play multiple flyers, might go for the Iron Man, Rashad going to be starting with the Invisible Woman, relaxing on the White Fox, so at least if the Starlord goes for the Ultron in the 1 versus 1, the Daredevil, the Venom split off and look for the backline, both the Invis Woman and the White Fox have the means of saving themselves.
All right, fast rollouts here. Coco is going to, of course, be joining on these dives on the Venom as predicted instead of with the Captain America. But Hasta really is going to be declaring a lot of attention coming their way as they move over towards the point.
Reason have to deal with BRB as well. This first fight, unless they can break the BRB early, is 6 versus 7.
Uh-oh. What did she say? What did she mean by this, chat? Crazy is resurrected there by the Battle Recall Beacon, and it appears that Reason have just done a good job of counter-rotating here against 21k, who's on passive ult charge, hasn't really been able to get involved in any fights so far.
Yeah, what's wild is that picks actually come through before BRB comes into play, so maybe it wasn't set up early enough coming on through from Minute, which means that Reason have been able to already establish a hold on point, an off angle for Simba to be able to play with, and just farm the Vanguards down the moment that Chosen Ones try to walk onto the point to threaten the flip.
Dude, Simba's just in the aim trainer right now. Coco grabbed out of midair by Rosa. Great interception. Unable to deal with the damage of the Rosa Dozer bearing down on top of them. Hasta, of course, just has to continue eating this from Simba as well, who's just taking their first damage of the match, it feels like, and JDX not going to be able to disengage.
Oh, Simba's just having an absolute time of it at the moment. Might as well be on holiday for the amount of pressure coming through onto him. Even if they start turning their attention towards the Phoenix, you're flanked by both the White Fox and the Invisible Woman. So if they try and jump on the Phoenix, you've got Charm, you've got the AoE healing of the shields, which means that 21k turns his attention onto trying to hit the strategists instead. Here's the rotation coming on through with the Daredevil's passive, that radar sense giving Reason's positioning away. But there's just no follow-up because Coco swapped on to the Vanguard Deadpool to try to build up the ultimates as quickly as possible.
Yeah, just wants to try and build up towards that Banhammer to aid this incision here from 21k. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier has been used, but it's mostly on the point. Should be easily taken down here by Simba. Flying a little bit of a weird trajectory, but still removes the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, which was the primary aim. Up above it all, Knuten laid down the Rage of Ultron. Coco opens up their book, but I'm afraid there are no nice stories in there to try and lull you into a false sense of security. You are being rained down upon by Simba himself, and the Lion King has taken himself a throne.
I mean, Reason have solved the issue of the Starlord melting the Ultron as well, because Simba's been so problematic on this Phoenix. Chosen Ones gave up the Starlord rocket to move on to a Phoenix of their own to try to take the ranged poke pressure 1 versus 1, but Reason just have so many angles already developed for Simba to make a play off of, and it's a dominant performance coming through from Reason. I think barely any players actually went down. In fact, thank you, Prod. There's the confirmation. None of their players went down.
Oh, that, well, this is one of the 2 versions of Reason. And it is the far better one, to be honest. Battle was looking strong so far.
Yeah. This is the Reason Gaming that we saw shred down Fire Strays in their first matchup of the day. Not the one that we saw yesterday where they were pushed out of their comfort zone. Like, I think, honestly, Heretics just caught them totally by surprise by targeting the Rocket and the Loki early. Now that they know that that will be on the chopping block for the ban draft, they have these options already established that you'll be able to scrim and sort of practice how you want to play them, as opposed to being thrown into the deep end on official day.
Yeah, a little bit more preparation. Roast has already burst their bubble shield here to make sure the commute for Reason is a touch more safe. A pair of Vanguard ultimates here in the back line. For Reason, it's going to be Pasuo leading the charge here. A big grab onto Hasta. Can the follow-up be there? No, it's answered by the Greens coming out from the Loki. And now Hasta has their own opportunity to move on in with the Rampage. Doing a lot of damage to many players, but actually grabbing a lot of attention as well. They need the healing to come on through. Invisible Boundary answers the end song Inferno. An exchange here that's allowed Reason to actually claim the point, as the Chosen Ones all backed off. They were cowed into submission by the raw aura of the Vanguards approaching them. Unlimited sparks built up here by Simba, and Reason are sitting pretty on point.
Chosen Ones are trying to go all in on this damage boost composition. Like, you've got the Loki Mantis with the damage boost capabilities. You'll have Cosmicon Amplifier as well to take this next fight, but Simba with Ensong Inferno can just break the deployable instantly, and Reason going to be able to keep the Phoenix untouchable towards the back, putting the pressure, taxing out TCO before they can make a move. There's the Cosmicon Amplifier to walk forward, but an attempt to break it comes on through from the Ensong, but it gets broken before it can hit.
No, it managed to hit the bottom, but Simba was just out of shockwave distance. Sent it too far back, was too worried about all the damage could come over onto that particular ultimate. Knuten trying to chase down these members. 7 minute under huge pressure from the Rage of Ultron. The follow-up's not going to be there. 21k over on the Mantis. It's more of a rare, it's a very rare one for 21k, but headshots still come in through. Final blows are aplenty, and finally the Chosen Ones are on the board.
You've got Mantis as well to open into this next fight. Reason won't have Invisible Boundary to be able to make a play and try and survive the Ensong Inferno, so they actually swap. They've seen that Chosen Ones will have Mantis one-sided damage boost onto the Phoenix, and Relaxing goes to the Mantis to be able to match it so that Simba does not lose out in resource.
Alright, Ensong Inferno, this is very aggressive. JDX might have trouble getting out of this one, but with multiple members of Reason already falling off the back of the Chosen Ones' initiative, it's going to be a nice rescue.
Yeah, very fast fight win coming on through from Chosen Ones. No chance for Reason to be able to slow build up into some of these ultimates, like the Invisible Boundary coming on through from Rashad. TCO will have to be very careful that they don't hold too close here to be able to try and preserve this high ground position, because they could get aggressively burned by the boundary when Reason decide to walk forward.
Alright, already Diamond Form burned here by Coco. The round of Chosen Ones seem to be a little bit unwilling to join them at the moment. Simba's already got yet another Ensong Inferno. He's going to be able to potentially match up here to Rashad, who releases the Invisible Boundary. 21k going to be the answer on the other side. There's the pressure being built on up. Has to start with the Rampage. There's the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, just in time to avoid Simba's Shockwave. So it's going to be a lot more difficult to get rid of. The remainder of Reason are going to be scattered to the 4 wins by 21k, who is an absolute fragging monster on the Mantis.
Oh, Minute used the Loki ult, bro. Chosen Ones, no strategist ultimate for this next fight. Knuten about to hit Rage of Ultron for Reason to walk forward. Relaxing if the fight goes long. Hits Mantis ultimate. Chosen Ones have to get a pick here off of the damage boosted Phoenix with the Ensong Inferno before Reason can walk up.
All the sparks are built on up. Can they get Knuten? No, the healing's good. And now the Rage of Ultron's going to be available. Too far away of the regeneration boundaries, so they cannot save JDX on the disengagement. Knuten can look to the remainder of this team now. And the Rage of Ultron is made well and clearly known. A quick hideaway here for Crazy, but it won't save the remainder of the team, who can't fit into the nooks and crannies, but the Cub can. Reason should retake the point.
Yeah, the absence of God of Mischief, that works against Chosen Ones massively. Reason getting to hold on to Soul Resurgence as well is huge for them because it's not final fight territory yet. Chosen Ones can walk up on approach with the Sun Seduction coming on through from Coco, so Reason not holding too close to get caught out by the EMEA ultimate. Do Chosen Ones try and take this high ground rotation to remove some of the spaces Simba can play from, so just walking straight to point? They've got the point percentage to make a long, lengthy rotation, and they want to try and cut away the position that Simba has to play with.
Yeah, they don't want Simba to be in his Hakuna Matata state anymore. Plenty of worries they wish to give over, as the seduction here from Coco could be an interesting way to try and control the point. Doesn't have a majority of cover on it and available if Coco's using that from the high ground, but for now Pasuo just demands a huge amount of attention. Simba with a nice off angle is going to start burning through onto Crazy and relaxing here. Has to worry about when you're going to invest. 99 to 99, full impact coming through from Simba on top of Crazy. No more battle recall beacon to be seen. Crushed into the corner though. Diamond meets rock as Coco could be kicked over onto a point itself, and it's going to be so low as they start channeling the ultimates. Relaxing has to make a decision. Am I going to try and face down this danger? 21k drugs on board with a Soul Resurgence. Extra health, extra speed, extra healing as well. Simba opens up a pentagram of Farala. A reinforcement here for Reason to try and end this here and now in the very fight that started it all. An invisible boundary from Rashid. In goes Canusin inside of a safe boundary. 7 minutes to let loose with a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. And it means extra damage comes through from the Devil Dinosaur. Has to actually throw the counterpart through the portal and opens up the bubble as the Rage of Ultron onto 7 minutes. The attempt to turn around. You can't get one past Ultron. His intelligence is far too great for the God of Mischief. And while it will be a resurrection, there are no more resurrections this time. And the Chosen Ones control the point with the great Devil Dinosaur play to bring us 1-1.
We go to Imperial Institute and we go to a first fight for Chosen Ones where they have the actual Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to kickstart this fight so aggressively. Reason can't even use a Strange TP to open up onto Chosen Ones before they're in position of the point to stabilize that hold because they used it in the recontest moment. Like, you're going to be relying on your Vanguard ultimates being the thing, the difference maker, but when you have Devil Dino and Emma Frost and you're facing down a damage boosted Rocket Raccoon ultimate, plus Mantis damage boost, plus Loki damage boost with the Vibrant Vitality team up, that Phoenix is going to be outputting serious amounts of damage to be able to chunk through any damage reduction that the Emma has in ult.
Yeah, that's a very, very scary Phoenix. As
It
scary
all
as the
stacks,
Phoenix.
Harry. It all stacks.
Stacks on stacks on stacks.
Here we go. First fight. Crazy Cosmic Yarn Amplifier going to be within this fight. If they want to go for a first turn fast, they absolutely can. And they've already got the Phoenix into such a good position on the high ground for Reason to have to deal with.
As does their Sentient Seas. That allows Pasuo to build up towards extra telepathic charge. Simba charged up here by their Mantis. It's an audacious maneuver that Pasuo is going to look to try and enable it here as multiple players are going to be convinced the Pretty Lady demands their attention. A Sentient sees the burst damage given over. Hasta is going to be in a difficult position, perhaps resurrectable, but the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier has already gone away, and that means that JDX has nothing to try and save them here. A quick parry on to the Tenacity means that you can't get anything off the Carbon Crush, but Reason have already got everything they wanted off the back of that Simba position.
Yeah, Simba's position so good up on the high ground because Chosen Ones, they can try and hide their players using the regeneration domain to attempt to kite the Sun of Seduction. But if they're using it to then hide behind cover, Simba's still got line of sight to be able to catch on to all of the players, both backline and frontline combined. You can see Chosen Ones having to just rely on the Emma shield to be able to cover their walk up around that point, and that means that Simba can actually get into a position behind them. He can be this aggressive because you have Ensong Inferno. Even if you stack plays, try and force the Phoenix out, Simba has the ultimate for the health reset.
Get out of jail 3, going up against JDX here, demanding all the attention of that solo duelist. It's so important when you're defending. JDX might well be getting a little bit too risky here, but Simba just has this maneuver, able to go over onto the high ground if they need to. Already has taken out the battle recall beacon, trying to force out those greens from 7 mid. They might already have been used in all of the hubbub as well. Here's the Rage of Ultron over on the point. Relaxing's been taken out by JDX, managing to take that 2v1 and take one away. 21K still believes it to be winnable, and so the Soul Resurgence is deployed. JDX taken down. Much of the damage here for Chosen Ones has been taken off the board now, and so Rashid feels very safe to start using the invisible boundary. A second Soul Resurgence, and Coco looks for something to work with here off the back of the Sonic Seduction. Simba grab, there's no follow-up though, and instead just gets a lot of babysitting coming through from the Ultron. Overwhelmed on the point, tried to keep it contested, but Reason is still in control. Relaxing crushed under the imperious gaze of EMEA, and the Chosen Ones are back in the driver's seat.
How long can Chosen Ones fend off Reason's approach? 84% picked up of that point. EMEA ultimate to open that path onto the point back up. Mantis ult to hold the space. Phoenix ult to find the picks. Chosen Ones have to be able to slow Reason's approach down. And it comes off of the back yet again of this Phoenix. But there's the pressure coming on through onto JD. Reason know that the Phoenix stands in their way and they want her removed.
Coco's already had to use that Diamond Form, and so moves forward to use the Carbon Crush to get the most out of it. Paso is going to exchange, but has their own Sonic Seduction to work with here as well. You can see Hasta has tried to commit to this one. There is going to be so much damage though coming through, as guess what? Simba lands down with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, breaks crazy down now, and the Chosen Ones, they're in such a bad position. Simba has themselves an opening. 7 minute can't trick Simba. Has seen these tricks before, knows your games and knows how this works. Rosa with the Rampage up close and personal, does a lot of damage. Coco dodged away here by Simba, who emerges once again from the hidey hole down below. Get away from the health pack. The territory's mine. This was always my spot. It was always my throne. Mufasa looks down from the clouds above and says, my son, everything that Burning T'Challa touches is yours.
Chosen Ones, though, they'll get an opportunity to see the light yet again with a strange portal coming on through. JD so close to the end song Inferno to connect onto Reason's play as we go into overtime. And Chosen Ones, there's a chance off of this Phoenix ultimate to be able to find the fight win.
Oh, coming up close to crazy. It would be a big pick-off to start it. That's a great play here for Simba. 7 minute forced use of regeneration domain already, and 21K holding on to the Soul Resurgence at the back. Iron Will for now. Jade down the hole and back up again. Maybe not the ideal TP. A moment of whimsy here as Reason is still in control during overtime, and 21K grabs everyone forward. Now with the speed boost, is trying to run down the boy, getting rid of the off angle. Rashid brings up the invisible boundary, so Reason are feeling safe inside. The sparks are built up. Hasta's broken down, and 21K's advance is stopped in place. Out comes 7 minutes ultimate finally, but maybe a touch too late, as there's so much damage that's already been done to the remainder of the Chosen Ones, so they need to stay on the point no matter what. Down comes the End-Song Inferno, directly on top of 7 minutes, only aids in the digestion of the Devil Dinosaur, who chews through everything. Coco arrives with the Eye of Agamotto, but all your enhanced sight will find you is oblivion at the hands of Reason, who pop all of their ultimates. It's a Q-fest for sure. The Chosen Ones taken from the point and taken from the map. Reason open up strong.
Reason with Simba on that Phoenix, truly a king upon kings. That's a duelist that I'm sure Chosen Ones are going to be looking at taking out of choice in the next map's ban draft, because he was unstoppable.
What's the matter with him? We may never know. Reason Gaming walk away with Burning T'Challa. And honestly, I was very impressed with the turnaround here from the Chosen Ones, but are going to have even more time to work out how to get back in their map pick for map number 2 after this break.
meta, stage 1 has officially begun across all of the major regions. So let's see just how that meta is looking across the 108 maps of action that we've seen in Ignite so far on this patch. From this first week of action, we've got 4 major winners and 1 big loser. And the biggest winner is the king of the meta in preseason, Gambit, who has actually climbed up in popularity. He was the sort of most impactful character in the game at the end of preseason. Not only is he still at the top, he's actually climbed in popularity. He is constantly the first ban, first protect at this stage, and everybody's agreeing on it for the most part. He's been involved in every single draft across all of the 4 major regions, but there are a small group of teams that are trying to splinter away to go for different bans that aren't Gambit, some of these other names on this list as we're about to highlight. And the reason for that is these teams, because nobody's had the chance to practice Gambit because he's constantly banned out, if they leave it open, teams are going to be like, well, we're really rusty on Gambit. I don't really want to pick him, do you guys? And so they're trying to see if they can actually put them on compositions that they're just not well versed on, certainly when people are trying to get the reps in on stuff like Devil Dinosaur. And speaking of Devil Dinosaur, he is the second winner. It's been a roaring success for Devil Dinosaur with him being introduced into the game in Season 8. And he has been contesting Gambit a little bit as a first ban, but really not that often. Like I said, teams splintering away. Dino's been the first ban and trying to one-side it in some cases, because teams just have been prepping a lot on Dino because of how much he has really thrown the meta into a curve. He kind of fits into all sorts of compositions, even though he's just naturally brawly. It seems that you can sort of throw him in and play around him no matter what the map or the stage. So some teams have really started to just build on that as much as possible. It's maybe an over focus or an over correction, and some teams have certainly been okay to let the Dino through, play up against it, and actually have good counters for him, such as Emma Frost. But really, it has been like a good standing for Dino. But I do think that that hype is going to drop and taper off over time. I would imagine so, but of course, we'll see exactly how these teams want to play it. The third winner actually is Luna Snow, which is more of a surprise. She's jumped up massively in popularity, and specifically as like a ban option. Teams do not want the other team to be playing it, so they want to get it off the table. In previous patches, her healing and damage output was improved. Stuff like Ice Arts' cooldown reducing when your player that you've put the snowflake on gets an elimination means that you can really just snowball the way that you can keep and contest these fights and keep them going on. And of course, like a team up with White Fox, who's gone up in popularity, not to the same level, but the fact that you can allow like healing cleave and charm cleave and orb enemies off of that with Luna is really handy. It basically means if teams want to go for White Fox, they can. You just want to make sure that that team up isn't available. And the fourth and final winner, it is worth saying that a lot of characters have benefited from this patch, but the major winner, the final one I wanted to highlight, was Black Cat, who is another big addition now that we start to see her actually being played in Ignite. Similar to Dino, she's one of the top protect options for various teams. They really want to play around it. The skill floor is massively high. It's hard to be good on Black Cat, especially in coordinated play. So it's hard to see teams get the most effectiveness out of it, unless you're like Tanuki with some of the gameplay that's on screen. But teams are starting to get a lot better with it, and they have some good plans, and they really want to incorporate Black Cat into their compositions as much as they possibly can, especially because she's pretty decent against Devil Dinosaur, whereas Daredevil can get run down by him a little bit. So Black Cat and Devil Dinosaur having really good debuts in Ignite, but there's one character that is certainly fallen off the list, and that is Elsa Bloodstone. Not only has she fallen down the rankings from being the second most impactful character in the game, she's dropped off the face of the earth when it comes to how popular she is. In Stage 1, she has not been banned nor protected once in any of the regions. Instead, the likes of Phoenix and Star-Lord have found leaps in popularity after their own individual buffs, but I still think that Elsa is underrated. We have seen some moments like Chupio actually having a lot of success with Elsa and some of the other EMEA teams, just when it's appropriate, right? She's still good. She's obviously been nerfed pretty hard over the last couple of patches, but I still think that she's going to be contesting a little bit more. I'm just shocked that she has fallen off massively, but I would like to see that improve just a little bit, just not too much, a little bit. Like I said, there's a lot of characters that have either been benefited or are struggling on this new patch, and we're going to see how the action unfolds as we get more data, but that's it for this time. Thanks for watching, and back to the action.
Reason have remembered who they are with the help of Simba. But the Chosen Ones, they didn't make it easy. They honestly kind of left a scar on Reason after that match because they took them right to the limit. Leg Day, I heard Moxie say earlier that this is the reason we wanted to see, but the Chosen Ones aren't giving them any space to breathe.
Yeah, but the Chosen Ones are keeping up the tempo here, and I'm feeling very betrayed that you spent the entirety of our conversation in the break coming up with Lion King puns. Just hanging out in the back scheming like, yes, I will have a scar here. Good thinking, Dad. Cheers, a look at our MVP, of course. It is going to be Simba, 57.2% accuracy. It's hard not to when you're up against Devil Dinosaur, but it feels like Simba's not doing that much Vanguard farming right now. It's instead just really harrying all of these off angles.
I mean, you could almost say that Reason are prepared now. Be prepared for the rocket bands.
Send these people to jail right now.
Leg days, the Hakuna Matata means no worries, not all the worries.
I'm gonna give you something to worry about.
Oh boy. Looking at these statistics here, you could really see just how free Simba was. A solid 4k more damage than IJDXS at the end. 37k while going 32 and 5 with 18 of them being final hits. They were flanking so effectively. They got the healing output from the Spark passive on the Phoenix. And if anyone turned around, you would talk about it in the break box. See, it wasn't a good time for them.
Yeah, and I mean, it also burned off so much attention towards Knuten on this Ultron. Like, Chosen Ones likely went into that ban draft feeling very happy that they followed what Heretics had done pretty much to the letter in terms of going for those compositions as well. Like, the whole idea was Star-Lord goes and engages on the Ultron, wins out that duel, you send your dive split onto the back line, now that they don't have the Ultron to be able to help them. Both those two pieces of the composition can't then help each other out to be able to survive. But because Reason rolled out with the White Fox, they were able to deal much more effectively with the dive, and Simba was being uncontested until JD swapped off of the Star-Lord to go Phoenix to be able to match it, which meant that, hey, Star-Lord's not constantly pressuring your Ultron, and Knuten walks away with 18,000 heals, but more importantly, 23,000 points of damage.
Which was more than enough to help boost them through. But, like we said, while Reason were able to control that pretty effectively, the Chosen Ones did take us to the first 0.3 of a domination that we've seen so far today. They did give Reason a run for their money, meaning now not only were they able to hold their own almost in that first series, they now get their map choice. Like what are you looking at potentially here? Is it going to be the same two maps we've been picking almost every time, of Lord of Dahlia and the Museum of Contemplation? Let's find out. We're heading to
Museum.
Eventually.
It's Museum.
Fair enough.
Two maps exist in the EMEA region once we move away from that random role of domination. But I mean, there's reason for why they're taking Reason to this map, right? It looked the roughest that we've seen from Reason by far in their matchup yesterday versus Heretics. I imagine as well for Chosen Ones, they could try to let the Loki slip through in the hopes that we see more aggressive Loki copies coming on out. But I feel like Reason tried that strategy and learned very quickly that it does not work when the team have duelist ultimates and can literally just wait for Boundary to fall before coming in free.
We're heading on in. This could be the final map of the day. If Reason can close it out, I leave you with Leg Day and Moxie for the draft.
One for the road, and then he disappears before you can criticize him. That is just like the quintessential host play. Say something that a cast will absolutely loathe, and then dip.
I mean, Tetra was good. Tetra 2, maybe a little bit of a letdown. I think definitely we could have done some script work there. Gabba going to be banned first by both teams. We're sure to see if the Devil Dinosaur Mirror come through for our protects here.
Yeah, there is the continuation of the Black Cat ban, Museum of Contemplation. Very strong map for flankers of both the Black Cat and the Daredevil as we get the Dino Mirror yet again. So this is pretty much the default line, I feel, coming on through. The second ban's normally the Black Cat or the Luna, as more and more teams are happy to let that Mantis slide on through as Chosen Ones remove the Luna. Likely going to be looking at the Rocket in this next ban line as well, as Reason, in terms of that save, like, they could feel towards the Loki. Maybe they want to save one of their Vanguard lines to be able to play the EMEA, so they have a really good front-to-back option on Museum of Contemplation, so even if a dive comes through, you can just run down the front line with greater player advantage.
Okay, Manta's taken away now from Reason. Maybe an attempt to try and constrain Simba on these off angles, making sure they need a little bit of a more firm hand in terms of strategist positioning to keep them well stocked up. Well, of course, Rocket Raccoon doesn't have to play from very close at all, and a critical part of many of these recent game strategies, which is going to be pretty important when it comes to our calculus here of how these fights work out, when you're going to be able to use your Endsong Inferno if you need to try and save that for the Cosmic Yarn.
Oh, wow. Last ban actually coming through on the Ultron, which means that both the Phoenix and the Loki are actually going to be able to make it through for Reason Gaming. Very surprised that Chosen Ones did not look at that Phoenix, especially when you combine it with the damage boost aspect of Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Like, Endsong has some real bite and heat to that Inferno to be able to find those picks despite Strategist ultimates being up on the side of Chosen One's back line. Save onto the Daredevil coming on through for them as Reason go for the last ban onto the Cap, but we do still have things like the Venom as an option for the dive Vanguards if Chosen Ones want to be able to try and take advantage of all of the hallways, the maze that Museum of Contemplation is essentially when it comes to how this map plays out.
Yeah, I think the Ultron going away is going to make it a little bit easier to get these Daredevil dives going. Of course, you are still going to have to deal with a White Fox, who's very capable of just standing on business and countering those dives with her E, if she is so inclined. Wait a second. Are they trying to evoke the Penny, perhaps? I mean, Coco on the attack, unlikely to play the Penny, I'd imagine. But there's a world where you try and like elicit a trauma response from Reason by bringing out the Penny. Like, no, trust me, Penny isn't real. My therapist told me it can't hurt me.
Well, the mines absolutely can hurt you, especially if you walk on top of them. Maybe they roll it out on the defense, since it's proving to be problematic for the Dino to have to look at both the mines as well as that 3-second hard stun lock off of the CC. But it will be Reason on the defense first and foremost, and no triple strat line as we talked about. This is the premier Reason composition that we saw them play versus Fire Strays to such devastating impact. Simba on that Phoenix going to have a lot of playmaking potential as Knuten can play the off angles on the Star-Lord to mark out where 21k pops up.
And he has to be very careful here. He's used almost all of their jet boost to get over onto that angle. And
I mean, you've got Rocket team up. You can just dip out.
That's true. The easy dip is on a slightly longer cooldown now, but does appear to be keeping 21k at bay. JDX starting on a very audacious angle, but can easily move back behind those glass doors for pretty good protection. Already Knuten has fallen on down, instantly resurrected by the Battle Recall Beacon, but JDX now has an opening to move in towards the back, and 21k has already softened them up, tenderizing the backline for the arrival of the Phoenix, and relaxing. Going to be forced to use their greens in an inopportune moment.
Yeah, 21k gets the pick onto Knuten. BRB brings him back, but in the time it takes for the Star-Lord to come back into position, he's not there to keep the Daredevil off of the backline, so Rashad falls. Relaxing will have Loki ultimate in this engagement, likely going to go for a copy onto Cosmic Yarn Amplifier that Crazy actually manages to match, and Reason just don't have the angles to be able to make a play or break the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier before Endsong breaks the whole team.
Oh, now this is peak Phoenix. 2 raccoons flash roasted by the Endsong Inferno. It's only slightly better than regular British cuisine.
Reason going to be trying to play into this retake position, but Simba has no space to be able to make a play off of. Endsong Inferno's in pocket, but no Cosmic Yarn Amplifier to truly beast up that damage potential. And with Minute about to come on through the God of Mischief, Chosen Ones have a lot of snowball potential to be able to melt through this next defense.
Definitely a lot of potential here. Relaxing, taking a bunch of fire. JDX needs to be displaced by Knuten. Oh my goodness! Bro just had his lunch money taken. Oh, my poor boy.
Well, he didn't just have his lunch money taken, he had the BFB cooldown taken too. Reason fire back though, 2 picks coming on for only one of them sticks, with the BRB coming on out from Chosen One. So if they want to come into this fight, they can still continue to fight it on out, and they will. Cosmic Gun Amplifier copy coming on through from 7 Minute. Reason reading out that the Loki used ultimate, just simply cut away.
I mean, they've given up so much space before the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier comes through, though, and so they're going to have to give up even more here to try and make this one work. 7 Minute is going to lose it out to Simba's Shockwave. Just playing that very safely, knowing that they couldn't have their ultimate taken down when they do it on the inside entirely. The damage boost here, though, coming through from Knuten. It's grabbed in midair, but the focus fire's not there. Oh, the Chosen Ones have absolutely bottled it!
Oh, they'll be bottlenecked into spawn as well after this next fight. Like, 21k is behind Reason's team with the Let the Devil out, so Reason going to have to actually expend players, not holding close to Chosen One spawn, having to work out where exactly this Daredevil will be. Knuten scouts him on out. Will get potentially marked there by 21k, so he knows where the Star-Lord is, but this is giving Chosen Ones a lot more room to be able to work with, despite losing one of those fights on the attack.
Yeah, constant fear factor. The paranoia, the Devil being let out here by 21k in the back. Might well be damage boosted as well by the Loki. You can see the projection of regeneration domain given over. Passimo tries to beat them down. Thus far, it's been bloodless, but 21k needs a lot of healing. Another Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Unleashed now by Crazy, and Simba still doesn't have the means of breaking it down quickly. JD gets burnt on up, boosting through, relaxing. Can't take the pressure of the heat, and Passimo at least is going to stall the cart.
Yeah, I mean, do you get one last fight here on the side of Reason? Try and stall out the point, but Passimo going down late means that no one's in a position to be able to touch, and Reason have to change their strategy, looking for a very close fight on third. They're really close to getting Invisible Boundary up. They'll have Ensong Inferno as well for that pick potential, as Minute not going to have the God of Mischief to be able to heal on through it.
3.5 minutes. Quite a chunk of time to try and get Doctor Strange to the goal. Exchange of fire here between the Phoenixes, but the pocket is strong from both backlines right now. So Minute has already used their regeneration rune, and now Rose has to try and disengage despite bleeding. The blood in the water is going to drive past the Chosen One. 21k is super low. Oh, Simba! Beautiful aim and beautiful carry through here. Is going to be forced to use this ultimate, and now can't really extricate themselves from a nasty scenario. I think that maybe Simba bit off a touch more than they could chew, but at least is going to be forgiven by the Battle Recall Beacon.
Yeah, BRB brings Phoenix back into the mix. Chosen One's just 0 map control at the moment. Can't even use this Loki ultimate aggressively because Reason have 3 ultimates more. There goes the Loki copy into Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, relaxing heals onto it with the Invisible Boundary, so you're still holding Sia to be able to boost up this Galactic Legend. You even want to go for the combo since Chosen Ones, no ultimates to shut it down. It's just the Star-Lord being able to shut down the full team.
Oh, great shield play coming through. Knuten's made it deep into the back lines of the Chosen Ones, and there he finds plenty of booty ready to be plundered. Leaves behind a distraction. Here you go, Devil Dinosaur, eat this and leave me.
Knuten says, eat my dust and eat my iframe advantage. Uses the right click to get the reload and dodge away before Hasta can pull him down, and Reason still holding on to Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Have to give up a little bit of space in the face of Summer Seduction, but can't fully complete the kite. Simba falls, brought back by the BRB.
That's always going to have trouble trying to win out in that particular matchup. Coco is overextended and instantly punished. Beautiful timing there from Reason, despite being down a player in Passimo, still thinking it's winnable. But when Crazy counter ults here, Reason is still going to give up even more space and allow that car to roll on forward. 21k towards the back, letting the Devil out. Knuten just keeping this one contested, actually may even be able to push it back temporarily. As 21k buys a little bit of space for the Chosen Ones on Reason. Now we're going to counter-strike with her own Rampage. Rosa did plenty of damage, and Simba was able to finish it off. Knuten's tracking absolutely sublime. Coming in now towards 7 Minute, burning through the greens. The God of Mischief can't attend to all of the damage that's being done as Knuten just finds the counterpart here and should easily be able to gun down the Devil Dinosaur.
Yeah, I mean, Star-Lord at this range is so problematic. 2 right clicks, 2 auto reloads, all of the opportunity to clip through the strategists, especially when 7 minutes already burned the regeneration domain. 1 minute left. Simba going to be as aggressive as he was prior with the Ensong Inferno, but 21k trying to open up the space for Chosen Ones, gets a read onto where Rishev is playing, tries to take the rocket down, so BRB falls, but the peel is there from Reason, and the Daredevil fall first.
Full peel coming back. 21k, they knew that was going to be the linchpin, and so Reason puts out. What is JD doing here? Up close and personal. It's going to be hard to try and burn through that ultimate, but doesn't really have much in the way of follow-up for the damage, so is easily taken down by Rosa in the aftermath. But don't break defensive Reason. Focusing in on the peeling is a great mid-fight adaptation compared to the problems they were having against the Chosen Ones previously.
I mean, this is next to impossible for Chosen Ones to be able to win the overtime play. Galactic Legend, when you try to walk forward, double strategist ultimates for Reason. They've got sustain, they've got pick potential. Chosen Ones have to be able to make a hero play with this Loki ultimate, but it's already been forced early.
Oh, no.
Classic Museum of Contemplation third. No one's within the inflatable boat to be able to keep OT in play, and Chosen Ones don't even get the chance to force Reason into potting with ults.
It feels like Reason, they really were focusing super hard on mitigating 21k's danger when it came to these dives. But the Chosen Ones, they were getting so much off the back of their play from the damage-boosted Phoenix ult. JD, I think, maybe overplayed his hand in that penultimate fight, taking an overly aggressive angle and using their ultimate before they'd even taken too much damage, which wasn't able to be comboed with a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and so didn't really achieve enough when you think about the magnitude of resource that was.
I mean, not just that, but also the way that Reason positioned into it. Like, yes, it hit onto the backline with the AoE reach, but Reason were playing inside small rooms, so there's not really a good line of sight for the rest of Chosen One's team to follow up on the damage done to the strategists to convert into a pick. It's a rough time that these teams have when they lose one fight on third. Being able to get the ball rolling once more since you're denied all of the angles, just walking out of spawn into so much essential bullet help coming on through from Simba with the Phoenix, who just drops the gauntlet against you. As Reason are going to be having so much front-to-back damage coming on through here, not just with the Dino Emma, but with the Phoenix Punisher as well. This is going to melt Chosen One's front line.
100% absolute poke slot. And it's going to make it very difficult for Hasta to stay in lane here. Might have to give up onto a 90-degree angle and give up this entire lane for a second, but Knudsen starts running them down with adjudication.
They've given up first corner. Now you're potentially having to give up yet more space. At least JD's getting a lot of damage done to be able to build up this first Ensong Inferno, and Chosen Ones with the rocket can be a little bit more ground holding against the full front to back, since if one falls early, they just get brought right back. This is all about stalling and not allowing the point to push before you've got an ultimate to shove Reason back when you run into the long line of sight stretch.
Diamond form already used. Rosa bit off more than they could chew quite literally that time. A Battle Recall Beacon will return them to the fray though. Knudsen, no matter what the range is going to be using the shotgun only. Pirate King Momo in my games apparently here, as finally they swap over to the rifle at this range to make sure that this long zone is where the Chosen Ones are going to have a lot of trouble outpoking their opponents. Might have to invest some ultimates here to try and turn it around. Rose again, once again, overextended. Grab into grab. The CC chains are too strong, and the Chosen Ones actually managed to rebuff this without any real investment, but still, Reason think it's winnable. Send in the full charge onto Crazy inside of the invisible boundary. Knudsen's feeling safe and cuddled. The damage should be enough to try and burn through all of the healing given over by the Mantis coming up close. That's going to be the shotgun onto 21k, and Reason found their moments.
Yeah, Knudsen feeling safe inside that boundary. Chosen Ones feeling anything but, as they're going to try and get this recontest. Strange portal attempt. Simba's already actually fallen. 21k so close to Soul Resurgence. One side strategist ultimate could allow Chosen Ones to hold their ground, but do they get the chance to use it? Sonic Seduction comes on through from Passolo. Knudsen untouchable in turret form, out of the way of the fight, but so far no eliminations onto the Mantis, which means it's Soul Resurgence time.
Disgusting culling turret. 21k now gives everyone that extra HP, extra healing, extra movement speed as well. That might make it easier to try and chase down Rosa, who's ready to counter-strike here if they want to, utilizing that rampage.
Reason fall back, know that the advantage is there. Protosoul Resurgence, wait for it to be done, come back in with Dino Ultimate, paving the way, but Chosen Ones have the match.
It's a lot of damage. Managing to hit their ref up on the counterpart. Hasta taken so deep into the enemy team. Is there going to be enough to rescue here? The Iron Governor gets two. Knudsen and Passimo both stuck in place. The soul is separated from body, and Coco may have found the flavor that was needed. That goes Passimo. So many have fallen here from Reason, but they still believe it to be winnable. A Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Rochette is getting involved. It's broken down instantly. 21k with a damage boost and a frag of their own. Hasta returns, and now Reason is just scurrying away as best they can with only a minute remaining.
There's danger here for Reason. This could well be a full hold. Invisible Boundary plus Final Judgment, likely the play for Reason to be able to brute force over Chosen Ones. One fight within getting this first checkpoint, but double Cosmic Yarn Amplifier potential to be able to break through the Invisible Woman's healing so that Knudsen falls early.
Enough yarn to excite all of the sewing circles. Simba's getting involved very quickly here, right on top of the back line. But now what are you going to try and do to deal with the Cosmic Yarn Amplifiers? 7 Minute instead has copied over onto the Mantis. Coco can't receive the healing that was cut off by Rose's shield. And now you need to re-engage the Cosmic Yarn to stop Knudsen's roll moving forward. Rose is down, instantly going to be resurrected. Many stuns given on over by the Phoenix. IJD is getting it all done off the back of pure accuracy. But an overextension here can't be punished. The bubble's given over. Rose has to move over onto a point. There's 2 seconds remaining here for Reason. Coco arrives on the Venom, and what a frenzied arrival it is as Passimo begins to open up the pentagram of Ferala. A portal back, a last chance saloon for Reason, but the damage has already been done. A quick kidnap onto their own Loki, and Hasta is seen. TCO coming in with so many ultimates. They've broken through the ultimate of the Phoenix. The Ensong Inferno stopped in its space, and the cart moves forward just a second more. Rashid feeling a momentary little bit of relief in the back, unassaulted by the Venom. Instead looking over towards the other members. Rose are going to try and chase down the Rocket Raccoon, but Chomp isn't quite where it needs to be, and so they need to return to a point, knowing that their co-Vanguard requires them to tag on in momentarily. Out comes JD, still able to fire through. Knudsen coming up closer, burst things inside of a bubble, and so the heals can't reach him. Oh, Knudsen take him down. Resurrected. The battle recall beacons, one after the other. It seems that mortality is only a very, very loose concept. Rolling for 3 stacks! Unbelievable from Passimo! The Iron Nagamoto has foresaw the victory and a save execution for Reason.
One of the longest OT fights, one of the closest OT fights we've seen so far in stage 1, and I feel like, yeah, we need a pause after that one.
I called that pause.
Needs a pause after that one. Sometimes it truly is cast a start game moment, because take a breath, buddy. You'll need it after that OT play.
Bro, I was just wiping the spit off my mind. Very inglorious stuff. That was a crit, like... They had the glass broken as well, so Passimo could just slowly float up and open the Eye of Agamotto. The cooldown tracking there was crazy as well, knowing that Mantis didn't have a sedation to shut it down. Otherwise, that would have been an absolutely crazy feed. But Passimo, that's the thing about Doctor Strange. When you look at 14,605 possibilities and you find the one where you've done all 3 strategies, you are going absolutely crazy, bro.
I mean, not just that, but you're also shielding, like, both with the Doctor Strange and with the Dino on the actual point itself to be able to block the line of sight of things like that Loki to really make vulnerable all of the players having to hold their position on the point and keep the overtime in play. Like, Rosa is desperately trying to drag presence of Chosen Ones off of that cart so that they can get that cap, as we can have a look at the replay coming on through. As you said, like, Passimo absolutely finding the perfect Eye of Agamotto to shut down Chosen One's Starlight, because it came so close. Like, we saw Cosmic Yarn Amplifier come up on the side of Reason, but then Ensong Inferno comes on through from Chosen Ones alongside Soul Resurgence, so they can keep fighting the fight, and it just becomes an absolute wild scrap fest where Reason are scrambling for any way of taking the defense down.
Okay, game is back. Respiration is complete. Return to the Frag Fest, everyone.
Harry got his breath back, which means that we go back into the game because this next fight could go long as well. Cosmic Yawn Amplifier from Crazy. Reason backing up, giving all the space. More than happy to rely on the Loki regeneration domain so they don't lose anyone in the kite and then they can come back, punch into this next fray with Cosmic Yawn Amplifier and Final Judgment combo of their own.
Yeah, Knudsen is going to be doing a more billion-and-one damage. It's going to be difficult for Hasta to try and survive this one, but you do need to worry about that regeneration domain for now. JD doesn't want to really step up onto Knudsen. Here comes the extra damage. There's going to be even a second ultimate coming through here from 7 Minute, who has access to the Mantis, but was copied over by the God of Mischief. Good hiding away here from the Chosen Ones. Basically no-selling all of Reason's offensive capability, but Knudsen can jiggle peek with a shotgun and maybe instantly evaporate one of those backline strategists. Coco and Hasta going to be taking a large amount of damage, but it's just going to be converted into ultimate charge for now. JD has to move away. Knudsen dragged into the midst of the enemy team, but a Scourge grenade to quick disengage here. Up come the Loki lamps, and they're going to make sure that extra damage comes through for Reason and survivability as well. Where did my tank let go? My Vanguards have just dissipated, and JD just going to try their best to shut this one down. Knows that the extra HP can be burned away by their own Ensong Inferno, but it's good resistance here. Oh, they needed it though to try and survive the assault of Simba. The resurrection can't come through without a recall beacon. Was too late. Simba's aim is too good. Has a good angle now onto the Vanguards. Leveraging this off angle, they found the crack in the armor and they're digging in their fingernails.
Yeah, but 20 seconds left. Chosen Ones, one more fight, pushing back in with Storm Seduction to power Ensong Inferno. They collapse onto Reason, who have no survivability against the onslaught of ultimates. And Harry, this one might be map done. There's no chance for a Strange Portal to come through in time.
JD's found his throne and he's going to sit on it for dear life. Headshot onto Rashid. No one else can touch. The time will hit 0. And despite Rosa with the ultimate available, it won't be available for Reason. What a hold from the Chosen Ones. And the 2-0 Marvel Rivals is over.
The curse of today, and actually yesterday as well, is broken as Chosen Ones break through against Reason on Museum of Contemplation. It's such unfortunate timing from Reason when they go for the God of Mischief copy onto the rocket. It means that you're not actually having the heal up time, which is the reason why the Vanguards just evaporate before Cosmic Yawn Amplifier can come through against the Phoenix Poke.
All right, the Chosen Ones have managed to figure things out, but now Reason get a chance for their own counter-punch on their map pick. Join us to see where we go after this break.
Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. I need to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising resistance, smashing through time walls. Before the rift
같은 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 햇빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어지는 꿈꿨던 너와 나 별에 들어선 네 운명에 The weight of the both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명
The streak is broken. We sit at 1-1 as the chosen ones are able to bring it back. Museum of Contemplation, once again, looking to be a solid way for teams to potentially flip a result in their favor, meaning that our final match, it will have to be a convergence map, and it will be Reason's map choice. Leg day. Outside of getting your breath back, what a performance by the chosen ones as well as you.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like, JDX went absolutely bonkers. I think that the timing around the Cosmic Yarn Amplifiers was great as well. The front line has been, like, Chosen Ones are firing on all cylinders. And it's incredibly important because for both of these teams who are sitting at, what, 1-1, like, this might be the match that decides which of them goes to playoffs. In, like, a third, fourth seed, maybe second if they have the audacity within them. But this is such an important matchup for both of these teams. Everyone needs to be giving it everything they have, and someone who has been giving it a lot is definitely Hasta on the Devil Dino tag.
Yeah, Moxie, this was just such a incredible performance from Hasta. So many of those overtime fights were just due to their positioning and their ability to stay on the point.
I mean, Devil Dino is a hero who is built for long fights. He's got so much survivability, the bubble uptime as well, that's on a 10-second cooldown. It is absolutely bonkers for the amount that you can get done. Like, you can use it aggressively to block line of sight on things like regeneration domain. If you don't know about this, runes are actually tied to line of sight. Same thing with lunar ultimate. So if you're like thinking, okay, why are we seeing so many players actually going down through strategist ults like the Fate of Both Worlds? A large part of it is to the fact that the Devil Dino is able to sit within the lunar ultimate and bubble on top of it so that no heals gets through to the rest of her team. And that's just like a very tiny blip, a drop in the sea of the amount that Devil Dino can do. Despite his kit actually being very finite, like he dropped, we didn't see 3 pages of resources, a textbook, if you will, of abilities the way that we had of like Deadpool, Gambit in the past. But what little he does have is so many facets that you can use. He really has just fully changed the meta.
We don't have access to the Dino shop, but we do have access to 93,000 points of damage blocked by Hasta. A solid 13k more than Rosa. Their positioning was solid. Also, you mentioned it, Legne, IJDXS putting on a stellar performance in their own right, actually out-damaging Simba in that game.
Bro was dropping almost 50k. 16 final hits, disgusting stuff. And while I did have my detraction of like their penultimate ultimate in their offense, I think the mechanics have been
It's not Hall of Jalia!
It's not Hall of Jalia! We won! We did it! We did it!
It costs 1 Museum of Contemplation, but we got a Central Park.
Well, I'm going to sit back and enjoy this. I leave you with your casters. I just lost every word there. I leave you with the casters, Cop, Moxie, and Legne. Let's go to Central Park, baby!
Crying in the club right now.
We're so back! We're so back!
Oh, it feels like we haven't been here since Shikigami took one off of Na'Vi. We're going to get stuck into our ban phase soon, and I wonder if we're going to be seeing any shenanigans come out here. This is still a pretty good Devil Dino. This is also a great Jeff map, but Jeff hasn't been copping bans for a while now, and Reason still believe in Devil Dino supremacy.
I feel like a pivot for both of these teams, honestly, could be to ban the Phoenix. With how problematic both Simba and Chosen One's like full damage potential from that Phoenix has been as save mirror for the Devil Dino so far. Central Park, pretty good for flyers, very good for flankers being able to wrap around the back of the point. So Black Cat targeted out yet again, but Daredevil still open. We've seen Reason go for the Captain America multiple times in the ban draft as well, so potentially Chosen One's going to be losing out on one of the Vanguard potentials to enable that Daredevil.
I feel like 21k has been at their best on the Mantis. Yeah, there it goes. Like, 21k definitely has shown off a lot of skill on with Daredevil in other matchups, but it feels like Reason Gaming have come into this matchup thoroughly prepared for the Daredevil, given that they expected it to be Chosen One's most potent tool and not JDX just decimating on the Phoenix. Of course, it now can be protected for Chosen Ones, either the Phoenix or the Daredevil. If you do protect something else, there's a world where you can force Reason Gaming into that Daredevil ban, but we're just going to make sure that there's always that optional pivot available for 21k.
Yeah, Reason, do they go for the Phoenix hit? No, they remove the Lunar Snow, so making sure that the strategists line up still the same, and also depleting resources coming on out onto those duelists, because letting the Daredevil through with a Lunar Snow is very problematic, because it means that Daredevil does not have to rely on line of sight from his strategist, right? You can literally throw all of your heals into the Vanguard's heal bot, if you will. 35% of that will then get traded over to the Daredevil, or worse, you actually have stack. If you did not know this, you can go past the 100% heal of the Lunar Snow when you heal the person who has the idle aura. So if you lob that onto your Devil Dino, you're not just healing them for 100%, you're healing them for 135. So the staying potential of the Vanguard just continues to skyrocket.
Yeah, unbelievable triage potential from the Luna, and she is, of course, able to give over extra healing from the Fate of Both Worlds as well to someone who's outside of its radius via that Flake, which could be very impressive. But here we got to think about the Invisible Woman versus the Ultron matchup, as it's not going to be available for Reason Gaming, who will be able to keep Knuten airborne. And this is a great map for Ultron and for Flyers in general, but we're not seeing prime, it's not prime Angela territory right now.
It's not Prime Ultron meta as well, and especially with the removal of Invisible Woman, who will be unseen for a very different reason. That being that she's unplayable for the side of Reason, so you won't be able to help out your Ultron when he gets targeted in the sky. Central Park's still a very good Ultron map with the amount of just natural cover and corners that you can play around. Like, there's a reason why in preseason Shikigami was known for playing this Ultron torch composition and being able to full hold powerhouses of teams like Na'Vi with the usage of that one and how hard it is to be able to get on top of them. But for Reason, I don't imagine they'll be leaning into the Ultron since Chosen One's got both the Rocket and the Star-Lord through.
What has happened to my meta? Loki Rocket on both sides, everyone believing in the BRB.
Coming back after week 1 vacation being like, what have I returned to?
What are they doing over there in the EMEA? It's a little bit wild, it's a little bit weird. IJDX already putting Knuten on notice.
21k. We fall off of the map.
That's unresable as well, I think. Although, I don't know if you want your Battle Recall Beacon to be burned by gravity out-fragging my star player. Coco returns. Pasuo has been brought back by the Battle Recall Beacon. Call that one the Circle of Life, baby.
The physics, apparently, is a separate enemy for Chosen Ones to have to deal with, and off of that player advantage Reason just full push to point. They've got Knuten doing so much damage on the Moon Knight, especially with 7 minutes playing that Loki. You're going to get pretty much several bounces off of every clone place, which means a Hand of Khonshu about to come through, and Reason about to pick up the point despite the strange TP attempt.
Yeah, every Loki clone and Devil Dinosaur essentially functions as an additional Onk. 7 minute. Might get staggered out here. Is going to have to go off the edge. Joining 21k on that. Oh, it's my lawyer. Look at my lawyer, bro. I'm going to jail.
Yeah, that's going to be Chosen Ones now denied the opportunity to close hold on this corner as well. No ultimate to brute force the issue is 7 minutes, sees that the Moon Knight's still in play, swaps off of the Loki, does not want to enable Knuten, goes for the Rocket to be able to give the team up as well to JD on that Star-Lord, relying really on him, going in deep, putting the pressure onto Reason, and then blipping out of there with the teleport so that they stall this team's approach out as Groot plus Moon Knight all combos in hand. Richet though falling early.
Nasty track from JD, needs to be healed up though. Reason, remember, they didn't have to use any ultimate to take first point, so they still can try and triage a fight here with raw armory and firepower if they so desire. Hasta standing on business, Knuten falling low. Is going to be a big blast barrage to try and make this one work. It's a huge investment here from Rosa and relaxing. They believe it to be winnable, and I'm inclined to believe that they are correct. Hasta just forced a run for the Cretaceous Hills.
Hand of Khonshu denied his follow-up for Strangling Prison, but Chosen One's position will be forced as that point's getting closer to second checkpoint. Someone has to stand up to stop it, and that someone was supposed to be Hasta, but he just falls beneath the damage capabilities of the Phoenix Moon Knight.
Pasuo's gone so deep here. 7 minute instantly loses out on their life after sending down their ult. Pasuo, who just has absolutely crunched them as it... That's a very sad wall. Crazy now going to have to go up against Simba in a 1v1 in the aftermath of this, but JDX has an opening. Pasuo, you can't Jurassic Park there, mate. Going up to the sky, trying to grab out the Star-Lord, and now the chase down onto the Rocket Raccoon begins. The peel is solid from Knuten, coming back on the Star-Lord for extra mobility and greater target focus. Coco held inside of this, 21k towards the backline, letting the Devil out, but all they might find over here is pain and sustainability. Relaxing in Resto, 21k, making up for being out-fragged by gravity on fight number 1, as it is going to be a glorious return for the lawyer.
Oh, 21k, big pickup onto relaxing, just sends him into jury duty. Benched Now back into spawn, relaxing goes off of the Let the Devil Out, and those two ult investments, both the Daredevil and the Star-Lord, is enough for Chosen Ones to be able to establish their hold. Reason without ultimates at the moment, close to Galactic Legend, wanting to get that one online as quickly as possible, but here comes the dive from 21k, putting the pressure, slowing down the rotation onto point so that Chosen Ones get more chance to battle for Freedom Charge to hold their ground against Galactic Legend.
Range ready forced. Newton takes to the skies. Galactic Legend to be written here, but Coco's nowhere near 21k to try and save him from this. Instead, it's all about the cycle of life once again. Brought on back, already down though is crazy. Single healing is going to come through from 7 minute. And the Chosen Ones haven't really got too much off the back of this. Grab the is for singular Captain America, and Simba's getting up close and personal to make sure that every single shot connects. Out comes Knuten, returning once again, courtesy of the BRB, and Asta tries to buy all the space in the world, courtesy of the Rampage. JD knows that if the results are to be found, it needs to be at the hands of the Galactic Legend. Inside of the Greens vote, basically unlimited sustainability and even more damage mitigations given over by the overhealth of the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. For reason, it should be a clean cap as the absolute forest is erected in the face of TCO.
Potential big snowball as well for reason. Holding on to Relaxing's God of Mischief can copy Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, brute force the End Song Inferno coming on through from Simba. Although, if you're reason, you might want to hold on to it in a response for 7 minute using the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier themselves. Has to actually stage with the Strange. They might just try a map flip with a Strange TP onto Reason's team.
JD already falling down though. Going to be difficult to try and deal with. 21k gets inside. Does Pasuo dare to try and make their way through this? Already you can see the map is reforming.
That Strange TP is going to cost them as Coco falls. Coming out to that close pressure from Simba. Crazy's caught out of position too, not able to connect back to the team, which means that Chosen One's having to wait for a regroup, which means that more free cart push almost all the way into the inside of third. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier is up, but Simba still holding on to Ensong, can just mute it instantly if he so chooses.
Alright, goodbye to the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Instantly eviscerated by Simba with their Ensong Inferno. And it's Relaxing's turn to turn around now. It's a little bit far back on the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier though, so it's not affecting many of the members who are up trying to claim the space at the front. But the Chosen Ones have backed off anyway. Crazy still has access to the It's Jeff. Coco's already fallen down. It needs to be Knuten to be a hero here. 7 minute noted in the back, having to hide all the way away inside of a healing puddle. There might be a touch of additional survivability. Crazy once again finds the wall. Someone's got to get the door, and it's Rosa Mendoza once again crushing through the Chosen Ones. And well, I know how Reason spent their break. They sent Simba off to the jungle. He met an animated warthog and an animated meerkat, and his training arc was sublime.
Yeah, the montage. The montage coming on through with the music. Training arc complete for Reason. I mean, Rosa with the walls. They used Galactic Legend too, so Crazy thinks that there's an opening for the It's Jeff to come on out since Knuten's ult's ending, but then Rosa walls up the path that the Jeff can take, and Knuten just drops on top with the Blaster Barrage, the AoE, so that you can't possibly miss the Jeff hitbox, and they all tumble out of the Shark's mouth, and Reason complete the full push with time to spare. Chosen Ones now having to be on the attack themselves. They do have the Daredevil, but Reason have proved more than adept at being able to deal with the dive.
This is an unbelievably chunky front line. Groot and Devil Dinosaur is just health for days. And JDX having trouble chewing through it alone right now, because 21k can't stand and fight a Devil Dinosaur. You crazy? Has to go towards that backline, but currently 21k, sadly, is 6-7.
The man without fear has apparently found a new phobia, and that's fighting a giant Tyrannosaurus Rex.
3, 2, 1.
Bro can't even see it's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He just thinks someone's making real weird noises.
Hey, look, we're still waiting for the true dino counter to be added to the game. Just add Drax. He'll be able to stand real still, and the T-Rex won't be able to see him. It's genius.
Oh, I thought we were going to add like a sentient meteor. John Chicxulub has arrived.
It's Meteor M. Unfortunately, Mag's out of the meta, so Dino remains safe.
Well, until Eric Lensher returns, Devil Dinosaur will continue until further notice. Simba already firing on all cylinders towards JDX, but relaxing. It was actually the primary target of the Phoenix here, and Simba has to make quite a perilous crossing around the point. Hasta burns through the vegetables that had to be chewed through behind off the back of those walls. There's a lot of space given over here for the Chosen Ones to try and go on in, but is it much of a bait? It would appear that 21K trying to play inside of a raft as Simba looks around instead to try and punish the front line, and punish they shall be. Has to take him down, brought on back, Circle of Life once again revisiting our frag feed, and the Chosen Ones are back to the drawing board temporarily.
I mean, Simba's just circling his cursor, looking at front line, dealing damage onto the Vanguards. The moment comms come out that the Daredevil's looking for the in, pivots his attention, deals with the duelist, turns back, deals with the front line. Big Strangling Prison picked up from Rosa, Regeneration Domain from Minute though, keeps the team in play, but that means the Endsong Inferno comes through from Simba, torching the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier copy, and Reason still fighting strong as 21K falls, which means no attention draw. Reason can turn that full focus to the front line.
Got rid of not only the Cosmic Yawn Amplifier, but the extra battle recall beacon as well. All the panoply of a duo of Rocket Raccoons were burned below Simba.
Chosen Ones, though, they have a really good combo of their own coming up. Strangling Prison and Song Inferno. Not a fun one for Reason to have to play into, but they've got the positioning to split their team. Look at where they're playing from. No one truly stacked on up. If one falls, you've got BRB to bring them back.
All right, big grab in, Cosmic Yawn Amplifier. It's now or never for the Chosen Ones. But however, IJD cannot hit the ground right now. Canute's going to try and turn it around. Cosmic Yawn Amplifier means so much damage from the Galactic Legend. 50% extra, and that'll get through. Oh no. Sad, staggering noises.
No, not my group. Coco falls late, and that means that more time burnt off the bank. 21K still behind Reason's backline, but relaxing. We'll have the second lease of life if he truly gets pressured, both Regeneration Domain as well as God of Mischief for that full health reset. And Knuten, he's behind Chosen Ones as well, fully stalling out their approach so that by the time they can actually touch point properly, 1 minute left.
Guess who's gone first again? Natural 20 on the initiative here. In comes the final strike of the Endsong Inferno, but as far as seems to be even Stevens when it comes to the trade on top of the Rocket Raccoon. Copied over by the God of Mischief, 21K. All they can do is disengage for now and hide away, letting the Devil out. And a moment later, has to use their own Rampage as well. TCO running low on their options. Give them Rocket 3 Beacon, says Star-Lord. The 21K is surrounded by fire and likely taken down. 7 minute puts down the invisible boundary on top of the point, but it's taking so much damage in their own right as well. The Chosen Ones move forward. They've got themselves some space to work with, but will they have anything to sustain through the second half of a fight? Knuten moves in towards the back, has found the invisible woman, taking them down. Already too much damage has been done, but 21K's found something wild on the other side. Already taking out both of the Vanguards. Finally, some damage has been done to Reason's front line, and Coco's going to be there to try and turn it.
Portal, though. Chosen Ones went 1 point away. They had to get all 3 ticks, so Reason get through the portal, have the Regeneration Domain to stabilize that position long enough for Cosmic Yawn Amplifier to come through.
As well isolated, has to manage to win out on that one. Kumiho Unleashed, ready to go for crazy if anyone wants to try and investigate here. Simba coming up. Out comes the Endsong Inferno. Oh, it's committed mid-air! Knuten went in for the body block. Is it going to be worth it though? The ultimate sacrifice to be made. Simba coming up close, has the Endsong Inferno, but does not want to invest it. The Chosen Ones seem to have captured this, and Reason know it.
Big plays from Chosen One, finally able to break through the ranks of Reason and push up for more as well. High ground position for JD. Really good tax when Reason try and navigate through these chokes. As Coco has the Strangling Prison tier, Reason already used the Strange TP, so no chance of going for a full map flip, as Chosen Ones have to make up for a lot of time lost picking up first.
Moving as a group, Reason gonna try and shuttle in Knuten here. Oh, with that! He iframed the mid-air group ultimate! That is unbelievable stuff! Oh, Knuten, how we have missed you! I am absolutely gobsmacked, flabbergasted, bamboozled bamboozled, shamboozled, and I do not know how to respond to this one. 21K knows how to, though. Releases the Devil, deflects the incoming damage of the Ensong Inferno from Simba. Relaxing, let's use another Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, and even more resurrections too. But when it comes to the craziness, it's in favor of the Chosen Ones. Hasta has began their rampage, and their rampage is going to be hard to beat.
21K as well, finally able to get onto Reason Squishies when the attention's just split so many different ways. They don't have the bodies to be able to mark the Daredevil the way we saw early on their defense on first. So 21K is taking full advantage of the splits, looking to take advantage of it yet again. One last fight for Chosen Ones to be able to pick up this checkpoint. 7 minutes using the invisible boundary against the Strangling Prison. Reason still have regeneration domain to hold their ground into it, but Loki Ruins falls and their players fall around it.
Oh, crazy. The swap here to the White Fox appears to have served them well. Just fighting for so long against Rosa and Passo in the midst of all of these fights. When they get up close and personal, the Chosen Ones now have 2 minutes to get through last.
JD will have Ensong Inferno as well, so this Phoenix will be taking very aggressive off angles to put as much pressure as possible onto Reason, who swap Knuten off of Starlord onto Moon Knight. You'll be able to generate up that Hand of Conchu incredibly quickly. The Chosen Ones, they've got a combo Strangling Prison of their own. You have to worry about Daredevil in the backline trying to force out some of the Loki resources early. That's already greens on the side of Reason. Step 1 complete for Chosen Ones.
Now how do you stop 21K? A great way to try and do it. That's because the Yarn Amplifier now gone crazy moving forward as well. Oh, so many ultimates from the Chosen Ones, but each of them gets the value that was demanded.
Chosen One's going to just flood Reason's close spawns as well so that no one can properly break through. Passo will be relying on using the Rampage, but the Groot walls are so problematic for them to have to swing past. 21K towards the back, already forced out the greens. Passo is going to have to move forward with the Rampage. All the focus is going over towards the Devil Dinosaur. Will they be able to get through the damage? Coco's fallen down, and the Hand of Conchu falls as well, but the Chosen Ones still have time to work with here, even if this one appears to be cooked. The backline, 21K, crucial duel 1 for Reason's backline to be able to hold on. He was so close to let the Devil out, really trying to get it online before Relaxing hits the ult, but Simba wins the duel, and Reason hold off Chosen Ones. One final fight, but Reason will be able to come into it with both the Loki ultimate and the Phoenix, so they've got sustainability. They've got something to be able to force Invisible Boundary early as well with this Phoenix ult.
Overwhelming firepower. Crazy getting fairly low inside the Invisible Boundary. Going to be hard to deliver. Final blow! No, 7 minutes taken down! Oh, Simba gets the perfect frag with 16 seconds remaining. 21K in the back.
He's going to stop spawn! He's going to stop the TP
Oh
with Phoenix
no!
time.
Oh, Simba, he's too smart. He missed! He missed the TP stop! He's still got 5 seconds. It's a mad race towards the point. Can they get it in time? 21K doesn't get a chance to pop the ultimate, but their life on the line to make sure there's still something for the Chosen Ones. JD's turned up now on the Wolverine, and the Sonic Seduction for Rose is going to be all that tries to answer it. Has to down JD as well. Rosa stands on business, and the Chosen Ones, despite the choices made, despite the Devil being unleashed, will find the Devil stuffed back inside, and the Reason Gaming take it 2-1 in a nail biter.
What a pick coming on through, like being able to stop Invisible Boundary early with both the combo of Ensong, Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. That's how Reason are able to wave goodbye to their opponent, say goodbye to Central Park, walk away with the win, which likely allows them to be able to graduate from group stages into playoffs, because this match was so crucial for both of these teams. 1 win, 1 defeat in their recent history. Reason now at a 2-1 win streak, going to be feeling much more confident headed into those playoffs.
Oh, Chacha, what just happened?
I don't know. That was so good between those two teams. Taken to the absolute limit. I was honestly, the biggest stress right now I had for like all of that is trying to pick an MVP, because good lord, that could have been Knuten, it could have been Rosa, it could have been literally it could have been Simba, it could have been literally anyone on that team. We'll see who it is in a bit, but that was so magnificent between the two. The dodge on the Groot route, double walls on the Jeff to stop him from escaping. Incredible play. This was just one of the best series I think we have had so far this stage. And like Day, I don't know what to say. That was just so entertaining.
And Canuten's haters will say it's fake. Also, credit to Coco actually managing to impact that mid-air crew. Oh, like, there's no way he hit that. But also, there's no way he hit that dodge. Like, how do you predict when that's coming for you? It is unbelievable, like, mental judo going on between all of these players.
Well, hopefully we're getting an interview anytime soon. But Moxie, as you said, it's not looking great for Chosen Ones. They're not out yet. There's still a chance of them to make it through the playoffs, whereas Reason, 2 wins on the board, that might be enough for them to clinch the spot.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking a little bit rough when we looked at that performance yesterday versus Heretics, but they looked so much more confident when we saw them in this matchup. Rosa will be the MVP, and we saw some insane setups with the Groot Walls as well as those triangling prism plays, able to hold down the fort for the front line, not going down early when your whole back line plus Phoenix are occupied having to scout out where exactly 21k was playing. And it really is like very good just understanding of when your strategists aren't going to be there to be able to support you, to understand like, okay, I can't go aggressive, I have to wait for us to have the resources to enable me walking forward, so that we see the KCA in terms of those casualties far outweighing the eliminations found.
And of course, that's Silence Deduction right at the end. You're against a Wolverine. One of the biggest threats is the Wolverine taking a defender off the point and isolating them, being able to lock them down in the last possible fight. Chef's kiss. But just what a series in general. Crazy as well. Pulled off some insane plays with 38k healing, but also 11k damage in the strategist role. Actually was almost able to keep up with 21k. The continued incredible play of IJDXS doing so much work. Simba, as usual, topping damage charge. Canuten showing us that, yes, like they said, it's good to have him back.
Man, I missed Canuten. Actual Riz machine, and Canuten's haters will say it's fake. Bro did not dodge the mid-air Groot, but someone's got to jump into the replays and get a cinematic shot of that one, because that was absolutely unreal.
What a set here. We're going to have a look at some of the highlights from this series, because this series was a highlight. These two teams take each other to the limit, 21k, able to pop off, being unleashed back into that melee role. Canuten able to just absolutely annihilate people in these fights, getting stuck, put on that Star-Lord and showing just how good they can be on it. And of course, these final fights with inches to go for both Reason and TCO. Reason were able to get those final pushes in, whereas TCO just weren't able to break the siege on them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so looking forward to this interview as well, because like it's been a while. I feel like Canuten's definitely going to be advocating to be the player sent in to talk to us, and it's always a classic when we have Canuten on the interview. Plus, if we do get him, that means that we have the chance to be able to ask him what exactly did go into being able to iframe the strangling prison setup, like what was going through his mind at that exact moment, as we'll also be able to ask Reason like the changes that they made in between that matchup versus Heretics and today, because they did sometimes get banned out of the Rocket Raccoon, they did sometimes get to play the Rocket Raccoon, but it also felt like their strategy had moved away from simple reliance on getting the Rocket Loki for the ban draft and moved much more into the woods of we can play for setups with our duelists instead.
And those setups did seem to work. Again, we do need to give just such a shout out to Simba this series, just getting so much flags. But Moxie, I just heard in my ear, I have good news for you. We have our interview, and it is with Canuten. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the win. And I just want to say welcome back to EMEA. How's it feeling after such an incredibly close series?
I mean, like, I miss you guys so much. I'm so happy to guys. You have no idea how happy I am to be here right now. I get to talk to the most beautiful casters and play with the most beautiful team. I mean, like, I'm so happy. I mean, like, it's not been better, man. It's just, it cannot be better right now. I'm peaking in life. I'm so happy.
I mean, you're peaking in game as well, buddy. It's been absolutely crazy watching you come back onto the stage. Like that flip dodge on the Groot. Oh, what went through your mind? Did you expect that to happen?
Well, listen, I don't know if you saw it, guys, but that guy, he Groot ulted me 3 times, all right? Solo Groot ult 3 times. So, like, the 3rd time, I'm like, he's gonna do it again. I mean, like, I don't know what's going on here, if he hates me or what. Like, if he's compensating somewhere else, but like he hates me, bro. And that's all right. Okay, so I just expect it next time. And he did it. I knew it. He's a cheeky one, but you know what? Like, we learn. You know.
Just take it as flattery, right? They obviously see you as a very high-level threat to want to use the solo Groot ultimate against you as opposed to using it against the rest of the team. But I have to ask, because we haven't really got to see you playing for Reason so far, and we've seen a lot of inconsistency coming on out from the team. Yesterday's loss against Heretics, I think, was a little bit of a rough patch. You had less than 24 hours to be able to adjust headed into this one, which you guys really had to win to be able to make playoffs. So what exactly transpired within that time between those matches for the team to be able to come back and look so different today?
Well, I mean, like, Team Heretics is a good team without a doubt, and we knew we'd face some difficulties going into it. But, you know, like, I think the most important part is, like, never expect to lose, but when you lose, just get back up and keep going, you know? Like, we're gonna beat every other team. We lost to Heretics, whatever, man. Like, look at my team. Like, they're the best players ever, and we win everything else. So there's no worries. They can have their win this time, and then we take it when it actually matters, right? So, like, it's just all about the mental, you know? Like, we weren't down. We just kept moving on. Like, we're focusing in scrims. It's super rewarding to be here, you know?
Well, Newton, I will let you go back to your team to celebrate. Maybe next time you'll be able to join the Americans in actually getting to play some Iron Man, as it did not get to appear
like,
this time.
I want to play
Iron
Man.
On the win.
I want to play it, it's just I can't. All right, thank you guys. I love you. I love you all. Thank you so much.
I'm sure you'll get the chance. Bye-bye. Thank you for joining us, Knutson. We always love to have a chat with Knutson, and maybe one day he'll get to join Ryan Mazing and Cal in bringing out the Iron Man, but as of yet, we've not seen that in the EMEA.
I mean, well, surely you weren't ever going to bring back the Gamma team up, right? Like, then we got to get Knutson and Binary on a team so we can get some Hulk Iron Man action. We're going back to the 2025 designs, baby.
We've got plenty of time for that. I do hope that we get the revival of some old team-ups as time goes on.
Some, not all.
Not all, definitely not all.
Keep the revive strategy with Guardians in the dirt. We do not want that one to come
We should bring back Guardian Revival. Leg Day, I know you love that ability. I'm sure you'd be a huge fan
Yeah, I'll be right back, guys. See you later.
Let's have a look at the standings. As you can see, Virtus Pro and Na'Vi in Group A sit at 3-0. They'll actually be playing against each other in Week 3, so they've got a little bit of time before that clash happens. Whereas on the other side, in Group B, Heretics sit clean at the top of the board. Reason have been able to create some space and tie themselves up with Shikigami, but there's still quite an aggressive fight down in the bottom half of Group B, whereas Group A, Pulsar and Alter are going to be fighting for survival.
Ooh, it's going to be absolute bangers for so many teams, but we weren't expecting to be in such perilous positions. Like, we didn't expect Rad to be in this 1 and 2 position, but obviously their schedule has been a little bit wild to start off with. Same with Pulsar. So for Group A, I think that below, like, the Virtus Pro, Natus Vincere kind of like duopoly line, it's anybody's game.
There is quite a lot of competition here. Lions will be getting the more chance to play here as they currently have a game in hand along with Pulsar. Both those teams only playing twice so far, so they'll get their chance to try and creep up on that board a little bit more. We have more games coming up for you tomorrow, though, where we will get to see some of those teams in action. And we're going to have Pulsar versus the Lions to see who's able to maybe creep ahead in that group. Can Pulsar get themselves on the board? We will have to see. Alter, unfortunately, are continuing a very rough series of matches as they've got to play against Virtus Pro. And then we have the battle of the Group B. We have Crownfall looking for Redemption versus Fire Strays. That could be an incredibly important match.
I mean, it is going to be an important match because the two are on the same scoreline in Group B. So they need that win. Like, I feel like tomorrow's match between the two of them will well decide the fate of both of those teams when it comes to being able to make playoffs and not.
A lot of pressure on these teams to try and make it through. Playoffs are fast approaching. We've only got one more day of Week 2 left, and then, of course, one final week of play. So we're very much running out of time for teams to, if they're hiding something, if they're a little bit lower in those groups, might be time to reveal them. And for the other teams, just being able to keep them hidden while keeping those higher scores is going to be difficult. And of course, just being able to break free of those lower points for potentially relegation, as well as trying to get to those higher points to try and get into the playoffs. But it's been an incredible day of games for us today. Legne, what has been your favorite?
I think that last one was absolutely crazy. Like, the Chosen Ones continue to surprise me. I'm not going to lie. In my Preds, I had them dead last. I didn't know any of the players on the team. I was like, yeah, they're just going to get rolled. But, like, absolute aura machines. JDX has been crazy so far. I've really been enjoying their Vanguard line as well. Like, Reason Gaming, no detraction from their performance, but we knew all of the players on Reason Gaming were good, right? Like, coming into this, we all expected Reason Gaming to do well, so like, there's so much talent on this roster, and the Chosen Ones have kind of come out of nowhere and been incredibly impressive.
And Moxie, you've been with me all day. The same question to you before we close out.
I mean, for the sheer wildness and wackiness of it, it has to be that Na'Vi match, right? Role swaps coming through, potential place for Spider-Man in the EMEA meta, because we already know that America has been playing a whole bunch of it with Yeah, We Lost and Jitwood. There's some real craziness that Na'Vi are enabling, as they say in their interviews. Like, they're just experimenting with everything right now.
And we might get to see more craziness tomorrow, but for us today, that is going to be it. Thank you all very much for watching. Americas is on later on, so make sure that you are keeping an eye on this channel for even more Marvel Rivals esports action. Ignite the battle, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Remember the dust, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all the